The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
This rather eventful day in history. In 1066 AD, William the Conqueror's troops set sail from Normandy to conquer England. I'm guessing that his name are spoilers for the battle to come, otherwise we'd know him as William the Loser. You'd be correct in that assessment, Sid. In 1290, earthquake in the Gulf of Chile, near China, reportedly kills 100,000 people. Yikes! In 1779, John Adams appointed to negotiate Revolutionary War peace terms with Great Britain. In 1821, Mexican revolutionary forces led by Agustín de Iturbide occupy Mexico City as Spanish withdrawal, bringing an end to the Mexican War of Independence. In 1822, French scholar Jean-Francis Goyas Champlain announces he has deciphered Egyptian hieroglyphics using the Rosetta Stone. In 1905, the Physics Journal of Anula, Physics Journal Anulam per der Physik, publishes Albert Einstein's paper, Does the Inertia of a Body Depend Upon Its Energy Content?, introducing the equation E equals mc squared. In 1908, Henry Ford's first Model T automobile leaves the Piquet plant in Detroit, Michigan. In 1993, British crime series Cracker, created by Jimmy McGovern, starring Robbie Coltrane, debuts on ITV in the UK. In 2021, Netflix says Sharon Rhimes' Bridgerton is its most watched series ever, with Extraction starring Chris Helmsworth its #1 film. In 19 12, W.C. Handy publishes Memphis Blues, considered the first blues song. In 1923, New York Yankee Lou Gehrig hits first of his 493 home runs. Born on this day were Louis XIII, Jacques Beneg Besset, Samuel Adams, Augustine D. Iterbride, Hiram R. Revels, Louis Boffa, Gwyneth Paltrow, Jenna Ortega, Meatloaf, Lil Wayne, Avril Lavigne, Kathy Whitworth, Mike Schmidt. Dying on this day were Edgar Degas, Babe Dickerson Zahiras, Clara Bow, Jimmy Doolittle, Hugh Hefner, and Michael Gavin. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the shows. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, a copyrighted program created by the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Police calling all cars, attention all cars, road set 16 regarding a murder. The body of a well-dressed woman found in a vacant lot near West Richmond of the Tavern. That's all.
Tonight, there are thousands of police and sheriff's cars out on the streets and roads, pursuing criminals or cruising watchfully, ready to dash with sirens screaming to the scene of any emergency. No ordinary gasoline is good enough for these emergency cars. More of them are powered with Rio Grande cracked gasoline everywhere obtainable than any other brand. And the reason for this pronounced preference is that the police have tested all brands of gasoline in their emergency cars, and they have yet to find any gasoline which will exceed the performance of Rio Grande cracked. You can make these same tests in your own car and discover for yourself why Rio Grande cracked gasoline is the choice of the leading cities and counties of the West. Go to the independent service station in your neighborhood and fill up with Rio Grande cracked. You will feel the difference just as soon as your former gasoline is used up and Rio Grande cracked reaches your carburetor. Your car takes on new life, new liveliness. You accelerate as never before. You breeze up hills that formerly slowed you down and made you shift gears. Your car runs smoother, quieter. Rio Grande cracked gasoline ignites at the touch of the starter, roars into action. And when you speed ahead of the traffic, you will realize at last what we mean when we promise you police car performance with Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Once more, it is our pleasure to introduce H.S. Fibber, Chief of Detectives of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Fibber.
Good evening, friends. Murder or suicide? That is often the question that police officers must answer, and answer quickly when they start investigating a death, because there is sometimes such a fine line distinguishing self-destruction from murder, it is difficult for the police to act quickly in order that justice may be done. It is necessary for all police officers, and particularly the detectives, to be trained in such a manner that they may judge at once the nature of the case they are investigating. In tonight's broadcast, an example of keen detective work and persistence on the part of one of our force is narrated. We want you to listen with particular care to this story that has been selected for this evening. Catch every word of it as it is spoken by the players in this drama. And I believe that such close attention will conjure up in your mind how easily, in some cases, even murderers might escape if it were not for the eternal vigilance of observing and intelligent law enforcement officers who see the truth behind evidence which untrained observers would either misconstrue or disregard entirely. No matter how cleverly a criminal may cover his crime, justice is inevitable when policemen are trained efficiently and have the cooperation of the public. Tonight's story brings this fact home to you.
One evening in late summer, several years ago, Mrs. Maud Kennedy, a widow, her son and his wife, and Bert Normandy, a boarder, are at dinner in their home on 21st Street when the phone rings.
I'll get it. Hello?
Let me speak to Mrs. Kennedy, please.
Just a moment, please. It's for you, Mother. I don't know, some man.
Going out at dinner. Ask her to call back.
I'm sorry, but she's at dinner.
But I've got to talk to her.
Can't you call back later?
No, it's important, I tell you. I've got to talk to her right now.
Very well. I'll see if she can come to the phone. Mother, he says it's very important.
Oh, all right.
Hello.
This is Percy, Martin.
Oh, hello, dear.
I've got to see you, Martin.
Well, why don't you drop over? I'll be here.
No, I want to see you alone. You'll have to meet me somewhere.
Well, I can't do that. I've got some friends coming in this evening.
Martin, you're meeting me. Do you understand?
Oh, but Percy,
You wouldn't want any trouble, would you?
Oh, no, don't do that.
All right, then.
Well, where shall I meet you?
The corner of 6th Avenue and West Jefferson, as soon as you can.
Very well, I'll be right out.
More like it, Martin. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
What's the trouble, Mother? You look worried.
Oh, it's nothing.
Who is that on the phone?
Just a friend of mine.
Aren't you going to finish your dinner, Mother?
No, I don't feel like it. I'm not that hungry now, and I have to go out for a while anyway.
Are you going to be gone long?
No, I'll be back in about a half hour. The Stevensons are dropping in, you know.
Well, I wish you'd do one thing, Mother.
What's that?
Please don't wear all those diamonds.
Why not?
It isn't safe.
Philip's right, Maud. You risk your life every time you go out with that small fortune on your finger.
Oh, that's silly.
No, it isn't, Mother. It makes me nervous every time you go out alone at night.
Well, even if it is dangerous, I'm not going to stop wearing my diamonds. I love them.
Well, if you insist on wearing them, let me go along with you.
Oh, no, you can't do that.
Why not?
I've got some business to do, a personal business.
Oh, very well, then. But I wish you'd leave those diamonds at home. They're going to get you in trouble one of these nights.
A few moments later, Mrs. Kennedy meets the man who telephoned her. The rendezvous is in what at that time is a thinly settled section of town. The houses are few and far between, the streets dimly lit.
Percy, what is it this time?
I've got to have some money, Maud.
I thought so. I suppose you spent that $5 I lent you yesterday.
Yeah, it's nearly gone. I've got to have more. I'm going to get married.
Get married? How can you get married? You haven't even got a job.
Well, I don't care. I'm in love with a girl and I want to marry her. I'll get a job somewhere. You've got to give me the money to get married on.
I can't. I haven't any money.
Oh, come on now, Maud. Don't hand me that.
I haven't, Percy. I'm broke. They cleaned your poker the other night.
Maud, did you understand what I said? I've got to have money. You wouldn't want me to tell Philip about all that dough you lose at poker, would you?
Oh, you wouldn't.
I might. Your little boy wouldn't think so highly of his mother then, would he?
Oh, Percy, don't do that. Please don't.
Well, it's worth something to keep me quiet, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose it is, but I've been telling you the truth. I really haven't got any money, really.
Well, how about those diamonds? We could sell a couple of them. That'd be all I need. Now.
Sell my diamonds? Oh, no, I can't do that. Well, those diamonds mean everything to me.
I know. I guess they mean more to you than your own son's opinion of you, huh?
I can't see how you can treat me like this after all I've done for you. I always thought you were a friend of mine.
Well, I am. Maybe I'm a little too hasty. I know how you feel about your diamonds. I sort of thought, though, that I could depend on you. But if you haven't any cash, well, that's that.
But you understand how it is, don't you, Percy?
Oh, sure. Let's forget all about it.
And you won't tell Philip anything?
No. What kind of a guy do you think I am?
Just to show you I'm a friend of yours, I bought some perfume for you with the last of that money you gave me yesterday.
Perfume? Oh, that's nice of you, Percy.
Here it is. You want to smell it?
Oh, I'd love to.
Yeah, take a whiff.
Oh, that's some... Oh,
Drink it, Paul. Drink it all. Drink it, Paul. Here, I'll force it down your throat, and then you'll go to sleep. Yeah, nice long sleep. Now, I'll get you back on this vacant lot here where no one's liable to find you for a while. I knew you'd be wearing the ice, Maud. I could depend on that, couldn't I, my dear friend? You got all of it on. Even the one I pawned to you. That's nice, Maud. Now, if you don't mind, I'll relieve you, leave. I don't think you'll need them where you're going. I'll just leave you that wedding ring and a couple of small sparklers so it won't look like robbery. Well, Maud. Thanks, old kid. So long.
The body of Mrs. Kennedy is not discovered until the next day. The police doctor has already examined the body when Captain of Detectives J.A. Wynn arrives on the scene from headquarters.
Stand back there.
Well, Doctor, what's the diagnosis?
Strangulation induced by ammonia or a similar liquid swallowed with suicidal intent. There really was no reason for you to come out. Just an ordinary suicide.
What makes you think so?
Well, there's no evidence of criminal assault, and no signs of a struggle. Robbery was not the motive, for she's wearing 2 diamond rings and a wedding band. Obviously, it's suicide.
Perhaps. But if it's suicide, can you explain what happened to her shoe and her gloves? Observe that they're missing?
Oh, I hadn't noticed that.
I see. Well, suppose we look around a bit.
All right.
Here they are, Doctor. A clump of weeds. A shoe, a string of seeds, and a glove. Well, there are 20 feet from the body. Look. I should say the way these weeds are trampled down would indicate quite a struggle. Wouldn't you, Doctor?
Well, maybe.
Now, this woman had committed suicide on the spot where the body was found. How did the slipper and the glove and the beads get here? On the other hand, if she was murdered at this spot, why was the body moved over there? I'm not at all satisfied that this is the case of suicide. I'm going to work on the assumption that it's murder.
Despite Captain Wynn's conviction, the coroner pronounces the death a suicide. Through a safe deposit box key found on her person, the victim is identified as Mrs. Maud Kennedy. Captain Wynn has the unfortunate task of breaking the news to Mrs. Kennedy's son and daughter-in-law. After they have recovered somewhat from the shock of Wynn's tragic announcement, the detective questions.
I'm terribly sorry to intrude upon your grief like this, but you realize, of course, how important it is to get at the bottom of this thing as quickly as possible.
Naturally, Captain.
Now, you say you don't believe in this suicide theory.
That's ridiculous. Mother would never commit suicide.
Well, I don't believe she did. Under the circumstances of the discovery of the body, I think she was murdered.
Oh.
I'm sorry to be so blunt. Forgive me. Now, will you please tell me what happened the last time you saw her?
Well, we were at dinner last night when she was called to the phone. From the conversation, it seemed she knew the body well. And she left the table and went out, saying she wouldn't be long.
Did your mother wear any other jewels than the 2 diamond rings found on her fingers?
Yes, plenty of them. Diamonds were her weakness. She was known around here as the Lady of the Diamonds. I wonder often about wearing them. I wonder when she went out last
Now,
night.
Mr. Kennedy, please, try to control yourself. It's most important that we get to the bottom of this thing, you know?
I'm sorry. I'll do my best.
Do you know of anyone who might have a motive other than robbery for her murder?
No. Everyone loved Mother.
Had she had any disagreements with anyone?
No.
Had she reported any strange or suspicious happenings in her life recently?
No. She liked everyone. Everyone liked her.
Well, Mr. Kennedy, could you give me a list of the diamonds which your mother wore when she left the house?
Yes, I think. Let me see. It was a 4-carat solitaire. Returning to headquarters, Captain Wynn finds Charles Whitehead, chief nurse at the receiving hospital, waiting for him.
Hello, Charlie. What's on your mind?
That Kennedy case. Something I think you ought to know.
What is it?
Well, about 10 o'clock last night, a young fellow came into the hospital and asked if Mrs. Maud Kennedy had been injured. I asked him if Mrs. Kennedy was his wife, and he said no, it was his mother. I told him that no one with that name had been brought in, and he thanked me and left.
That's peculiar.
That's all.
Oh, thanks for the tip, Charlie. I'm going to call up Kennedy and see if he was the guy.
Okay, Captain.
Give me Jefferson 230W. Hello, Mr. Kennedy. Captain Wynn speaking. Say, I just got a report that a young man claiming to be Mrs. Kennedy's son inquired about her at the receiving hospital last night. Did you go down there? You didn't? Oh, I see. Thanks a lot. Goodbye.
Dispatching detectives to search the neighborhood of the scene of the crime, Captain Wynn succeeds in discovering two witnesses who had heard the groans of Mrs. Kennedy. Their stories coincide and establish the time of the murder as approximately 9 o'clock. Investigations among Mrs. Kennedy's many friends reveals a young woman who had been an intimate companion of the slain woman. Captain Wynn and his aides interview her.
I just can't imagine who would do such a thing.
Well, Miss Robertson, think now. Was there anyone who had a grudge against Mrs. Kennedy?
No, I don't think so. But there was Kid Riley.
Who's Kid Riley?
Well, he was a prize fighter. He was very much in love with Maud, and she was a little afraid of him because he had such a compelling influence on her. Of course, she realized he wasn't her kind, and yet he held a fascination for her she couldn't escape.
Possibly he's the man we're after. Prize fighter, huh? And she was filled with chloroform, or ammonia. And ammonia's used a lot around boxers' training quarters. Boys, I want you to go out and find this Kid Riley.
I don't know what's come over the kid lately. Look at him smack that sparring partner. His noise seemed to be stopped.
Well, don't worry about the kid. He's been kind of worried about Joe. You'll snap out of it. I forgot to tell you, there's a big guy waiting down in the dressing room to see him. It's like a dick.
Yeah, Riley's owing some kind of trouble. Wonder what it is this time. Hey, Riley, lay off that guy before you kill him.
Hey, what's the matter with you, Al? Gee, everything I do is wrong. Now what is it?
Ain't nothing wrong, kid. Hold on to your noise. Phil says there's a guy who wants to see you in the dressing room.
Yeah, well, if it's one of them newspaper guys, I ain't interested. I need all the dough I got right now.
But this mug looks like a dick.
A dick? Well, tell him I'm busy. Tell him anything.
Come on, kid. Let's see what it's all about.
Oh, okay. I ain't done nothing. I'll see him. Did you want to see me, pal?
Yes, just want to ask you a couple of questions.
Oh, I know. Now, listen. I didn't have nothing to do with that liquor deal of Lefty Mason's on the square. I was just visiting.
Just a minute. I'm not here about any liquor deal. This is murder.
Huh? Murder?
Yes, murder. Mrs. Maud Kennedy has been murdered.
Oh, no. That ain't right. Nobody'd kill her. See, she was a swell woman. Say, what are you trying to do? Kid me?
No, we don't kid about anything. This is serious. I want an answer from you, Riley, and I want it straight. Did you see Mrs. Kennedy on the night of August 31st?
The 31st? Well, that was Thursday, wasn't it? No, I never saw her.
You went over to her house, though.
Huh? How'd you know?
I didn't know. I just took a chance, and I was right, huh?
Oh, so you're trying to frame me, huh? Sure, I went over, but I never killed her, and you know it.
No, I don't know it. You'll have to have an airtight alibi if you want to get out of this thing.
Listen, I never had nothing to do with it. On the square, I went over there on the night of the 31st. I phoned her about 7:15.
7:15?
Yeah. She kept me along a while, and then she told me to come down to the house, and if I saw a light burning, to come in and see her.
And did you go?
Yeah, I waited outside the house for about an hour, but she didn't show up, so I walked back home and went to bed.
Riley, your story sounds pretty weak to me. I'm going to take you in until we've got time to investigate it.
Oh, no, listen. Now, that's the honest truth, so help me. Ask my mother, ask my father, they'll tell you. They're church people. They ain't gonna lie to you. You ain't gonna hang this on. I'm innocent, I tell you. I tell you I'm innocent.
Kid Riley is brought in and questioned, but he proves an airtight alibi. So the investigation drags on. Suspect after suspect is taken to headquarters, questioned and freed. Normandy, the boarder of Mrs. Kennedy, tipped off the police to another prize fighter who was friendly with the murdered woman. This man, located in Fresno, where he was facing a bogus check charge, is brought back to Los Angeles. He places suspicion on Normandy, claiming that the boarder had pawned some of Mrs. Kennedy's diamonds. Questioned again, Normandy reluctantly explains that Mrs. Kennedy was an avid poker player and that she sometimes covered her losses by pawning her diamonds. Then, out of the welter of fruitless questioning and worthless clues, emerges the name of Percy Tugwell. It is discovered that Tugwell had borrowed $5 from Mrs. Kennedy the day of her death. Captain Wynn questions the manager of the garage where Tugwell was known to loaf.
Yeah, Price hung around here, but he ain't here now.
Where is he?
He got married. He's in Cisco on his honeymoon.
I didn't know he could afford a trip like that.
Neither did I. He ain't worked for a year. And then a couple of days ago, he shows up with a pair of tickets to Frisco, and he tells me he's gone and got hitched. I don't know where he got that now.
The trail grows warm as Captain Wynn interviews a neighbor of the Tugwell.
Well, I ain't one to carry tales, Captain, but there's some funny business about that Tugwell boy. Why, I heard it direct from Alice Carter, who boards with the Tugwells, that Percy asked her sweetheart to sell a diamond for him.
When was this?
Just a day after Mrs. Kennedy was murdered.
Asked him to sell a diamond, huh?
Yes, it was unmounted. And Percy said that it belonged to his fiancée. He got $62 for it, so Alice says.
Know anything more about this?
No, that's about all. Of course, I could tell you plenty about the family. But you
Thanks.
know...
I think I'll talk to them myself. Captain Wynn and Lieutenant Holmes interview the entire Tugwell family. Their stories are the same. Now, Mr. Tugwell, can you tell us what your son's movements were on the night of August the 31st?
Well, yeah. He and Thelma, his girl, was here for supper. And after supper, they had a little argument because Percy wanted to go out to the garage and say goodbye to the gang. And Thelma said that he cared more for the gang than he did for her. Anyway, Percy went.
What time was that?
About 7 o'clock, I should say.
And what time did he get back?
I guess it was long, about 8:30, no later. He comes back in, and Thelma and him patch up their little spat.
Where is Percy staying in San Francisco?
I think he's at the Bayview Hotel.
Very well, Mr. Tugwell. Thank you very much.
Not at all. But would you mind telling me what all this here questioning's all about?
Oh, we're just trying to complete a report, Mr. Tugwell. Good night. Well, mother, sister, brother, and father all tell the same story. Yeah. If they're telling the truth, that seems to eliminate Tugwell. If Mrs. Kennedy was murdered at 9 o'clock and he was back home at 8:30, he's got a pretty tight alibi. Yeah, there's no doubt about that, when you consider that the scene of the murder must be 5 miles from the Tugwell house. Just the same, I want to talk to this Tugwell. You better leave for Frisco tonight and bring him back with you. All right. In the meantime, I'm going to see if any of the streetcar conductors who are working West Jefferson on the night of the murder can identify this picture, Tugwell, we got from the family. With home on the trail of Tugwell in San Francisco, Wynn interviews the streetcar conductors. You were working on the West Jefferson between the hours of 7 and 9 on the night of August the 31st? Yes, sir. Do you recognize the man in this picture as one of the passengers who carried that night?
Oh, let me see. No, I don't think so.
You never saw him before, huh?
Nope, I never did.
All right, that's all. Thanks for coming in.
You're welcome, Captain.
Well, we're not getting any place in this line. That's the 15th conductor.
Beg pardon, Captain. Telegram, sir.
Well, thanks, Sergeant. Probably from Lieutenant Holmes in San Francisco. Oh, for the love of Pete. What is it? Listen to this. Place a man in the home of Mr. and Mrs. Philip Kennedy. They're accused of being involved in the murder. Will arrive in Los Angeles with Percy Tugwell in the morning. Can you imagine that?
But you can't go out and arrest him on a say-so like that.
I don't intend to. I'm going to call Lieutenant Holmes in San Francisco and find out what this is all about. From Lieutenant Holmes in San Francisco, Captain Wynn gets the details of Tugwell's accusation. Equipped with his information, he and an assistant reached for the Kennedy home. Philip Kennedy amidst them.
Oh, good evening, Captain. Come in.
Thanks.
Are there any developments in the case?
Yes, Mr. Kennedy, there are. Is your wife here and Mr. Normandy?
Yes, they're here.
I'd like to talk to them, too.
Very well. I'll get them. Well, Captain Wynn wants to see you in Bertha a minute. Will you come in?
Certainly. Good evening, Captain.
Hello, Captain. Good evening. Now that the three of you are here, I regret to inform you that I have to place you under arrest.
Arrest?
On what charge?
Suspicion of murder.
What? That's ridiculous. Who made this charge?
Percy Tugwell. Tugwell? Tugwell was arrested in San Francisco today and will be here in the morning. Then we can clear this thing up. In the meantime, I'll have to place an officer here.
But how could Tugwell implicate us?
He claims that on the night of Mrs. Kennedy's death, he called here. During his visit, you two gentlemen became involved in a fight. Mrs. Kennedy, according to his story, in attempting to separate you, was knocked unconscious.
Why, that's ridiculous.
Then your wife here, attempting to resuscitate her, gave an overdose of ammonia, causing her death.
Why, that's preposterous.
Well, that's his story. Then he said that you, Mr. Kennedy, had forced Mr. Normandy and himself to take the body to the vacant lot where it was found. But his share in disposing of the body, he says he was given a diamond.
Well, that story is so fantastic, Captain, that it seems ridiculous to attempt to refute it. You've already got out statements. They're true. I didn't see Tugwell here the night of Mrs. Kennedy's death, nor did I see him the next day. There was no fight, and no one administered ammonia in my presence.
Percy Tugwell is a miserable liar. I want to meet him face to face and dare him to try and lay a suspicion of murder against my husband. As Philip loved his mother better than anything on earth. Better even than me. Tugwell's trying to lay the blame on us because he's guilty himself.
Brought back to Los Angeles, Percy Tugwell reiterates his version of the murder. Police doubt his preposterous story. Deputy District Attorney Joseph Ford attempts to break down Tugwell's statement. For 5 hours, Tugwell is questioned. And then he finally admits...
I'll come clean. I lured her to that vacant lot and cured her with chloroform. I told her I had some perfume and asked her if she wanted to smell it. When she took the bottle, I grabbed her by the throat and forced her to swallow the contents. I wanted to get married, and I needed the money to finance my honeymoon.
Tugwell is given something to eat and sent to bed. Next morning, he sends for the detectives and repudiates his confession of the night before.
Bill Kennedy killed his mother. I confessed last night to shield him. Why should I take the rap for him? Jill sent me a note on the evening of her death, and I met him on the West Jefferson streetcar and got off at 6th Avenue. We met his mother, and Bill killed her. I got a diamond for my share.
No doubt in the world that Tugwell's guilty. The only question is whether Philip Kennedy was in on the deal. Personally, I doubt it. Let's bring the two of them face to face. That's a good idea. All right, Tugwell. I want you to repeat your statement before Mr. Kennedy here.
Well, Bill here sent me a note, and I met him on the Jefferson Street car. We met his mother at the corner of 6th Avenue. Bill killed her, and I got a diamond.
You're a liar, Tugwell. You never saw me out there. Tell the truth. Tell the truth, or I'll take it out of you. You lying, accusing me of killing my own mother.
Pull yourself together, Kennedy. Take him out, will you, John? Faced by Philip's wife and Normandy, who repeat their previous testimony, Tugwell begins to weaken. Finally, he speaks to Lieutenant Holmes.
I want to tell the truth, Lieutenant. If I do, it means the rope to someone.
Well, you better get it off your conscience, Tugwell. You'll feel a lot better if you do.
Then bring Bill back.
Okay. Mr. Kennedy, will you come in, please? Tugwell has something to say, Mr. Kennedy. He wants you to hit it.
I did it, Phil. I want to apologize. Will you shake my hand?
Why, you...
Philip Kennedy, his wife, and De Normandy were released immediately from custody. And 4 months and a half after Mrs. Kennedy's death, Tugwell went on trial in Superior Court. The jury, after a 5-hour deadlock, returned a verdict of guilty, and Tugwell was sentenced to life imprisonment in San Quentin Penitentiary.
Thank you, Chief Figure. Ladies and gentlemen, among the boys and girls listening tonight, thousands have joined the Junior Police Department and are now wearing police badges, carrying handcuffs, siren whistles, and guns. Many have detective fingerprint outfits, microscopes, and other valuable articles, all given away free by the Rio Grande Oil Company. We invite every boy and girl listening who has not already joined to go at once to the service station in your neighborhood featuring Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Ask for a free copy of the Calling All Cars News. You will find the 14 free gifts illustrated there, and you will learn how you can get the complete junior detective outfit absolutely free. Every motorist can help some boy or girl get these valuable gifts merely by using Rio Grande cracked gasoline, the same gasoline that's used by the police cars, the ambulances, the fire engines, and other emergency equipment of the leading cities and counties in the West. Drive into the Rio Grande station. Get a tank full of police car performance. And if you're going to enjoy the full thrill of greater speed, faster acceleration, and instantaneous starting, protect your engine with Sinclair motor oil. All Rio Grande dealers feature Sinclair oils because they can guarantee. No matter how fast you go, Sinclair motor oil guarantees you perfect lubrication. All wax, petroleum jelly, impurities have been extracted. No matter how much you pay, you can't possibly buy better motor oil than Sinclair. And your Rio Grande dealer has it as low as 25 cents a quart. That's all. Narrator Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Hey, come to a Sheraton show place. You're gonna love every inch of the place. We've got taste the Sheraton show place style. We've got style. Come for a visit and stay for a while. You're sure to leave with a smile on your face. We've got taste. We've got taste.
No doubt about it. When you say Budweiser, you've said it all.
Long ago, I learned that all engineering is a matter of designing machines to solve problems. I'm Neil Armstrong. In the Apollo program, I acquired a respect for the ability of Chrysler Corporation engineering to help solve some of the incredible problems of space travel. Now I've seen what they've done for cars, and I'm convinced Chrysler engineering has solved many of the problems that concern all drivers. By pioneering the use of front-wheel drive in small American-built cars, they've given them a new kind of control and handling. The bigger cars, they have engines and transmissions that are right for the times. Sport coupes have been given clean, aerodynamic designs that slice through the wind. As an engineer, I find the cars from Chrysler Corporation exciting, innovative approaches to the needs we all have today. I think you will, too.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Well, now, folks, here we are. Clooney and Crosby, fit as a fiddle and ready for work.
Shouldn't we make that fit as 2 fiddles, Bing?
Oh, no, let's just keep it down to 1. Don't want to start out too strong.
We'll finish big, though, huh?
Oh, we'll be epic at the end.
Well, sing something while I paint some cheer-loud cards.
Here I go again. I hear those trumpets blow again. I'm all aglow again, taking a chance on love. Here I slide again, about to take that ride again, all starry-eyed again, taking a chance on love. I thought the cards were a frame-up, and I never would try. But now I'm taking the game up, and the ace of hearts is high. Things are mending now, I see a rainbow blending now. We'll have our happy ending now, taking a chance on love. Slumber and bets were taboo, but now I'm playing the numbers on a little dream for 2. Wading in again, I'm leading with my chin again, starting out to win again, taking a chance on love.
Got a song which features a lot of local talent. This is Every Time I See You, I'm in Love Again. Written by Buddy Cole, who was seated there at the piano, and Don Whitaker, who was leaning on the bass fiddle. Every time I see you, I'm in love again. Don't tell me you're not up on this, fellas. Every time I see you, I'm in love again. Every time I'm near you, I feel young again. The sky takes on a different blue. Stars refuse to hide, and everything looks fresh and new when you're by my side. Every time you speak, I hear a rhapsody. Volumes in a word or two, just meant for me. And even in this crazy world, love will see us through. 'Cause every time I see you, I'm in love again.
this crazy world. Love will see us through, 'cause every time I see you, I'm in love again.
The Wrigley people have their trademark on the next words in music for your enjoyment. Listen well now.
When you're in your favorite store, get the gum worth looking for. Enjoy America's favorite brand, the biggest little treat in all the land.
Look for the spear and get chewing enjoyment. Look for the spear, get Wrigley's. Fresh, strong, lively, long-lasting too. You'll say Wrigley's is great to chew.
Friends, when you're in your favorite store, get the biggest little treat in all the land, Wrigley's Spearmint Gum. To be sure of getting the original Wrigley Spearmint, look for the spear on the package. You see, anyone can use the word spearmint, but only Wrigley's can use the spear on the package. Some people call it a spear, some call it an arrow. Whichever you call it, it's the Wrigley trademark, and it's your assurance of real chewing enjoyment. So remember,
Get the package with the spear, and you'll know enjoyment's here. Be sure it's Wrigley's gum.
Would you care to fill in now, melodically, Bing?
Well, I'll try, as melodically as I can. I'll fill in. Here's Yakahula Hickey Doola. Now, that's not double talk. That's a clever little ditty. It was popular some years ago.
Down Hawaii way, where I chanced to stray, on an evening I heard a hula maiden play. Yakahula hickey doo-la, yakahula hickey doo. Down Hawaii way, by the moonlit bay, when I lingered a while, she stole my heart away. Yakahula hickey doo-la, yakahula hickey doo. Oh, I don't care if you've loved ladies far and near. You forget about them all if you could hear. Yakahula hickey doo-la, yakahula hickey doo. I'm coming back to you, my hula-loo. Beside the sea in the Waikiki, you're gonna play for me. And once again you'll sway my heart away with your yakahula hickey-doo-a-doo. Back to you, a little hula-loo. Beside the sea in Waikiki, you're gonna play for me. And once again you sway my heart away with your yakahula hickey-doo-la-too. The yakahula hickey-doo-la.
You know, Bing, just when we come out flat-footed or something, someone usually comes along and trips us up. You know that?
Yeah, it's so, isn't it? What are we tripped up on today, Ken?
Well, you remember when we advocated that we should treat pets like human beings?
I remember that, yeah. We also recommended treating human beings like human beings. Nothing wrong with that, either.
Well, it seems there are two sides to every question.
That's the trouble with questions.
What's wrong, Ken?
Well, just when we established the fact that pets should be treated as human beings, a very famous veterinarian says that we're entirely wrong. He says that dog owners particularly should give their dogs a chance to lead a dog's life.
Oh, dogs shouldn't be treated like human beings.
No,
huh?
sir. This great veterinarian says that an animal is never happier than when it's well-fed, properly groomed, and exercised.
Here we are right back to people.
That's what makes people happy, too, to be well-fed, properly groomed, exercised.
Yeah, but to stick strictly to the animal, an animal wants to be, well, he wants all that and to be well-fed, properly groomed, and exercised, but also the animal likes to be treated like an animal.
Not like a people.
Not like a person.
Well, maybe an animal does like to be treated like an animal. That's possible.
Yes.
I'll go along.
The latest dope is the dog owners should not kiss, cuddle, or carry their pets around, and they shouldn't let the baby snuggle up to them.
Well, I'll tell you what I think. I think this doctor is entitled to his opinion, but he could be wrong. Completely wrong.
Wait, now, hear him out.
Furthermore, dogs shouldn't sleep in the bedroom, and they should be kept off the cushions.
Well, some dogs don't want to sleep in the bedroom, and some dogs don't like to get up on the cushions.
And some dogs do, huh?
And when they do, what are you going to do about it? Call the cops?
Discipline, Rosie. Iron discipline.
Well, discipline's all right with children and pets, but the point is that we must love them more than we discipline them. We must love them a lot more than we discipline them. So it's impossible to keep them off the cushions at all times if they're headed for the cushions.
Also, now here's another thing that the doctor says. A friendly lick from a dog could be harmful and unhealthy.
Well, there's another thing that's going to be very difficult to control. I'll tell you that. I don't say it should be encouraged, but controlled, that's another problem, boys.
Well, wait, Rosie, wait just a minute. Maybe we should back up a little here. We've heard this side of the question, and the word is treat your pet like a pet, but like an animal. As we pointed out, see that he's well-groomed, well-fed, and exercised, and then just let him be a dog. And if it's a cat, well, let it be a cat.
What does this doctor say about talking to your dog or your bird or whatever? We advocated that, too, you know.
Well, he says it's all right to talk to your pets, but don't pamper them.
No snuggling or cuddling. That's out, huh?
Well, that's all very well to say, but if you happen to have a cuddly type of a dog, you're just going to cuddle him no matter what the rules are.
Well, that's the problem with cuddling. And here we are back to people again.
You know it. People do have trouble in the cuddling department, don't they? Oh, well, why didn't somebody cuddle up to a song now?
Be wise, be smart, behave, my heart. Don't upset your cart when he's so close. Be soft, be sweet, but be discreet. Don't go off your beat. He's too close for comfort. Too close for comfort, please. Not again. Too close to know just when to say when. Be firm, be fair, be sure, beware. On your guard, take care. When there's such temptation, one thing leads to another. Too late to run for cover. He's much too close for comfort now. Comfort, please, not again. Too close to know just when to say when. Be firm, be fair, be sure, beware. On your guard, take care. When there's such temptation, one thing leads to another. Too late to run for cover. He's much too close
now huddle under an umbrella for singing in the rain.
You like to have me dump a bucket of water on you?
Now, wait a minute, Ken. That won't be necessary. I don't think we have to go all out, really, production-wise.
I'm just trying to help.
Thank you.
You figure just the umbrella's enough, huh?
I think that'll get the point over. Sure, the umbrella and the singing, that'll be plenty. The lyric is quite rainy, you know.
I don't know if I know the lyric.
Oh, fine.
I'm singing in the rain, just singing in the rain.
What a glorious feeling, I'm happy again.
I'm laughing at clouds so dark up above. The sun's in my heart, and I'm ready for love.
Let the stormy clouds chase everyone from the place. Come on with the rain of a smile on my face. I'll walk down the lane with a happy refrain and singing, just singing in the rain.
Why am I smiling and why do I sing?
Why is December just as sunny as spring?
Why do I get up each morning and start happy and head up with joy in my heart?
Why is each new task a trifle to do? Because I am living a life full of you.
I'm singing in the rain, just singing in the rain. What a glorious feeling, I'm happy again. I'm laughing at clouds so dark up above. The sun's in my heart, and I'm ready for love.
Let the stormy clouds chase everyone from the place. Come on with the rain. Got a great big smile on my face.
I'll walk down the lane.
Walk it, sister.
With a happy refrain.
And singing, just singing in the rain.
Just
singing
in the rain.
Well, now, I do believe that we've nearly accomplished it again. It's time to stroll, it seems. But now remember today that we had a new word on the pet situation. And that is that you should treat your pet like an animal. No cuddling, no pampering.
That's right. There's an entirely new viewpoint on pets now, and the word today is don't treat them like human beings. Just treat your pet like a pet.
Fair and square, but like an animal.
And I think we've covered two sides to this question.
I'm sure there are more than that.
I suppose there are. Other sides to this question will pop up, and if they do, we're going to air them. We're going to hash this thing out right to the bitter end. Something that's got to be decided upon. Meanwhile, we'll let it go at this, and we'll see you tomorrow, we hope, folks.
Yes, be sure you catch us tomorrow. There'll be a vital word on some subject. You can bet on that.
And also a song or two. You can bet on that.
What do you think the weather is at the North Pole, the Berlin Wall, the Yalu River? More important, how's the morale of our servicemen and women stationed at these far-flung places? The USO, now in its 21st year, helps keep their morale high by letting them know we care. Support your USO.
Golf's best follow the sun, surf, and a $300,000 pot of gold to the spectacular Wailea Country Club in the Hawaiian Open, February 10th and 11th on NBC.
Do you know me? Even though I wrote a best-selling book on running, with most people I need something to jog their memory. So I carry the American Express card. It's the only card with hundreds of travel offices all around the world to help you if you're lost, need traveler's checks, or emergency money. It's nice to know that if you ever run into trouble, you've got a place to run into.
To apply for a card, look for this display wherever the card is welcomed.
The American Express card. Don't leave home without it.
It's raining, Ollie.
I can see that.
Your wife is sure are making a mess.
Well, why don't you do something to help me? Oh!
Once a year, it makes sense to get yourself a new set of Anco wiper blades. It's simple, quick, and an inexpensive way to see your way clear again.
But that's much better, Ollie.
Why, thank you, Stanley.
His listeners listen. His teenage daughters don't.
He's got a band.
He calls it his Rassel Castle.
Hello, Trouble. Hello, Larry. Fridays on the new NBC.
Wherever you may roam, you'll find our name is known. You can trust it, Delco. Thanks, Delco. Delco Freedom Battery. When things are getting thick and you want to start real quick, you can trust it, Delco. Thanks, Delco. Delco Freedom Battery. They've got the stuff when the starting's tough. You can trust it, Delco. Thanks, Delco. Delco Freedom Battery. Delco Freedom.
Thanks, Delco.
Keeping a customer on hold is no way to hold a customer. So at Eastern, we're using computers to help us to get to your call faster. One new system even makes it possible for a call in New York to be answered in Chicago, Miami, anywhere an agent's available. An industry first. But all of this technology comes down to one thing. It helps us be more helpful to you. Personal service is still the only real difference between airlines. So at Eastern, we have to earn our wings every day.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Make right for merry men. We'll shine tonight with brighter light. Here's hope, that sunny gent.
Ah, thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is the Pepsodent Kid, Bob Hope. Still eating 3 meals a day with your teeth. I'm a little tired tonight. I just got back from the Santa Anita Handicap. I would have been here sooner, but I stopped to have my barrel pressed. Santa Anita, that's the outdoor version of you can't take it with you. But really, it's beautiful out there, folks. The grass on the infield is gorgeous. After the 4th race, I had some of it for lunch. And they've enlarged Santa Anita this year, and I want to tell you, the whole place is run just like a machine. A vacuum cleaner. I've never seen so many people in one place. The crowds were so heavy, the pickpockets had to put on extra help. In fact, they were so busy they wouldn't pick the pocket of a tweed suit. The fuzz slowed them up too much. One pickpocket lifted my wallet and the list of the horses I was going to bet on. He took one look at the list, handed me back my wallet, and gave me an extra $1 for car fare. And you should have seen the automobiles out there. I've never seen so many cars that look like the backyard of the finance company. I hear Morgenthau wants to trade his job for the parking concession. I came late and had to park at the end of the parking lot. In fact, when I got out of my car, I found out I had paid $25 to park in my own driveway. They say it's hard to get back to town in traffic, but I fooled them. I left before the first race. I wish I had. Skinny gave me a tip on the handicap. He said the horse can't lose. The jockey's been eating garlic, and the horse will win trying to get away. First time I ever saw a jockey ride a horse backwards. I said, what's the idea of riding a horse backwards? He said, I have to. It makes the horse nervous to have anyone look over his shoulder. Nice horse. Every once in a while, he'd look around to see if his plow was on straight. He was so far behind, his tail showed in the photo finish. Really, the jockey pulled him up so much, it's the first time I ever saw a horse finish with a bit under his tail. I should have known better when I saw the jockey carrying an overnight bag. And now, Bill Goodwin.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, our guest is that grand little star from MGM, Miss Judy Garland.
And now, Skinny Ennis and our 6 hits of the Miss swing out with Could Be. Take it, talent.
Here comes Skinny. Could be he'll sing us a song. Could be that yellow moon. It's just a big balloon, and not that yellow moon above. Could be that angel face is something out of space, and not that angel face I love. Could be this heart of mine is just a valentine, and not this heart of mine at all. Could be a dream I see, but if you're asking me, could be I'm in love, could be. Big balloon that shines above. Moon is shining so brightly. Could be a baby face. There's something out of space. It ain't the kind of face I love. Oh no. Could be this heart of mine. It's just a valentine, and not this heart of mine at all. Could be a dream I see, but if you're asking me, could be that I'm in love, it could be. Could be this dream I see, but if you're asking me, really, truly, I'm blowing my top. Could be I'm in love, could be.
Say, Bob, you know, you really looked swell out there at the Santa Anita Derby last Saturday.
Bill, that's Derby. The English say Derby and the Americans say Derby.
Yeah, and the losers say nuts. Say, Bob, I hear the owners of the horses out at Santa Anita sit in boxes that have their names on them.
That's right, Bill. There's the Whitney box, the Vanderbilt box, Bradley, Astor.
Yeah, well, what was the name of the box you were sitting in, Bob?
A Sunkiss. Say, how did you like that suit I had on?
Dude, where did you get that thing? It looked like it was cut down from a shroud.
Is that so? I'll have you know I was the best-dressed man at Santa Anita. I was a regular Beau Brummel.
Hello, Beau. What do you hear from the other bummels?
Well, Patsy Kelly. Say, Patsy, I saw you out of Santa Anita Saturday.
Santa Anita? Slot machines with horses.
Why, Patsy, it's a privilege to go to a beautiful track like Santa Anita. Why, do you know what the name Santa Anita means?
Oh, yes, I know. It's Spanish for hello, sucker.
Say, weren't you out there with Skinny and his brother?
Yeah, the three of us hitchhiked out there.
Really? Didn't your thumbs get awfully tired?
Oh, no, we didn't have to use our thumbs. We just waved Skinny's brother.
Well, Duffy, is his brother that thin?
Thin? Why, that guy has to wear snowshoes when he takes a bath so he won't slide down the drain.
Now, wait a minute, Patsy. Skinny's brother isn't that skinny.
Oh, no, listen. That guy is so thin, he just got himself a daytime job stuffing olives.
Stuffing olives?
Yeah, he crawls through the olives, dragging the pimento behind him.
Hi, everybody. Well, hiya, Skinny.
Well, if it isn't Tremble Tonsil.
Hello, Patsy.
Hello, bated breath. Say, why don't you inhale once and see how it feels to rough it?
Listen, see here, Kelly. You can't talk to me like that. Don't forget, I'm a man, incidentally.
Incidentally? You mean accidentally.
Listen, Kelly, before you say another word, just take a look at those bulging muscles.
Muscles? Where? I don't see any muscles.
Doggone it, I forgot to put them on tonight. Say, Patsy, I heard that your family was out here for the big race.
Yeah, they just got here from back east.
Back east, huh? How are things in Pomona?
Yeah.
Say, I suppose they've been out to the studio to watch you make pictures.
Yeah, they came out on the set and watched me work on my last picture.
Say, I saw that picture, Patsy. Say, what were those swallows doing flying across the screen?
Those weren't swallows. My father was sitting on one side of the set and the cuspidor was on the other.
Say, well, what does your family think of our radio program?
Well, I'll give you an idea. I just got a letter from my uncle back in Brooklyn.
Really? What does he say?
Well, here it is. Dear Patsy, the Pepsodent show is much improved. You're much better than you were. Skinny Ennis is much better, and Jerry Colonna is much improved.
Well, doesn't he say anything about me?
Oh, yes, here. P.S. Hope you are the same. So long.
Say, Bob.
Yeah, Bill?
How long was that big race last Saturday?
Well, it was 1.25 miles, Bill.
Well, just what does that mean, Bob?
Well, it means it was the horse's last mile and my last quarter.
Oh, well, now, don't be discouraged, Bob. You know our motto, never say die.
Never say die.
Yeah.
Opens at the Paramount Theater in New York tomorrow. Let me plug up.
Well, listen, if you ever get another quarter, I know lots of things to do with it.
What, for instance, Bill?
Well, for instance, Bob, for a quarter, you can get a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste. And that's the only toothpaste that contains irium. You know, irium is the lively agent that sparks up Pepsodent's cleansing power. Gently, safely, but ever so quickly, irium helps Pepsodent remove dingy surface stains from your teeth. Persuades your teeth to shine with natural brilliance. Brushing twice a day with Pepsodent plus irium is like spring cleaning your mouth. It gives you cleaner, brighter, smoother teeth and keeps them at high shining luster. The surefire recipe for $1 million smile is dazzling teeth. So why not invest a quarter now for a tube of Pepsodent toothpaste with irium?
And now may I present one of the most charming and talented members of Hollywood's younger generation, soon to be seen in The Wizard of Oz, MGM singing sensation Miss Judy Garland.
Mr. Hope, I hope that you will not be cross. I hope that you won't think that I'm a bore. But when I heard you sing that lovely song to Shirley Ross, I knew that Gable didn't matter anymore. It had to be. All around and finally found marvelous you. For you are the one, say what you will, with all your faults, I love you still. It had to be you, wonderful you, had to be.
Why, Judy, I didn't know you felt this way about me.
Well, Mr. Hope, I used to like Clark Gable and Robert Taylor, but you're different.
I know it, Judy. I've been told that before.
Gee, I've seen all your pictures, and I listen to you every time you're on the air, no matter what the rest of the family wants to hear.
Well, I hardly know what to say. Imagine meeting my fan face to face.
Mr. Hope, it's not that. It's deeper than that. You see, well, you're my crush. You're my dream man. You're my Prince Charming.
Now, wait a minute, Snow White. Let's not have a scene. After all, I may be just a passing fancy in your life.
Oh, no, Mr. Hope. This is a real thing. It's lasted almost 2 whole days.
Gosh, and in Hollywood, too.
Oh, you men are all alike. Always joking. Well, I don't think you even know what it means to have a crush on somebody.
Oh, don't I? How do you think I felt last week when they told me Hedy Lamarr to elope with someone else?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I suppose you feel you just ought to go out and jump off a cliff and end it all.
Well, I want to have a long talk with Madeline Carroll first.
Never mind them, Mr. Hope. I'm not like other girls. I'm willing to take you just as you are. Isn't that just too wonderful?
But, Judy, look, I'm flattered. I'm glad that you told me only...
Only what?
Well, do you think I'm your type?
Oh, Mr. Hope, I know I'm not worthy of you, but you don't have to love me right away.
But, Judy, I mean, after all, I'm not exactly...
Oh, I might have known it. Are you somebody else's crush?
Well, not exactly, but, well, there are some strings attached.
Oh. Then you are someone else's crush.
Well, I was, but she married me.
Oh, gee, that's awful. But I can go right on having a crush on you, can't I? From a distance, I mean.
Judy, with so many other handsome men in Hollywood, why did you have to pick on me?
Well, you see, Mr. Hope, it was like this. First, I picked out Clark Gable to have a crush on. But I had too much competition. He didn't appreciate me.
Oh, well, what could you expect from that tap dancer?
Then I had a crush on Robert Taylor, but I guess I had too much competition there, too. And after Robert Taylor, all that was left was a choice between you and Tyrone Power.
Tyrone Power. Beauty versus beast.
And I picked you. I guess I was tired of competition.
Yeah. I guess so.
Oh, Mr. Hope, you're wonderful. Say you'll be the man of my dreams.
But, Judy, really, I'm not the kind of man for you. I'm not good enough for you. Well, I pull little dogs' tails, and I take candy away from babies. And once I gave a canary a hot foot.
You're so brave and masterful.
Well, maybe I am on the surface, but underneath I'm a no-good guy, Judy. Take my word for it. Hope is a louse.
Oh, but you're a good louse.
Yeah. No, Judy, it's no use. We couldn't get along together.
Then you're turning me down?
Don't take it so hard, Judy. None of the others did.
All right. You don't have to tell me. I know. It's the old, old story. It's the woman who pays. I'm sorry I bothered you. Now I know how Greta Garbo felt when Robert Taylor left her in Camille. But don't worry about me, Mr. Hope. I'll recover. Time is a great healer. But I won't forget. I never will. Though you're a cat, I love you still. It has to be you. Wonderful you. Had to be you.
Say, Judy, can a cad say a few words in his own defense before you go? Tell me, why don't you have a crush on someone near your own age?
Well, most of the boys I know think I'm only an in-between. You know, not old enough to be a glamour girl and too old to go around with dolls.
Well, I hope I'm never too old to go around with dolls. But you know, Judy, I've been having the same trouble you've had. Tell me, do you think I'm old enough for Carole Lombard?
Well, of course.
And I guess she has some other reason.
That's too bad. Well, so long, Mr. Hope. I've got to go now.
Judy, you can't get away without giving us one of those Garland specials.
Well, all right. Would you like to hear Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones?
Would I? Let's have it.
Hey, Rufus Rastus Brown, spread the news around, all around the town. Say it's a holiday. Stop your work and play. Hurry on your way. Tell the world about this celebration. This is one thing that concerns the nation. Sing glory, hallelujah. Get Hosanna running through ya. I am here to say it's a big holiday everywhere. For the Jones family has a brand new heir. He's the joy heaven sent, and we proudly present Mr. Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones. When he walks down, he'll never will meet with a name like the name that he got today. When he walks down the street, folks will say, pleased to meet Mr. Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones. What a smile and how he shows it. He'll be happy all day long. What a name! I'll bet he knows it. With that handle, how can he go wrong? And the folks in the town all agree. He'll be famous as he can be. How can he be a dud or a stick in the mud when he's Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones? Go to sleep, my baby, and maybe you'll be a Democrat by by. Oh, you're a lucky baby with Franklin D for your name. Mrs. Jones's baby boy is a welcome resident. Give him a fishing rod for a toy. He's the future president. Hooray for young Franklin D. Jones. Give a cheer for the babe of the year. How can he be a dud or a stick in the mud? Just you wait and see. He'll make history, 'cause he's Franklin D. Roosevelt Jones.
Thank you very much, Judy Garland. That really was great. And now, here's a word from Bill Goodwin, who has a crush on Irium.
Thank you, Bob. Nearly all toothpaste comes in a tube, keeps fresh, and is pleasant enough to taste. You can expect this from any toothpaste. But Pepsodent toothpaste has all of this, plus an important something the others haven't got. The extra something is Irium. That's the lively super addition that steps up Pepsodent's action, brightens the results. Irium helps Pepsodent remove the unattractive surface stains that cloud over your smile. It brings out the natural luster. At least twice a day, night and morning, every day of your life, brush your teeth with Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium, and you'll quickly be rewarded. It won't be long before you'll say, I never dreamed my teeth could sparkle so. I never knew my mouth could feel so fresh, so clean. It certainly feels grand to have well-groomed teeth.
I have eyes to see with, they see only you.
And now Bob Hope brings you his version of that popular new song hit, I Have Eyes.
I have eyes.
Bob, shh. Yes, Bill, Bob. Listen, I have a swell idea how we can both make money.
No, Bill, this year I want to pay my income tax.
No, that isn't what I mean. I think we ought to become spies. Shh. Important spies.
Don't be silly, Bill. There's no money in spying.
Oh, no? Did you ever see a house detective on relief?
Yeah, I guess spying is a good racket if you don't lose your head.
You can be famous, Bob. Really, you can be famous. Think of the great spies in history. Think of Mata Hari.
Ah, yes. Mata Hari.
And think of Nathan Hale and Jonathan Daly and Benedict Arnold.
I can't, Bill.
Why not?
I'm still thinking of Mata Hari. But really, Bill, I couldn't be a spy. I don't know how to act.
Bob, let's leave your picture work out of this.
Yeah. All right, Bill, I'll go into the spy racket with you, but I'll have to get a spy suit.
A spy suit? What's that?
Oh, it's nothing. You just go out with a bloodhound and a black coat and vest.
And what pants?
The bloodhound.
Well, come on, Bob. Let's get busy.
Okay.
The Hope and Goodwin Spy Salon, a snitch in time pays the rent. What's that? Hope and Goodwin very good at shadowing people in dark alleys? Well, I should say so. They're real flinkers. No, I said flinkers. Okay, just a minute. It's for you, Cheese.
Cheese, Patsy, that's Chief. Take the script and read it.
That's Cheese. Take the script and smell it.
That's Cheese. I'll take the script and eat it. Hello?
This is Spy number 1X reporting from Africa, Chief.
Greetings, Spy 1X. Where's Spy 2X? Isn't he with you?
No, Chief. The cannibals had 2X for breakfast.
Come in.
Hello?
Hello. Hey, Bill, look, she's beautiful. What grace?
Yeah, what form?
What telephone number?
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Vanya Tanya Sonia Henya Notgranovich Babuchka. Oh, but you can call me Tuski.
Well, what do you want with me?
Oh, I need help. If you do not help me, I shall have to kill you.
Kill me? Kill me?
Yes. I will shoot you or stab you or poison you. Or take you in my arms and squeeze you to death. Smothering you with kisses. How would you like that?
I'd like that. Say, where do you come from, Tootsie Woodskin?
I come from the little country of Schlemilia.
Schlemilia! What a small world this is.
Ah, yes. I shall never forget my last day in Schlemilia. Bombs bursting. People were dropping like flies. The streets were covered with blood. Oh, it was so beautiful.
I can see. Look, Tootski, what can I do for you?
You must save me from my cousin, the ambassador from Schlemilia, rat-faced repulsive.
Well, what happens if I find him?
Undoubtedly he will kill you.
And what happens if I don't find him?
Undoubtedly I will kill you.
What's in it for me?
Either way, you'll be buried with full military honors. Until then, I say, hello.
Come on, Patsy, we got to go to the Schlemielian embassy.
Right. Hello? Oh, it's for you, Chief.
For me? Hello.
Mr. Hope.
Yes?
Say, listen, you'll never catch me, you old spidery spy, because you're just a ham, and hams can't fly. I asked myself this as I slid on my way. Is Hope a big dope? Oh, boy, I'll say.
Say, who is this?
Oh, just a great big stork.
A stork? What are you doing here with me?
Just looking over one of my mistakes.
Come on, Patsy. Let's go to the embassy and meet Ratface the Repulsive. Here we are. This looks like the embassy.
Yeah, look at that sign. Embassy of Schlemilia. Office hours 12:30 to 1. Treaties broken Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Goodwin, you stay outside, and if we have any trouble with Ratface, blow up the embassy.
Right, Chief. Are you armed?
And how? I'm armed to the teeth.
Hey, you better not yawn or that club will fall out.
Ring the bell, Patsy.
Hello?
Tootski.
Hoopski.
Runsky.
No, Patsy, don't run. I'm right behind you. Where's Ratface, Tootski?
Here comes Ratface now!
Greetings, Rat. Meet a diplomat.
Why, it's Professor Colonna with a Bay Rum Aroma. Tell me, are you the ambassador?
Ah, yes, and I'm the President, Secretary of War, Navy, State, Interior, Exterior. In fact, I'm the whole Schlemiel.
I can believe that.
And who is the little wren with you?
This is Matta Kelly, the international spy. She loves you, Professor.
Ah, my little Matta. You've made me so much flatter, and all my cares will scatter because your heart belongs to data.
Professor, tell me, were you ever caught as an ambassador without portfolio?
Ah, yes. Briefcase, wasn't it?
What has been your worst experience, Professor?
Once, for no reason, I was held for treason and placed against the wall to be shot.
Did they shoot you?
I don't know, Knave. I was blindfolded. Will you pardon me? I feel a bomb coming on.
Ambassador, you've blown up the whole block. Why did you throw that bomb into the street?
I love parking space.
Well, Professor, your goose is cooked.
Why so, Knave?
I can prove that you're a traitor and have been carrying on with the enemy spies, Sonia the snitch.
What proof have you?
I was in a closet and took a picture of you kissing Sonia. Here, look at the picture. What do you think of that?
Not bad. I'll take a half a dozen.
Come on, Hope. Let's get out of this place. This guy's a screwball.
Yes, isn't he? Who said that? I did. And I apologize, Colonna. I am sorry I insulted you. Silence. I refuse to accept your apology. I am the screwball. Colonna, you are not. I am. All right, you are. Oh, so you admit it. Take that. That's one tooth gone. And that. And that. Help! I'm shooting off my mouth.
Come on, Patsy. It's nearly midnight. Goodwin should be getting ready to light the fuse.
Oh. Hey, look, the radio station blew up.
Well, I carried out your instructions, Bob.
But I told you to blow up the embassy.
Embassy? Great Scott, I thought you said NBC.
And thanks for the memory. If one more friend we've made with our small cavalcade, it's evident that Pepsodent will keep us on parade. So thank you so much. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
I Have Eyes is from Paris Honeymoon, and this is Phil Goodwin speaking. Don't forget, Pepsodent with Irium brings you Bob Hope next Tuesday night at this same time. Good night.
On Sports World, professional skiing from Aspen, full contact karate from Tokyo, women's pro surfing from Hawaii, and blackjack from Las Vegas. Next Sunday.
College Chaos with brothers
and sisters.
They're the wild and zany guys and girls of Crandall College.
Come on in, girls. Don't touch anything that doesn't touch him. Look at that face.
See the season premiere of Brothers and Sisters following Super Bowl 13.
Resources we have at United States Steel are skilled people, so we do our best to care for them. Our safety program is one of the most effective in America and is a model throughout the world. We provide comprehensive training programs. Our in-plant medical program is one of the most complete in American industry. Putting people first helps keep our company first. Skilled people at United States Steel, they're one of our strengths.
Why buy some foreign beer when there's Pittsburgh's own Iron City? We not only make our beer in Pittsburgh, we make our homes here.
Pittsburgh Wine Brewery! Show where you live!
Let's go, Pittsburgh. Show them where you live.
No matter what TV news you watch, catch Nova for sports on 11 Alive.
In 1935, IBM introduced the first successful electric typewriter, easy on the fingers.
In the 1940s, IBM invented a proportional spacing typewriter. It gave typing the look of printing.
In 1961, IBM announced this interchangeable typing element. You change type styles like that.
In 1969, the first magnetic card typewriter. No more tedious erasing or retyping.
Today, IBM innovations continue to make office work more productive and more pleasant. Innovations like electronic filing, editing, inkjet printing. The point is, IBM meets the needs of its customers with constant innovation for the past 40 years, today and tomorrow.
IBM, helping put information to work for people.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a robbery detail. You get a call that a flower shop has been held up. 2 men have been shot. One of them killed. Your job? Check it out.
It was Tuesday, June 8th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of robbery detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Chief of Detectives Thad Brown. My name's Friday. We were on our way out from the office, and it was 10:15 a.m. when we got to the corner of 7th Street and Bunker Hill Avenue. The Stoneham Flower Shop.
Back there.
Oh.
Wasn't any way for me to know what it was all about till it was too late.
Yes, sir.
Just stood there, didn't move around, just stood. Oh, you fellas want to see me?
Police officers. This is Frank Smith. My name is Friday.
Central?
That's right.
Roberts, one of 16.
You answer the call? Yeah.
I'm the fellow that shot the crook, you know.
Yes, sir. Did you get a description?
Yeah, it's out. Metro sending a couple of cars to help us look for the suspect.
Very good.
Anything else I can do for you?
No, not right now.
Okay, I'll get on outside then.
Right, thank you. You'll take care of the report then, won't you?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll check with you.
Good. Nice fella.
Yes, sir.
Could have used him back to home.
Sir?
Good man like that. Could have used him.
What do you mean?
Ran a detective agency back home. Had a couple of men sleuthing around. He made a good one.
Mm-hmm. Would you tell us what happened here?
Ain't nobody done that yet?
No, sir. We just got a hotshot call that there'd been a robbery and shooting. We came right out from the office.
You heard about it?
No, sir.
Well, don't you worry. I'll fill you both in and give you the whole story.
All right, sir, if you would.
Abner Stossett.
What's that, sir?
Full name's Abner Davis Stossett. After Jeff.
Who?
Jefferson Davis, the president.
Oh.
Don't usually use the middle name. People out here don't seem to understand three, just the front and back. Abner Stossett.
Yes, sir. All right. Now, if you tell us what happened.
They shot Danville.
That's the victim.
Yep. Shot him right here, just above spleen. Here.
Mm-hmm. How'd it happen?
It looked like 38 automatic.
Well, yes, sir, but what led up to the shooting?
Two fellas, they tried to rob it.
Mm-hmm.
Tried it with the wrong two men, tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
Out loud.
Sir?
Tell you that out loud.
Oh, I see. Do you want to go on?
Well, same thing every morning.
Yes, sir.
We make up the deposit slip, take the money to the bank. You're the one who does it right and don't have to do the walking. This time, Danville Road, I was going to make the trip.
Yes, sir.
I was about to leave. These two young guys come in the place. First off, I figured they want to buy some flowers, something like that.
Yes, sir.
Danville was going to take care of them. Excuse me a minute, will you?
Yes, sir. Go right ahead.
Stone and Flores? Yes, sir. Oh, no, we can take care of it for you. That's right. Where do you want them sent? Now, just let me check the book here a minute. Walnut Creek. Yep, we can do it for you. No, sir, we'll send them by wire. Well, they'll be delivered in about an hour. Mm-hmm. That's right. You want the long stems? Yeah, well, they're $7.50 a dozen. That's right. Yes, you want to give me the charge information on that card? Yes, sir. And how do you spell that? Mm-hmm. Yes, sir, the number? No, sir, the one on the lower right. Yeah, it's 726. All right, is there a message? Mm-hmm. No, not at all, sir. I think it's real pretty. Yeah. No, they'll put the card in. We just wire the order. They'll be very nice. Yes, sir. Thank you. Call us again. That's right. Bye. Got to send some roses up to Walnut Creek. Birthday for a girl named Irma.
Mm-hmm. Wonder if we can get back to what happened here.
Oh, yeah. Well, these two fellas came in. They just stood there with their feet kind of spread out like they just got off a boat, Stood there, just looked around.
Was there anybody else in the store?
Just Danville and me.
I see. What'd the men say to you?
Only one of them talked, the dark one. He asked me if there's anybody in the back, workroom back there. I told him there wasn't, and that's when he showed me the pistol. Stood there in high cotton, waving it around, told me to hand over the bag of money.
Were you carrying it at the time?
I told you that before. I was on my way to the bank.
Sir.
Danville wrote the slip. I was going to the bank.
I understand. Now, what did he say when he showed you the gun?
Said it was a stick-up.
Do you remember his exact words?
I have them kind of fast, man. Let me see. I think it was, don't try anything. It's a stick-up, like that he said it.
I see. Now, how'd the shooting start?
Well, Danville said he wasn't going to have no kid talk to him like that. He reached out, took a swing at the kid, a real roundhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Dark kid ducked back, pulled the trigger, shot Danville right here. Spleen. Dropped like a rock.
Mm-hmm.
I pulled out my gun, started shooting.
You always carry a gun?
When I'm going to the bank, you never know what's going to happen.
You have a permit?
It's against the law to carry a gun without permission, ain't it?
Yes.
Well, then I got it.
After you pulled your gun, what happened?
I shot.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Shot right at the dark fellow.
Mm-hmm.
You hit him?
I don't often miss.
I see.
Hit him 3 times. Here in the chest.
Mm-hmm. What was the other man doing while this was happening?
He pulled out a gun, too, and the balloon went up. Bullets flying all over the place.
Yeah.
Then both of them took off, run out of the place. I followed them.
Mm-hmm.
Got to the door. The dark one turned around. Going to shoot at me again.
Uh-huh.
Didn't move fast enough. I pulled the trigger, hit him right in the middle of the chest, went down like a dropped duck egg.
What about the other one?
He started running down the street. I guess about the only thing he was wanting was to get away.
Yeah.
Took 2 shots at him while he was running. I blazed away. Only had 2 more bullets in the gun. I gave them both to him.
You hit him?
Yeah, at least once, because I saw him jerk. It might have been both times. He kept running, though.
What'd you do then?
I come back in here, see what I could do for Danville, made him as comfortable as I could, and then I called the police.
All right.
He came sliding up and took out after the fellow that got away. The ambulance came and picked up Danville and the other guy.
Yes, sir. Now, what if you could give us the description of the man who got away?
Yeah. Yes.
I'll call Georgia Street and check on the other suspect.
That ain't going to do no good.
What?
You don't have to inquire about him. He's dead.
You're sure about that?
Son, I know when somebody's dead.
Yes, sir.
I hit that fella 4 times in the chest with a .44. I saw him drop. About as much life as a sack of cornmeal. He was dead.
I'll check anyway.
All right.
Yeah, sure sorry.
What are you sorry about?
I say it's a real sorry that you can't work with that other young fellow that was in here. You know the one in uniform. He was a bright boy.
Mm-hmm.
There's fella here, he couldn't even fill out an application for our agency.
Would you give us the description?
First line.
I beg your pardon?
I say he wouldn't even be able to fill out the first line. Didn't know who Jeff Davis was. Hard to believe.
Yeah, now about that description?
Well, fella was about your height, weighed in maybe 150, around there.
Mm-hmm.
He had light hair, lighter at the top and down by his head like he was bleached in the sun.
Any marks or scars?
No, nothing that stand out. He had a kind of a flat face.
What about his clothes?
White shirt, kind of tan pants, carrying a leather jacket with the fur around the collar.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Both of them had those.
Was there anything in the way they talked, an accent maybe?
No, just North talk. I can't tell the difference much of the time.
Mm-hmm. Would you know the man if you saw him again?
You bet I would. Just stand him up in front of me and I'll lay it on, point him right out.
Mm-hmm. What'd you find out?
I talked to the hospital, Joe.
Yeah?
Are you sure you hit one of the suspects, mister?
Positive.
And he was on the sidewalk.
Saw him hit and die.
What's the matter?
Well, the ambulance only brought in one person.
Yeah.
The dead man's gone.
We put in a call to the hospital and made arrangements to talk to the ambulance crew. They told us that they'd only picked up one person at the scene. They went on to say that there wasn't another injured party on the premises anywhere. A check with the officer who answered the original call brought out the information that there hadn't been anybody on the sidewalk when the radio car had gotten there. Frank put out a local broadcast to all cars in the area, and I went back to talk to Abner Stossett.
I told you before, that boy ain't too bright.
Now, you're sure you shot that man?
Look, I'll go along with you and say maybe I did miss the first 3 times. That ain't likely, but just for the sake, I'll admit it.
All right, sir.
But I know I hit him outside. I was closer to him than I am to you. Ain't nobody could miss that close.
All right.
Come on outside. Take a look at the sidewalk. You tell me if it's my imagination.
All right, fine.
They got it out, Joe. All the cars in the area are looking for it.
All right, fine.
One thing I'm always proud of is the way I can shoot. I don't hardly ever miss. I know I didn't this time.
Mm-hmm.
Now, just look at that. Take a look. You tell me that's blood, ain't it?
Yes, sir, it looks like it.
It is. I was standing right here. Right here. He was there. He turned around, tried to shoot me. I fired at him. He went down right there. You can see where the big stain is. Right there.
Uh-huh. Well, how'd they get there?
What do you mean?
Well, did you see a car?
Yeah, I told the other cops about it. That's it right there. Drove up in it and got out.
Did you see him get out of the car?
Yeah, I was just leaving the store, and I saw him right after they come in the store.
All right, you want to check the car?
Yeah.
Now, don't go touching it. The cop said not to.
Mm-hmm. Was there anybody else who saw the man on the sidewalk?
You mean besides me?
That's right.
Not that I know of. As soon as I emptied my gun at the blonde fella, I went back in the store. I stayed there till the police car pulled up.
Mm-hmm.
Not more than 3, maybe 4 minutes.
Yes, sir.
Not more. But I'm telling you, he was right here. Lying there, and he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Crime lab's on the way out to check the car.
Mm-hmm. Well, looks like the suspect might have gotten up and walked away, doesn't it?
If he did, then it's really one for the books.
Trail of bloodstains here.
Yeah.
Never nothing like this happened back home. Back there, when you shoot somebody, he's got the courtesy to stay shot.
Trail stops.
Mm. Let's check over there and see if we can pick it up.
Yeah. How about it?
Nothing. It just stops, that's all.
Maybe somebody picked him up in the car.
Yeah, must be. Was there anybody else parked in front of the store at the time?
Not that I remember. You can see yourself. We got the sign where it says just for the customers.
You're absolutely sure there was nobody else?
If I wasn't, I'd have told this fella.
Yes.
You didn't see the man get up off the sidewalk?
No, there wasn't no reason for me to look at him. As far as I was concerned, he was dead. I still ain't sure he wasn't.
Well, the trail of bloodstains showed that he did leave here.
It still don't sell me.
We better start checking the neighborhood.
Right.
You want me to help you?
No, sir, that won't be necessary.
Mr. Friday.
Yes, sir.
Could I talk to you for a minute?
All right.
Alone?
Excuse me, Frank.
Yeah.
Mr. Friday, I saw that man fall. I saw him hit the sidewalk. I know he was hurt bad. He wasn't going to get up. I'm sure of it.
Yes, sir, we understand.
I told him all that. I just don't see how I could have made a mistake like that. That fella couldn't have gotten up. He's dead.
Yes, sir, we believe you, but he's not here.
That don't change a thing, my boy.
How's that?
He's dead someplace else, that's all.
An immediate search was started of all buildings in the area. If the suspect had walked away from the scene, the amount of blood on the sidewalk indicated he couldn't have gotten far without help. While Frank and I talked to the shopkeepers in the vicinity, a check was made of the car that the thieves had used. It was found to be stolen, and arrangements were made to talk to the owner. Members of the crime lab crew came out and checked the vehicle. They were unable to turn up anything we could use in identifying the holdup men. 11:28 a.m. Frank and I talked to the owner of a small tobacco shop.
Saw the whole thing.
Well, where were you during the shooting, Mr. Collard?
Right out in front. I looked down the street, and there it was, just like it was a cinemascope.
Now, sir, did you see the actual shooting?
Well, not the first. No, I was in here, behind the counter, fixing up a new bunch of pipes we just got in, putting them up on the board. All of a sudden, I heard this noise. First up, I thought it might be a backfire. Then I knew.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't. It was shots. So I went outside to see what was going on.
Mm-hmm.
Next thing I see is these three guys come out on the sidewalk, right in front of the flower shop, three of them.
Mm-hmm.
Abner and a couple more. One of them black-haired, the other was kind of blonde.
Yeah.
One of them tried to get Abner. Other one took off in this direction. I see Abner raise that gun of his and pointed at me, and I ducked inside.
Did one of the men go by here?
Yes, Abner shot at him a couple of times. Must have hit him, because I could see he was hurt when he run past.
Did you see where he went?
No, I told you, when those shots started to go by, I didn't want to wait around to see if one of them was monogrammed for me. I left.
All right. Can you tell us what direction the man took?
Not after he went for the door. Must have gone around the corner.
Well, why did you say that?
Oh, because when I went back out, I couldn't see him. If he'd gone up the street, I'd have been able to.
Now, did you see the man out in front of the store?
You mean Abner?
No, sir, the one he was shooting at. The suspect.
Yeah, I got a pretty good look at him.
Where was he?
He was just lying there. He wasn't moving around much.
Did you see him get up?
No. What's all this about the other guy for?
Well, what do you mean?
The one Abner killed. Why all the questions about him?
Well, sir, he's gone.
You mean he got away?
Yes, sir, it looks that way.
Well, I don't see how that could be. I went right by him, a couple of feet away. There wasn't no life in him then. Nothing. He left there, and somebody had to carry him.
Yes, sir, that's the way it looks.
No reason for anybody to do it. The man was dead. There's no reason at all.
Well, there must have been one.
Why?
He's not there. Frank and I checked out the rest of the neighborhood, but we failed to turn up any information. None of the shopkeepers in the vicinity had seen where the blonde holdup man had gone. All of them who had seen the man on the sidewalk were willing to testify that he was dead. Yet the physical evidence at the scene indicated that he'd gotten up under his own power and walked away carrying 4 bullets in his chest. 2:40 p.m. Frank and I returned to our car and began to cruise the streets in the area. 3:15 p.m.
Well, it doesn't look like we're going to find him.
Well, Frankie's got to be here someplace.
Unless somebody picked him up.
Yeah, it's possible.
Yeah.
Fellow on the bench over there, you see him?
Oh, yeah. Waiting for the bus.
He was there when we went by before. Take it easy when you pass him this time.
All right.
Better pull over.
Yeah.
Matches the description.
Uh-huh.
Looks like bloodstains on his shirt from here.
It sure does. Fits in good.
All right. You cover him from that side. I'll go this way.
Right.
Joe, he's got a gun. Joe, you all right?
Yeah, thanks to this mailbox.
I saw him pull a gun. Thought sure he got you.
Well, he didn't miss by much. Well, we better check him.
Yeah. I hit him twice, Joe.
Take it easy. He's dead.
There wasn't anything I could do. It was you or him.
Puts us in a corner.
Yeah.
He was our lead to the other suspect.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action.
The coroner came out and removed the body. The victim was identified as Jeffrey Burnham, age 27. From his package, we found that he'd been arrested several times on charges of armed robbery and that he'd served 1 term in San Quentin. Abner Stossett identified him positively as one of the holdup men. Frank and I went back to the office to do a complete check on his friends and known acquaintances in the hope that we could turn up something to lead us to the other man. The search for the dark suspect was continued during the night without result. The next morning, we met with Lieutenant Stoner, and we made arrangements for additional men to aid us in checking out the list that we'd made on Burnham's friends. 8:47 a.m.
You ready?
Yeah, let's go. I get it. Robbery Friday. Yes, sir. Right away. Yes, sir. Bye. The victim, Abner Stossett.
Yeah?
Says he came across something this morning.
What was it?
Should tell us who the missing man is. We left the office and drove out to the florist shop. Abner Stossett met us at the door.
I don't know why I didn't think of it yesterday.
What's that, sir?
You remember how I told you they was both carrying leather jackets?
Yeah.
Well, after I shot the one fellow on the sidewalk, I came back in here to take care of Danville.
Yes, sir.
I looked around to find something to put under his head. Yeah, wait, here, man, I'll get it.
All right.
I guess I didn't think much about it, kind of all upset.
Uh-huh.
But cleaning up this morning, I found it. It should give you something to work on.
Well?
There it is. You can still see the stains on where the fella dropped it.
Yeah.
Are you sure this jacket belonged to the missing suspect?
Yeah, you remember how I saw him drop it when he got shot? I remember it good.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. We'll check it out.
You shouldn't be too much trouble.
How's that?
Here, take a look. I found this myself. Here.
Huh.
Laundry tag.
We took the jacket over to the crime lab. Lieutenant Lee Jones started to check through his records for the name of the cleaner that had serviced the garment. Frank and I went back to the office and talked with Officers O'Donnell and Gerber. They told us that the list of the suspect's friends had been checked without result. The search for the missing man had been called off, and the additional units had returned to Metro Division. At 4:30 p.m., we got the call from Lee Jones. He gave us the name and address of the cleaner. Frank and I left the office and drove over to his shop.
Yes, sir. Something I can do for you?
Police officer. This is Frank Smith. My name's Spidey.
Oh, how you do, sir? Hope there isn't anything wrong.
No, sir. We just like some information.
I got it. It's yours.
All right, sir. Ever see this before?
Leather jacket. A lot of them around.
How about this tag here? It's one of yours, isn't it?
Let's see. Yeah, that's our mark.
Can you tell us who brought this jacket in to be cleaned?
It'd be hard to say.
Well, the way we got it belongs to a fellow about 25, dark hair, about 150 pounds.
We do a good-sized business. Hard to remember all the people who come in.
That's right, sir, but do you have that many leather jackets?
No. Wait a minute. Let me think a minute. Might be outside, but it could be.
What's that?
Halleck. Norman Halleck. He looks like how you said. I've done some work for him and his family. It might be him.
Can you tell us where we can find him?
I got his address in the book. I can look it up for him.
If you would, please.
It might be. I hear he's been in trouble with the cops before.
Would you know what for?
No, it's just neighborhood gossip. I didn't think I'd want to put my name on.
Uh-huh.
Here it is. Norman Halleck. Hallik. 10267 Sacramento Street.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Why don't you tell me what he's done?
I think it'd be better if we talk to him about that.
Sure, it's his business anyway.
Yeah.
That's the trouble with people nowadays. They're all the time pushing in on somebody else.
Uh-huh.
Telling things they aren't sure about, giving people bad names for nothing.
Well, there's one small difference here.
Huh?
This fellow made his own name. We got Halleck's address, and we drove back to the office. We checked the name through R&I and found that he had several arrests for robbery and one for assault with a deadly weapon. We pulled his mugshot and drove out to see the victim, Abner Stositz.
No, that ain't him. No. No. Wait a minute. Here he is.
You're sure, are you?
Yeah, I think so. Let me see that again.
Go ahead.
Eyes are the same. Hair's a little shorter. No, it doesn't make any difference.
Sir?
That's the man.
Frank and I drove over to the address on Sacramento Street. We checked with the landlady, and she told us that Norman Halleck was in his room. We went upstairs.
That should be it.
All set?
Yeah.
Freeze, Halleck, right there.
What do you want?
Turn around.
What?
Turn around. Put your hands up on that wall.
Come on, move.
Stand still.
All right, he's clean, Joe.
All right, let's go.
Well, what's this all about?
Come on, let's go.
Well, you got to make a charge.
All right, suspicion of robbery.
You're out of your head.
You tell us about it, will you?
Sure, it's a bad beat.
It always is, isn't it?
It doesn't make any difference. You take me down, book me. I'll be out right away. All I need is a little time.
Yeah, well, then you're in real trouble.
Huh?
You just ran out of it. We searched the suspect's room, but we failed to find anything to further tie him in with a robbery shooting. He was taken to the city hall, where Frank and I talked to him in the interrogation room.
How about it? Does that jacket belong to you?
I don't know.
The cleaner says it does.
Well, a lot of leather jackets. How's he know this one's mine?
All right, Halleck. Now, come on. We got you made, and you know it.
I told you before, this is a bad beat.
You're going to save yourself a lot of time if you cop out.
I'm glad to help, but I can't give you anything.
Where were you yesterday?
Home.
Anybody to back that up?
Yeah.
Well, then you can come up with the names.
Sure, all you need.
You know a Jeffrey Burnham?
Burnham?
Burnham.
I know a lot of people. I might know him.
All right, now, this is a simple question. Just give us an answer, will you?
You put it like that, I gotta say no.
Stand up.
Hmm?
Nothing wrong with your ears. Stand up.
All right, now what?
Take off your coat.
What?
Your coat. Take it off.
Guys are going straight up. All right, now what?
Take your shirt off.
Huh?
Come on. It's simple. Take the shirt off, will you, fella?
They put the 3rd degree out. You're going to freeze me to death?
Come on, move.
All right, now what?
Turn around.
When do you turn on the blue light?
Frank.
Yeah.
All right, you can put your clothes on and sit down, Halleck. Come on.
Yeah.
You stay there, Halleck.
Well, what do you think?
He looked awful good for a while, didn't he? Sure blows it up.
Yeah. Supposed to be shot 4 times in the chest.
Not a bullet wound on him anywhere. A special show-up was arranged, and the suspect was shown to the victim. On seeing Halleck in person, he was unable to give us a positive identification. The suspect was detained at the main jail while we checked out his alibi for the day of the robbery. It held. Several people swore that he was 2 miles from the scene when the shooting took place. We questioned him about the leather jacket. He was unable to come up with an explanation as to how it could have gotten to the scene. We checked out all of the people in the building where he lived, all of his friends and associates, and on June 11th, he was released from custody. 10:16 a.m. Frank and I got back to the office from the main jail.
Well, I guess better check with the skipper, huh?
Yeah.
You got a good excuse?
Yeah, we'll just tell him the way it happened. He has to go along with it. It's the truth.
Well, Joe, it isn't logical that a man could walk around with 4 bullets in his chest and we can't find him.
Well, then you tell me what we're looking for.
Well, do you think Halleck gave us all he had?
I don't know. At least we know he's clean.
Yeah. No. Where do we go from here?
We'll go tell the skipper.
All right.
Put it in the books and keep working on it. We got one thing with us.
Huh?
Had guys around someplace. Sooner or later, somebody's going to have too much to drink, maybe get in a fight with their girlfriend, trust somebody too much, but they're going to say something. When they do, we'll hear about it. And we'll get to them.
Yeah.
Just a matter of time.
Mm-hmm.
One thing, we got more than he has.
The story you've just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On June 11th, a meeting was held in the captain's office, Robbery Division, Los Angeles Police Department. The case was completely reviewed and a report written on the results of the investigation. As of this date, that investigation is continuing.
Dragnet. The story of your police force in action is a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
See exciting regional action followed by the #1 ranked Fighting Irish of Notre Dame against Maryland next Saturday.
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Trouche, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra, and Vitalis for well-groomed hair bring you Duffy's Tavern, starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. No man is well dressed unless his hair is well groomed. So take the tip. Try the way successful men in both sports and business keep their hair looking its very best. It's Vitalis and the 60-second workout. See how the Vitalis workout helps your hair, helps stimulate your scalp. See how it prevents dryness, routes loose dandruff, and helps check excessive falling hair. And see how Vitalis keeps your hair handsome and healthy looking with never a trace of a greasy patent leather shine. For there's not a single drop of mineral oil in Vitalis. So try Vitalis and the 60-second workout. You'll like it, and you'll like what it does for the looks of your hair.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you eat? To eat meat, to eat Archie the manager. Right away. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Look, I just got quite a compliment. Yeah, the glass eater from the circus was in. He says our blue plate special lunch was delicious. Yeah, he left the luncheon at the plate. Well, Duffy, in his business, you know, he can't take chances with his stomach. Another thing, the inspector from Weights and Measures was in, you know, and complained about the size of our whiskey jiggers. Yeah, he says they was too small, so I tricked him. I gave him a drink of our bar rye, and then he complained the jiggers was too big. Well, look, Duffy, I'm going down to the bank to make a deposit. Well, yeah, nothing like having a little dough put aside. I quit smoking, stopped going to movies, and quit buying fancy clothes, been keeping away from dames. Yeah, for the first time, I'm really enjoying life. Yeah, so, can I have an hour off to go to the bank? I can't. Now, look, Duffy. You know, tomorrow is St. Patrick's Day, and I've been meaning to ask you, did St. Patrick chase you out of Ireland? Huh? Go soak your head. Miss Archie, did I hear you say you was taking an hour off?
Why not? It's my turn.
How you figure?
You had an hour off last year. Besides, it's rather urgent, you know. I have an important appointment with my bank. I'm making a deposit.
How much?
$10. And you know, Eddie, $10 ain't hay.
Nowadays, it ain't even money.
All right.
Which bank are you going to?
Well, that's my big problem, finding a bank that I can trust.
That's a switch. Up till now, your big problem was finding a bank that would trust you. How come you're getting so thrifty all of a sudden?
Well, I think a guy should look out for his future, you know. You never can tell when disaster is liable to strike.
Like what?
Oh, sickness, accident, marriage. Now, take you. How much do you make a week?
Including tips?
Yeah.
Nothing.
And out of that, how much do you save? Practically nothing. But I'm going to be different. No more throwing dough away, like on dames. You know, look what it cost me to go out last Saturday night.
You mean with dollar snapping?
Yeah. Joe's diner wasn't good enough for her. She has to go to one of them high-class places where there's dining and dancing.
Cost you plenty, huh?
You know how them jukeboxes eat up nickels. Another thing I'm going to cut down on is me rent. Why do I need a 6-room apartment?
How much did it cost you?
Plenty. $9 a month.
That much?
Well, I rented it when the apartments were scarce, and I got stuck with a lease. Now, sir, from now on, I'm going to be known as Thrifty Archie. I'm going to put a little something aside, you know. Eddie, we can all take a lesson from the squirrels, you know. All year round, they're busy storing up nuts. Hello, Finnegan.
How's things, Arch?
Finnegan, you see before you a new Archie.
Oh. Did you get a good trade-in on the old one?
Finnegan, what I mean is I'm trying to figure out how to cut down the cost of living.
Well, that's simple.
Oh, yeah? How do I do it?
Drop dead.
I'm afraid your method is a little too roundabout.
Well, there's two sides to that question.
What do you mean?
I'm a little off-center.
You stand there, too, don't you?
Yes,
you might have gotten
do.
a laugh if I'd read the right line there, too.
That I know.
Want to try it again?
Yeah, well, there's two sides to that question.
Where do you stand?
I am a little off-center.
That I know. But take your case, for instance, Finnegan. Do you manage to save any money?
Oh, certainly. For instance, every time we weigh ourselves, me and me kid brother save a penny.
How?
We both get on the scale at the same time.
You both can. Then how can you tell what each one weighs?
Simple. We divide by 2.
Finnegan, that don't make no sense. One of you has to weigh more than the other.
What's the difference, Arch? It's all in the family.
He's a little off-center. Look, after you save these pennies, what do you do with them?
Oh, I go to Coney Island and have a good time.
Yeah, and you never think of saving anything for a rainy day, though, huh?
Who wants to go to Coney Island on a rainy day?
Finnegan, I'm beginning to conclude that you don't know nothing about economics.
Well, I could have told you that.
Well, would you like me to explain the economic system to you?
Is there any way I can get out of it?
No.
Then please do.
Okay. We'll start with money.
Yeah.
Now, take the dollar, or as it is known today, the $half. Now, if you put it in a bank, they pay you 1% interest.
But how can they make money that way?
Well, they lend it back to you and charge you 6%. See? That is, of course, unless you're very poor. If you're poor, the bank don't charge you the 6%.
How come?
They don't lend you the money in the first place. Does that answer your question?
I think so, except for one minor point.
What's that?
What's the economic system?
I think I'm wasting my time. Look, Eddie, keep an eye on the joint while I get down to the bank, will you?
Hey, can't I go along with you?
What do you want to go to the bank for?
I'd just like to stand there and drool.
Well, here we are, Eddie. The 3rd Avenue Bank and Trust Company.
Yeah. Look what it say on the window. Assets, $36 million.
Little do they know that in a few minutes they'll have to add $10 to that sign. Now, leave us find the president's office.
That is right there. See that? See? J.B. McIntosh, president.
J.B. McIntosh. Think I should just call him J.B.?
Why not? He'll probably call you by your initial. You know how it is with them presidents.
Anyway, leave us go in. Mr. McIntosh?
Yes?
Sir, I am a potential depositor. Do you mind if I ask a few questions?
Not at all.
Well, nothing personal, but can you prove to me that your bank ain't crooked?
I beg your pardon?
Come, McIntosh. You know what I'm driving at. Do you maintain a fiduciary balance to offset diminishing debentures on the fiscal?
I don't understand. What he want to know is if he put it in, do he get it out?
Thank you, Eddie. What's your answer to that one, McIntosh?
Young man, you can take your money out at any time unless you put it in our Christmas club.
Oh, what happens then?
Then the money can't be taken out till next December.
Can't, huh? Suppose there are redundant circumstances.
Sorry, but we're very strict. You see, some of our depositors are weak and spineless and haven't enough character to resist temptation. Mr. Archer, give the man the money. What amount did you plan to deposit, young man?
Well, I was planning something in the general neighborhood of $10.
$10?
Yes.
Oh, goody. Now we can build that annex.
Well, Finnegan, we're back from the bank.
Don't bother me, Arch. I'm busy taking care of a customer.
Oh, a customer. Good. What's he buying?
Nothing. He's selling me a watch.
Oh, let me see that. Hey, let me look at that watch. Hey, pretty good. What do you want for it, stranger?
$10.
You got a deal. Will you trust me till Christmas?
What's your offer, Bud?
Me? $2. Cash.
Brother, you bought yourself a watch. So long, fellas.
Finnegan, how can you be such a jerk, letting that guy sell you such a crummy watch? I'll bet it don't even run.
Well, if it don't, the laugh's on him.
How come?
I can't tell time.
Some people just never learn.
Hello, Arch.
Oh, hello, Joe.
Hey, nice watch you got there, Finnegan. Would you like to sell it?
Oh, maybe.
Well, how much?
Well, I want 5, but I'll take 10.
You want 5, but you'll take 10, huh? What do you say we split the difference?
Okay, it's a deal. $3. Hey, that's pretty good, huh, Arch? I paid 2 and I get 3.
Yeah, Joe, what are you going to do with the watch?
Give it to my girl.
A cheap watch like that?
Arch, it's not the watch, it's the sentiment. Besides, a watch like that on my girl's wrist will get everyone to notice her hands.
You can say that again.
Well, naturally, Arch. After all, she has lovely hands. Trouchet, you know.
I know.
And there's nothing like Trouchet to care for hands, because Trouchet is the before-hand lotion. Something really different in hand lotions. You can use it before you get to work, before you do dishes, before you put your hands in water. And Trouchet is so effective that it will guard your hands even in that hot, soapy water. But you can also use Trouchet as you use ordinary hand lotions, anytime your hands need a creamy, softening lotion. So get Trouchet and get an all-around hand lotion that gives you beforehand protection, something no ordinary lotion gives you. Get Trouchet, the beforehand lotion, and get softer, lovelier hands.
Hey, Art.
Yeah?
If you buy a watch for $2 and you sell it for $3, how much do you make?
50%.
How much do they pay you in the bank?
1%.
Gee, Arch, I wish I had your brains.
Don't be sarcastic. At least in the bank, I know the money is safe. That is, I think it is. Eddie.
Yeah?
I'm just thinking, when we was down to the bank, did you notice that cashier?
What about it?
You notice he always kept his hat on? And that president, that McIntosh, I wonder. Give me that phone. Hello? Third Avenue Bank and Trust Company? Look, would you kindly peek into Mr. McIntosh's office and see if he's still there? He is? Okay, thank you. Well, that's that.
Hey, Miss Archie, ain't that Max the bookie over there?
Max the bookie?
The guy from the racetrack?
Oh, yeah. I wonder if he's heard I got money.
Arch. Sweet Sue in the third race. He heard.
Look, Max, I've quit betting the horses. I don't want no more of them phony tips.
Phony?
You heard me. That last horse you give me. When a race starts, he has to run in the wrong direction. Then when he gets halfway around the track, he faints.
Well, it was the shock, Arch. It was the first time he'd ever seen other horses face to face.
Yeah? Well, what about that other short thing? The one where you told me the jockey was your own brother. The horse was full of Benzedrine. The judges was all fixed. How come I lost on that one?
Well, Arch, can I help it if somebody pulls something crooked?
Look, Max, you're wasting your time. I'm through betting on horses. I got me money safely tucked away in the bank.
You put it in the bank?
Yeah.
What odds did they give you?
They didn't give me no odds.
You mean they only give you even money? What is the world coming to?
Look, Max, get out of here, will you? You're wasting your time.
Okay. Maybe some of your pals would like to make a few bucks, huh? How about you, Bud?
Not me. Last horse I bet on, he came in so late at night he had to tiptoe into the stable.
Well, okay, gents. Just remember what I told you. Sweet Sue in the third.
Are you kidding, Sweet Sue? He couldn't run his way out of a paper bag.
Well, then what about Blue Boy in the fourth?
Blue Boy, strictly a nag.
Okay. How about this one in the sixth? A horse called Money in the Bank.
Max, I'm not gonna... Money in the bank.
Arch, it might be a hunch.
Yeah, Max, are you sure this is a good tip?
Oh, I figured it out according to my system.
What system?
Well, don't you remember? Who gave you Valdina Mall in the Gold Cup?
You did.
And who gave you Speed King in the Preakness?
You did.
Who gave you Lady Luck in the Kentucky Derby?
You did, but so what? All them horses lost.
Well, Arch, no system is perfect.
Hey, look, this horse, this Money in the Bank.
Yeah?
What's the odds on him?
4-1. And, brother, you can put your shirt right on his nose.
Won't that interfere with his breathing?
Now, wait a minute, Max.
Huh?
You're a bookie. If this horse is such a hot tip, how come you're willing to bet against yourself?
I'm the friendly type. You see, you guys are all pals of mine. I'd like to make you happy.
Well, that's good enough for me. I'll bet $3 on him.
Okay, you want to bet him to win?
What do you think, to lose?
Look, Finnegan, you're making a big mistake, I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah? Like I did with the watch, huh?
Okay. Play, Gypsy. Dance while you may. Turn the radio on, Eddie, and leave us see what happens.
Okay. Wait a minute. That's it. That's it.
And now the horses are rounding the first turn. It's Skyrocket out in front, followed by Sea Breeze, Lady Pilot, and Money in the Bank.
Come on, Money in the Bank.
As J.P. Bonham says, there's one born every minute.
Now they're in the straightaway. It's Skyrocket, Sea Breeze, and Money in the Bank, moving up into third position.
To quote Benjamin Franklin, a penny saved is a penny earned.
Come on, Money in the Bank.
And now it's neck and neck, Skyrocket and Money in the Bank.
Benjamin Franklin felt that a modest return on a modest investment was always necessary.
And here comes Money in the Bank. It's Money in the Bank by one length.
Benjamin Franklin...
And now it's Money in the Bank by 2 lengths.
Attaboy, Money in the Bank.
Benjamin Franklin...
And Money in the Bank is the winner.
Oh, boy, the winner.
Yeah, and 4-1. Did you hear that, Mr. Archie?
That stinking Benjamin Franklin.
Look, Art, I think I'll call up my mother and tell her the good news.
You're going to spend a nickel to call your mother?
Oh, I made $12.
See? Easy come, easy go. These horse players is all alike. Go ahead, throw away your nickel.
No answer.
Someday you'll listen to your old Uncle Archie.
I guess I better hang up. Oh, hey, look! Look, a hat full of nickels. Oh, boy.
What was you saying, old Uncle Archie?
Okay, scoff me, but I still say me money's gonna stay in the bank.
Archie, bonsoir, mon chéri.
Well, Rennie, ain't seen you in a long time.
Did you miss me, Archie?
Yeah, now that I see you, I realize how much of you I've missed. You lost a little weight, didn't you?
Yes, I've been taking reducing pills.
Reducing pills, huh? Wonderful how them little pills know just what to leave alone. Look, Rennie, ain't this kind of a surprise visit, though?
Well, I was thinking about you, and I felt a little lonesome.
Oh, I thought maybe you heard I got money in the bank.
You have money in the bank?
Yes, in a Christmas fund.
Oh.
Yes, you see, a friend of mine, Mr. McIntosh, the president of the bank, Mr. McIntosh says I gotta keep it there.
You mean you can't take the money out till Christmas?
Well, Mr. McIntosh says
Archie, why wait till December when it could be Christmas tonight?
Rennie, you mean...
Yes, we could dance together, and you could hold me real close in your arms.
But Mr. McIntosh says the bank has a rule that...
Then later on in the evening, we could go someplace where we could be all alone. Just the two of us.
Hello, McIntosh. Merry Christmas. Look, McIntosh, this is Archie. I got me my... Hello? I think I'd better go down there in person. Rennie, please, wait here, though, in the meantime, will you? And don't lose the mood.
But, Mr. Archie, would Benjamin Franklin approve of you spending your money this way?
Eddie, Benjamin Franklin was a much older man than I am.
Archie, the answer is no.
But, Mr. McIntosh, you're a banker. You got a heart, ain't you?
Who, me?
Look, Mr. McIntosh, I'd like you to meet me brother.
Hello. This is your brother?
Well, things is tough all over. That's why I need the money, sir. You see, me brother here has to have a delicate brain operation.
Brain operation?
Yes, they've got to remove it. Yeah, the doctor says it's cluttering up his thoughts. And it ain't only the operation, Mr. McIntosh. He's got other troubles. His wife just come back from Chicago with a little bundle in her arms.
Yeah, poor dame's got to do her own laundry.
You had enough, McIntosh?
Archie, the answer is no.
Mr. McIntosh, take another look at me brother here. How would you like me to go around telling people he's a director of this bank?
Yeah.
Gentlemen, I know when I'm licked. Here's the $10.
Well, Rennie, looks like we're all set.
You have the money?
Yep. Now, where do we start tonight? You name it, honey.
Nah, you name it.
Nah, you name it.
The Stock Club.
Okay, I'll name it. Look, why don't we just go to Joe's Diner?
Joe's Diner? But, Archie, it's so cold there. I think I'd be much warmer at the Stock Club.
Excuse me a minute. Eddie, the dame wants to go to the Stock Club.
So what?
I only got $10. I got to get some more money.
Arch, stumblebum in the 7th.
Max, are you still here?
Archie.
Just a minute, Rennie. Max, this stumblebum, is it a good horse?
Arch, I would bet him if he was running against my own mother.
Yeah? Okay, here's the $10. Put it on his nose. Eddie, look in the racing form and see what it says about the 7th race.
7th race, let me see. It says, Fly Away should win easily.
Mm-hmm.
Paper Boy will be right there at the finish.
Mm-hmm.
Buzz Bomb, the one to beat.
Mm-hmm.
Fred Biscuit has won 4 in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Stumblebum,
Yes?
very fond of apples.
Is that all?
No, say here, in his last race, Stumblebum finished in the money.
Finished in the money, huh?
Yeah, he jumped the rail and crashed into the $2 window.
Just a minute, Rennie. I got a horse running in the next race. I got to listen to it on the radio.
Yes, folks, it's the 7th race, and the horses are at the starting gate. All except Stumblebum. He's having a hard time getting there. The walk from the paddock seems to have tired him out.
Max, I think I should have bet on your mother.
Well, now the horses are all lined up. Stumblebum is leaning against the starting gate.
He's leaning?
Well, he's saving his energy.
Oh.
There's quite a crowd out here at the track today, and... Wait a minute. What's that? There must be a storm coming up. Sounds like thunder. No, I'm wrong. It's just Stumblebum snoring. Stumblebum seems to be having a little trouble with his legs. He's down on one knee.
Max.
Well, you see, he's just going into a crouch for a good start.
Oh.
Well, we're all ready to go, folks. And they're off. It's Fly Away, Paper Boy, Buzz Bomb, Bread Basket, and Stumblebum is coming up fast.
You hear that? He's coming up fast.
Yes, sir. Stumblebum gets up off his knees and breaks into a fast dog.
He's a slow starter.
Oh.
And now at the quarter pole, it's Flyaway, Paperboy, Buzzbomb, and Breadbasket. And Stumblebum is bringing up the rear.
I had to bet him on his nose. Stumblebum, get going, will you?
Coming into the far turn, it's still Flyaway, Paperboy, Buzzbomb, and Breadbasket.
Stumblebum, where are you?
Probably stopped to ask directions.
And now, as they cross the finish line, it's Flyaway, and then Paperboy, and Buzzbomb, and Breadbasket. What a race this was, folks. A lovely day and a record attendance. And for you folks who are leaving the track and driving home, the officials ask you to please drive carefully. And Stumblebum! And now, a word about tomorrow's races.
Archie,
Yeah?
what about our dinner date?
Well, Rennie, as I told you, I was going to take you to the Stork Club and have champagne and caviar and crepe Suzettes and quail.
And Stumblebum.
Eddie, please. But unfortunately, I'm broke. So how about a little dinner here at the tavern, huh?
Archie, I just remembered. I have another appointment.
Wait a minute, honey. Just a minute. I'll get the dough. Finnegan, look, you still got the $12 you won?
Yeah?
You still got the hat full of nickels?
But sure.
Well, let me have it, quick.
Well, what do you need it for? You got money in the bank.
Oh, Monsieur Finnegan.
Yeah?
How would you like to take me to the Stork Club?
Can we get by on $12?
I think so. Good night, Archie.
Sleep tight.
That Finnegan, what a jerk. You see, Eddie? That's the way it is with them horse players. Once a sucker, always a sucker.
Men, the quickest way to discover something better is to try it. That's why I want you to try Ben X Brushless Shave Cream. Ben X is the new wonder shave with the sensational beard softening formula that has brought better shaving to thousands of men.
Ben X Brushless leaves your face feeling extra smooth and comfortable.
And Ben X doesn't clog your razor or drain either.
But don't take our word for it. Just try Ben X yourself. Get a tube at your nearest drug counter.
Or we'll send you a trial tube free. Write your name and address on a postcard and mail to Ben X, BENEX, Empire State Building, New York 1, New York.
Remember, buy Ben X Brushless. Or try it free by writing Ben X, Empire State Building, New York. Hurry, offer limited.
It's time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again at the same time next Wednesday. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Vitalis for well-groomed hair and True Shea, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is radio's Mr. District Attorney, friends, inviting you to hear one of the most human and gripping stories we've ever presented. It's the case of Send the Homeless on Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately on NBC.
A family is about to lose its home forever. Not the home on the left. Allstate Homeowners Insurance can pay to rebuild that house. The real disaster is on the right. The owner died before the mortgage was paid. Allstate Life has mortgage protection insurance to help give your family a debt-free home if you die. You need mortgage protection insurance, too. So your family won't lose its home, see your Allstate agent for both kinds of insurance. Make sure your home lives on. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Discover a new horizon. Horizon TC3, the first American sport coupe with front-wheel drive. Discover standard features like electric release hatchback, AM/FM radio, radial tires. Discover options like the exciting rally equipment package, including spoiler and sport suspension. Discover Horizon TC3. The wind
Wendel's bring an old con game to Centennial. Dangerous passions rock its peaceful foundations, and its future takes a new direction. Centennial, tonight.
I've been thinking about the market lately. My broker says now's a good time to look into tax-free income. What's your broker say? Well, my broker's E.F. Hutton, and E.F. Hutton says...
When E.F. Hutton talks, people listen.
Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the air adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
Pursued by Jimmy and Speed in an Army attack plane, Major Moto bailed out from his fighter and succeeded in eluding his pursuers. But under the direction of Sheriff Farrell, an intensive search was started for the Oriental pilot. Word was flashed that a character answering Moto's description was seen telephoning in a lonely interurban station nearby. Speed and Jimmy rushed there with the sheriff, but no trace of Moto was found. It is the following morning, and Jimmy and Speed are discussing the situation with Sheriff Farrell on the Olathe flying field.
Well, it certainly got me guessing, Sheriff. I was confident we'd have him by this time.
I thought so too, Robertson. But don't you worry. That bird's as good as in the cooler right now.
Well, I certainly hope you're right, Mr. Farrell. But don't you think he might have slipped past your men by now?
No, not a chance. Don't you boys worry. I'm telling you, when a Farrell starts out to get his man, he never misses.
What's your idea on where he's hiding out, Sheriff?
Well, I'll tell you. I was born and raised in this country, and I know it like a gopher knows his hole. That may take a little time, but we'll smoke him out.
You mean, Mr. Farrell, that he'll finally get hungry and have to come out and get something to eat, huh?
Sure, son, sure. That's just what I mean.
But I'll bet he'll have a good chance of escaping at nighttime, won't he?
You know, I think Jimmy's right, Sheriff. If we don't get Moto during the daylight, there'll be a swell chance he'll slip away when it gets dark.
Heck he will. I'll have that place surrounded.
But according to the map, that section's pretty large. It'd take thousands more men than we've got. All we have now is enough to watch the roads and a few extra ones for the spaces between them.
Well, I got a couple of thousand more joining the search this morning. This will be known as the greatest manhunt ever pulled off in these parts. And I'm the man in charge of it.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Sheriff. We can't let this fella get away.
Another thing. Look at this county map here. Now, follow my finger. You see these different roads?
Uh-huh. I see them, Sheriff.
Well, those roads form a complete ring around the stretch where this fellow's hiding. I'll have my men on guard every few yards, all the way around. The men should be taking their places now. We'll be starting in just a few minutes. Is the plane ready?
Yes, it's being refueled now. After Jimmy and I took off at daybreak this morning, we stayed up until our gas was almost gone. We'll do that again this time.
Well, how long can you stay up?
A little over 4 hours.
You didn't see a thing that looked suspicious when you were up this morning?
No, we didn't. But I'm telling you, we saw plenty of places where 100 men could hide. But tell me, Sheriff, what kind of reception did you get on our radio messages?
Okay. They came in clear as a bell.
Fine. And we're about all set?
Yep. Perkins ought to have all his men in position now.
Gee, it's certainly strange Mr. Russell hasn't come down from Kansas City yet. It's almost 9 o'clock now. Do you suppose he got your message, Speed?
Oh, I think so. He probably had a lot of things to attend to before he could get away.
That's the government Secret Service man you were telling me about last night, huh?
Yes, he is. He was working on this case in Kansas City.
Well, it doesn't make any difference to me whether he showed up or not. I'll get this fellow. Don't you ever worry about that. I know my own country better than any Secret Service agent.
Oh, you'll like Mr. Russell, Sheriff. He's really a fine fellow.
Oh, I don't doubt that. I'll be glad to turn this Moto, or whatever his name is, over to him after the capture is made. But I want the credit for it.
Oh, I wonder who this is.
Looks like he's headed for this field.
Hey, what are you fellas talking about? I don't hear nothing. But then my ears are not as good as they used to be.
That's an airplane, Sheriff. Big transport. See? Over those trees at the north end of the field. Looks like he's going to sit down here.
He sure is. Hey, look. He's beginning to circle the field now.
Yeah, the pilot's looking the place over carefully. It isn't any too large for a big ship like that.
I wonder who it is.
Do you suppose he has anything to do with this business we're on?
I don't think so. There's been no publicity on it, and nobody knows anything except Mr. Russell and the people you've called.
Look, I think he's getting ready to come in, Speed.
Yeah, I believe you're right, Jim. He's landing a little bit crosswind, but it lets him use the longest runway. That's a smart thing to do.
I thought you should always land straight into the wind, Speed.
Ordinarily, that's the thing to do, Jimmy, but there's always exceptions to every rule, you know. Once in a while, especially in two-way fields, you have to land with a side wind in order to get down at all.
You can land with a stronger side wind in a heavy ship like a transport easier than you can in a smaller, lighter plane. Well, here she is. We'll see now what this is all about.
There's no markings on that ship at all, Speed, except its identification number.
I noticed that, Jimmy. I thought at first it might be one of our Grand National Airways ships, but it isn't.
Look, Speed, up in that pilot's compartment. That fellow at the controls. I'm sure I've seen him before.
Yeah, he does look familiar. Here comes someone out of the cabin door.
Hello there.
Howdy.
Are any of you fellas Speed Robertson and Jimmy Allen?
Yes, I'm Robertson. This is Jimmy Allen here.
Good. My name is Poquette. I'm a government agent. Here's my badge.
Okay.
Is Mr. Russell with you?
I know all about this motor case. I came down to see how you're getting along. A few of my men are with me.
Say, you fellas travel in style. I didn't know your department had any transports.
Oh, they've got 2 or 3. But tell me, how are you getting along? Have you gotten in touch with the local authorities?
Yes, we have. This is Sheriff Farrell of the local county right here. He's in charge of the search and doing a good job of it, too.
I'm glad to hear that. Glad to meet you, Sheriff. What are the developments up to date?
Well, this motor was seen a little after 2 o'clock this morning. There's a wooded stretch nearby. We've got it surrounded, and it won't take me long now to smoke him out.
Well, pardon me, Mr. Poquette, but isn't Mr. Russell with you?
Mr. Russell? Who the...
Why, you certainly must know Russell. He was working on this case in Kansas City.
Oh, Russell. I didn't get you at first. Sure. He's still working on the case. In fact, he's in charge of it. He's going to stay in Kansas City and direct operations there, while I'm down here helping you fellas.
Oh, I see. Well, we better get started. I see our ship's been refueled.
What's the next move?
Sheriff Farrell and his men are going to work on the ground while Jimmy and I see what we can do from the air.
Good. Suppose I go with Sheriff Farrell in his car while I have my men help you and Jimmy from the air on the transport. The more eyes, the better, you know.
Okay.
Oh, look, Sheriff. Here comes Deputy Perkins.
Yeah, I guess he's come to tell me that everything's all set.
Yeah, I think he must have something more important on his mind. Look at him barrel down that road.
He's sure moving, I'll say that for him.
Well, Perkins, what's up?
Well, sir, we got your man, Sheriff.
Yeah, well, where is he?
Well, you know Carl Smedley.
Sure I do. He has a farm next to Mace Pickett's, but what about it?
Well, he was out to his barn a little while ago, and he found this little Oriental hiding there. The foreigner took to the woods just like a scared jackrabbit. You know that stretch of second-growth timber, Sheriff, back in the Smedley place?
Sure, I know it. Well, I'll be hornswoggled. Hey, that's a good 2 miles from that Honeywell station.
Imagine it's coming right back to the spot where he landed.
Yeah, and if Smedley hadn't run onto him, he'd have probably gotten away tonight.
Well, come on, let's go. How about the men, Pickens?
Well, I've sent out the word, Sheriff. By the time that stretch of second growth is surrounded, Cy Johnson's on his way with his pack of bloodhounds.
All right, we're off. Did you say you wanted to come with me, Mr. Poquette?
Oh, yes. I'll be with you in a second. Just as soon as I tell my men to take off and help Robertson and Allen from the air.
We'll be right over your head, Sheriff, in our plane. The instant we spot him, I'll radio you.
Good. Then we're all set.
All right, come on, Jimmy. Jump in that rear cockpit.
Okay, Speed. Feels good to get back in this plane.
Okay, Jimmy. I'm going to give her the gun. Are you all set?
All ready, Speed. Let's go.
Here we go.
We landed in, Speed. And there's the Pickett farmhouse.
Yeah, I see it, Jimmy. A few more hours of flying around here, and I'll know this country better than Sheriff Farrell.
That must be the Smedley farm down the road a bit, Speed. And those woods over there must be the ones Deputy Perkins was talking about.
Yeah, that's a stretch, all right. It's second growth, too.
Gee, there's a lot of undergrowth and thickets, too. You know, it'd be pretty easy for a man to hide out down there.
I know it, Jimmy, but thank heavens it's not anywhere near as large a place as that other stretch.
Oh, look, Speed. Look at those men down there. They're in a great big circle.
Yeah, I see, Jimmy. They're starting to come in toward the center. I think they'll sure get them this time.
Here comes the transport, Speed, right behind us.
Yeah, I see it, Jimmy. Okay, hold tight, kid. I'm going to dive down close to the ground and chase rabbits for a while. Keep your eyes peeled because we'll be going over that ground so fast you can hardly see it.
Okay.
Small space we've got to cover. I'll cock this ship up in a steep bank. That'll give you a better chance to watch the ground. I'll make sure we don't hit any of these treetops. I think your eyes are a good deal better than mine.
Hey, look out, Speed. Here comes that transport.
A great Scott, what's the matter with that joker? He pretty nearly clipped us that time. Brother, I wish he'd get out of here. There's not room for both of us anyway. A transport's no airplane for this kind of work.
Speed, that transport's banking and coming back toward us.
Why doesn't he go back and stay on the field? We're spending all of our time dodging him. We don't have any time to look for Moto.
Look at all the men at that window. They've got machine guns, Speed.
Yeah, they probably figure on shooting Moto from the air if they spot him. I don't think they'll have any luck.
Hey, that's funny.
What, Jim?
It looks as though they've got their guns pointed at us, Speed.
Ah, nonsense, kid.
Speed, I'm sure one of their guns shot at us.
Ah, Jimmy, you're wrong. Ah, it looks as though those men on the ground are just about to meet at the center, Jim, and they haven't got Moto yet.
Hey, look, Speed. Look down there.
Where, Jimmy?
Down in that gully.
Oh, yeah, I see it. I noticed it before, but the sheriff's men have already been through it, I think.
I know it, Speed, I know it, but look, up in that tall tree. Isn't there something moving there?
Just a second, Jimmy, while I pull this thing into a vertical bank.
I'm sure I see something, Speed. It looks like a man climbing down the tree trunk.
By George, it is a man, Jim. I bet Moto climbed up the top of that tree while the men went by underneath, and they never noticed him. Where's the sheriff's car?
It's over across that hill, down in the Smedley farmyard.
Here, I'll switch on a radio transmitter and call him. Attention, Sheriff Farrell. Man has been hiding in tree and gully over hill directly south of you. Is climbing down now.
He hears us. See? He's jumping out of the car and waving his arms. There. He's gotten some other men now. They're all running up the hill, see?
You're right, Jimmy. I'll dive down and keep making vertical turns right over Moto.
There come the sheriff and his men over the hill, Speed.
Yeah, Moto doesn't know which way to run. See, he's turning back. He'll run right into the sheriff.
Speed, they've got him.
Boy, oh boy, what a chase. At last it looks as though the elusive Moto has been captured. There's plenty of excitement in store, so don't miss the next episode in the air adventures of Jimmy Allen.
Here comes the king. Here comes the king. Here comes the big number one. Here comes the king. But why's the beer? The king is second to none. When you say Bud, one taste will tell you so loud and clear. There's only one Budweiser beer. There's only one Budweiser beer. The king is coming. Let's hear the call. When you say Bud, you said it all. When you say Bud.
Hello, everyone. I'm Bruce Jenner.
And I'm a very cold Donna Deverona. Join us on NBC's Olympic Diary on January 28th.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly. Histrionically helped by Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, B. Benaderet, Arthur Q. Bryan, Jimmy Jordan, and the man with the stuff that polishes your things, me, Harlow Wilcox. The scripts can be blamed on Don Quinn and Phil Leslie, and the music department is managed by the King's Men and Billy Mills and his all-boy but one orchestra. Millions of housewives know that Johnson's Wax is unbeatable for beautifying your floors. But I've heard that in some homes, Johnson's Wax is used on the floors only. Well, what about the rest of your home? Perhaps you have a table you're especially proud of. Try waxing that, too. You'll be delighted to see how much more handsome it looks, how it glows with a smooth, satiny sheen, how the wax brings out the beautiful, natural grain. Notice how even the very first protective coat of Johnson's Wax on your radio cabinet, your sideboard, your ornaments and picture frames gives them a wonderful richness, a mellow glow that adds immeasurably to their beauty. You'll find, of course, that these things grow even lovelier with each wax application. They become better and better protected, too, against dirt, wear, and spill things. So, by all means, Johnson Wax your floors for greater beauty and protection, but also make the rest of your home sparkling clean and beautiful with Johnson's Wax, paste, liquid, or cream. It's all very well for a man to laugh at the stuffed cuff, the draped shape, and the replete. But when he begins to look like he'd dressed himself out of the war relief clothing barrel at the firehouse, it's time something was said about it, according to Mrs. Magee of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
What's the matter with the way I dress, Molly?
Well, frankly, Pet, it's that tired old suit. Who made it, George Pullman?
What do you mean, George Pullman?
Looks like it had been slept in. That blue serge monstrosity has more bags in it than the Grand Central checkbook. The seat and elbows glare like an acre of broken bottles. When the fabric is so thin, it takes you 10 minutes to sit down.
Oh, Duff.
And it fits like it had been made for a jockey and let out for Paul Whiteman.
Oh, it isn't so bad, Mommy. A blue serge suit always lasts a long time because they pick up so much lint. I've had as much wear out of the lint as I have out of the suit.
Well, now, you simply got to buy a new one, Magee.
Oh, Molly, you know how I
And
hate
that's
to
why I
spend-
called this tailor. He said he'd be over with some samples.
I still say that this... Who said who'd be over with what samples?
The tailor. He just opened a new shop next to the Bonton, and you need a new suit right now.
Oh, for the love of
I'm
my
simply tired of walking around with a man whose suit looks like the back wall of a headlight.
Oh.
And this Mr. Gusset.
Who?
Mr. Gusset, the tailor. He said... Oh, I'll bet that's him right now. Come in.
Is this the residence of the Magee? Oh, hello there, Miss Magee.
Good day, Mr. Gusset. Magee, this is Mr. Gusset. This is the husband I was telling you about, Mr. Gusset.
Now, look here, you two. I don't know what you've cooked up between you, but if you think I'm going to be jockeyed into buying a new suit that I don't want and don't need, by George, amazing. That's what it is. Amazing.
What's amazing, Mr. Gusset?
The resemblance, Mrs. Magee. He has shoulders exactly like Herbert Marshall. Oh, it's going to be a distinct pleasure to fit him. Flattery will get you no place, Bud. This whole thing is a frame-up, and I won't be... Herbert Marshall is taller than I am, ain't he? Yes, slightly, Mr. Magee, but actual height is not important. It's the build that counts. You know, the athletic type, the military posture, broad shoulders tapering down to slim hips.
Who are we talking about now?
At a guess, Mr. Magee, I'd say you'd been, well, a colonel, military intelligence. That's kind of hush-hush, Bud. But let's see your samples, Gusset, old man. What have you got? I'll tell you what. Suppose I look over your entire wardrobe, Mr. Magee, and then I can tell you better what you need. That's a good idea, Bud. Take a good look at it. Is it upstairs?
No, it's right here. He's wearing it.
What?
He never worried much about his clothes, Mr. Gusset. Just as long as he can keep warm in the winter and not get arrested in the summer, he's content.
Well, then, I would suggest a good tweed suit, Mrs. Magee. You could wear the jacket with odd trousers for informal occasions. Good idea, Gus. Have I got some odd trousers, Molly?
Odd is hardly the word, dear. Terrifying would be more accurate. Why, those green flannels you wear to take out the ashes are...
How about this sample right here, Mr. Magee? This is a genuine English tweed. I'd make it up in a single-breasted patch-pocketed style. Splendid utility garment.
We'll take that.
Hey, now, wait a minute. I can make my own selections. I ain't going to be railroaded into something that I understand that it's Mr. Herbert Marshall's favorite material.
But he's taller, you said.
He also said the height wasn't important, Molly. It's the build that counts. You heard him say that. I'll take this one, Bud. You don't think Herbert Marshall will mind? I won't mention it to him, Mr. Magee. Besides, I'm sure you and he never attend the same... But now for the measurements. Let's see, where is my tape measure anyway? Oh, yes, here we are. Now, let's see. Chest, 35. Take a deep breath, please, Mr. Magee. Chest expanded. 35. Very interesting. Waist, 41. Take another deep breath, please, Mr. Magee. Waist expanded, 46. Deep breather, aren't you, Mr. Magee? Yeah. I got low lungs. That's why I don't catch cold when I leave my shirt collar open at the front. Now then, let's see. Shoulders. Yep. 21. Arms. trousers length. Well, that does it. Good. Now then, would you like to make a deposit on this suit, Mr. McGee? You want an honest answer? Yes. No.
How much will it be, Mr. Gusset?
$110, Mrs. McGee. My usual price is $150, but inasmuch as you're my first customers in Wistful Vista...
Now, just a darn minute, Bud. Did I hear you say $110?
You did.
Seems a little high to me.
Hi! Why, for $110, I could buy me a set of threads that would make Adolph Monju look like a bouncer at a barn dance. $110. Why, of all the...
May I make a suggestion, Mr. McGee?
Certainly, Mr. Gusset.
Better make one quick, Bud, before I make one.
As you know, I'm new here in Wistful Vista.
Yeah, and at these prices, you ain't going to get very old, too, either.
Let the man talk, dearie. Go on, Mr. Gusset.
I was about to suggest that should Mr. McGee, as my representative, unannounced, of course, send me, say, 10 customers, well, I shall be glad to make a suit free of charge.
What? If I send you 10 customers for suits, you... It's a deal.
Good.
Shake.
Right.
Music.
Willie Mills and the orchestra play Theme Marine.
Hey, Molly, you know what?
No, what?
I already got 4 customers for new suits. Maury Needham, Jeff Lewis, Mel Broadway, and Willie Conley. Mm-hmm.
I didn't know you knew that many people with $110.
Well, I've been putting on quite a telephone campaign. I got a sales talk worked up to get some...
Get out the breadcrumbs, McGee. Here comes a pigeon.
Watch me sell him a suit. Come in.
Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble. Come right in.
Hello, my dear. And good afternoon, Knuckle Noodle.
Hi, Medicine Chest. What's new on the germicide of the world?
Nothing startling, Beaver knows. What's cooking in your dull little life?
Well, you know, I've just talked him into getting a new suit, Doctor.
No.
Yes, sir. And if I may make a suggestion to our kindly old family physician, ain't it about time you shook yourself loose from that bundle of burlap you're wearing? You look like a delegate to the Hobos Convention. I don't know where that suit hides during the branding season, but it sure ain't ever felt a hot iron.
I don't think the doctor looks so bad, McGee. Not that any man couldn't choose a new suit now and then.
Well, thanks, Molly, but who is little Jazzbo Brummel to talk? He always looks like an unmade bed in a 50-cent flop house. That blue serge of his shines like a good deed in a naughty world.
Well, I'm doing something about my appearance, Ether Drum. I'm getting a new suit.
Oh.
But you'll go on wearing that sideshow canvas of yours for the next 18 years, I suppose.
Frankly, Doctor, I imagine you're so busy these days you haven't much time to give to your appearance, huh?
I've got just as much time as this little bloater, my dear. And when I get a new suit, I won't get one of his $18 walk upstairs and save $3 2 pants affairs with a Daisy air rifle premium. I'll go to a decent tailor and lay it on the line for a quality product.
Oh, yeah. If you ever had to shell out $110 for a suit, you couldn't see the checkbook through your tears.
Wait a minute, Jughead. Are you getting a $110 suit?
Yes, he is, Doctor. The tailor was just here measuring him up.
Guy by the name of Gusset, next to the Bonton, Doc.
Well, I'm going right down there and order 2 suits. Anything you can do, McGee, I can do better, quicker, oftener, and at higher prices. See you later, Molly.
Fine, Doctor. Now remember the name Gusset next to the Bonton.
Yeah, and if you want extra pants, Doc, mention my name and get a good seat.
McGee, your name wouldn't be good for credit for a hot rock in Death Valley. But it'll be interesting to see the reaction. So long now.
Hot dog, that's 5 customers. 5 more and I get a suit free.
No, it's 6, McGee.
Huh?
Dr. Gamble says he's getting 2 suits.
Oh, wonderful. 6 down and 4 to go. Now, let me see. Who else could I talk to?
Well, there's no use talking to Mr. Wilcox.
Huh?
He's got enough clothes now to take the heart out of Schaffner and Mark.
And he's just the guy to sell a new suit to do. Yeah. A dude like him won't be able to resist it.
Come in.
Hello there, kid. Oh, hi, old-timer.
Hello, Mr. Blasingame. You look like you'd had a chill. You're shaking like a loose fender. Where have you been?
Hey! She says, where have
Been
you...
down under the river, kids. In a diver's helmet.
Under the river?
Yep. Believe me, it's colder than a witch's broom handle down there.
What were you looking for under the river? Lose your dentures off the bridge or something?
Hey!
He said,
Nope. Just writing a letter to my mother, kids. She lives back in Turkey Run, Indiana, and
Now, wait a minute. That don't make sense, old-timer. Diving into the river to write a letter.
Why don't it, Johnny? I got one of them pens for Christmas that writes underwater. Thought I'd try it out.
You could have written a much longer letter, too. They don't have to be refilled for 2 years. Did you do any deep-sea diving while you were in the Seabees, Mr. Oldtimer?
Hey!
Did you do
Lots of it, kids. Spent so much time under the water, I got gills on my neck.
Gills on your neck?
Yep, Gill. He was our skipper. Old Lieutenant Commander Gill. He was on my neck all the time for spending so much time under the water.
Oh.
What do you want to spend so much time down there for, he says. And I says, well, sir, I says, I've been playing cribbage with a mermaid and just won a couple of fins. Well, sir, he laughs fit to bust and slaps me in the brig on bread and water but he says I was impudent.
Hey, you want to buy a swell suit of civvies?
Hey!
Would you like
to? I would, kid. Where?
Gusset, next to the Bonton. $110. Tell him I sent you.
Okay. After the way these clothes fit, it'll be nice to get a miner's suit on again.
A miner's suit?
Yep. One with a little slack in the pants.
Well, there's 7, McGee. You only need 3 more.
I got Wilcox checked off. I can talk Wilcox into one. Flattery will do it. I'll butter him like a pre-war waffle. Then if I can get Latrivia and Wimple, I'm all set. I got a suit.
You better make it Mrs. Wimple. She wears the trousers in that family.
Oh.
And besides, Jerry.
Hello, folks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Wilcox. Do come in.
Hi, Junior. I had a feeling you'd drop in sometime today.
That's like having a hunch that Easter will come on a Sunday.
Did you want to see me about something, pal?
Yeah. How are you fixed for suits?
Gee, I'm glad you asked me that. I've noticed you were looking pretty seedy lately, but I didn't want to say anything.
No.
Come over sometime and pick out a couple, pal. They can easily be cut down to fit you.
No, Mr. Wilcox. He didn't mean for himself.
He didn't?
Certainly not. I want to know if you need any.
That's a silly question. Yours wouldn't fit me.
Oh,
Look, Mr. Wilcox, nobody's talking about giving anybody any old clothes. McGee wants to know if you're thinking of buying any new suits.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you how it is, Molly. I'm always buying new clothes, partly because I like them and partly because I think it's good business to dress well.
Yeah, well, the reason I asked...
You see, when I go into people's homes and offices as a representative of Johnson's Wax, I want especially to appear like I have a quality product to offer, which I have.
Yes, but we
You
were...
see, when the finest homes in America use Johnson's Wax on their floors and furniture and woodwork, windowsills and luggage and 100 other things... Well, it just doesn't behoove me to dress like an itinerant peddler.
Yeah, but what that got to do
Gee
with...
whiz, pal, Johnson's Wax is known the world over as the answer to protective housekeeping.
Yeah, but...
A waxed surface is a surface protected against dampness and dust and wear.
Yeah, but what...
And it represents fine hospitality, too. That film of Johnson's Wax is the largest welcome mat in the world.
Yes, we know,
That's why I always like to look my best. You judge a home by its appearance, and you judge a man by his appearance. That's why I'm always buying new clothes.
If you think you've nailed down your paycheck for this week, Waxy, may I say a word?
Why, please do.
Oh, look, Mr. Wilcox, there's a new tailor in town, a Mr. Gusset, next door to the Bonton.
Yeah.
Makes wonderful men's suits for $110. And you're a wonderful man.
You go in there and mention my name, Junior, and you'll get treated right. How about it?
Just opened up, did he?
Just this week.
Right next to the Bonton, eh?
Right next door. Gusset's the name. You going to go see him?
But I am, pal. Be there in half an hour.
How many suits do you think he'll buy, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, I don't need any suits, but he'll need some Johnson's wax for that new shop of his. Thanks for the tip, pal.
Well, ring up one, no sale, McGee.
Oh, I think Wilcox will buy one. He's an actor at heart, and when he smells a bolt of flannel, it'll look like smoke to a fire horse. Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Did you hear about him wiring Hollywood?
No, about what?
He wanted to try out for that new picture, The Robe.
Yeah?
He thought it was going to be called The Wardrobe and wanted the title role.
Oh.
Yeah, but they said that...
Come in. Well, for goodness sakes, if it isn't Mrs. Carstairs. Hello, Millicent.
How do you do, my dear? Good day, Mr. McGee.
Hi, Carsty. Understand you had the flu. You feel better now?
Yes, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
My household has had quite a siege of it, you know.
So?
First Marie, my upstairs maid, had it, and then Mr. Carstairs, and then I.
Well, it's hard to keep germs on one floor of a house, Millicent.
Yes. Oh, Mr. Carstairs.
Who took care of you, Millicent? Dr. Gamble?
Oh, yes, he's a splendid physician. He treated my husband for a horse, Charlie.
You mean Charlie Horse?
No, a horse Charlie Adams gave him that had the heave.
Now, wait a minute. Well, who was sick? Your husband, the horse, or Charlie Adams?
I was, of the whole thing.
Speaking of heaves, were you awfully sick with the flu, Millie?
Oh, indeed I was, Mr. McGee. The first day Mr. Carstairs took my temperature, I knew I was ill.
Oh, what did it read, Millicent?
3 degrees above freezing.
3 degrees above freezing?
Yes. Mr. Carstairs took my temperature, but he had to walk down to Kramer's drugstore to have the thermometer read. Well, I must be going. Good day.
The King's Men and Old Rockin' Chair's Got Me.
Old rocking chair's got me, no doubt about it. Staying by my side, can't do without it. Fetch me down them slippers, boy, quick, before I tan your hide. Can't get from this cabin, I ain't never going away nowhere. Just set me here grabbing at the flies round my rocking chair. My dear old Aunt Harriet, I know that way up in heaven she be. Oh, send me down, sweet chariot, for the end of my trouble I see. Oh, rocking chair gets it, I do believe that Judgment Day is here. Chained to my old rocking chair, rocking chair, rocking chair, rocking chair, rocking chair. Oh, rocking chair's got me, can't give him a sigh. Oh, boy, I want to dream, son, I want to tan your hide. Can't get from this cabin, can't go nowhere. Just set me here grabbing at the flies around my rocking chair. My dear Aunt Harriet, in heaven she be. Send me down, sweet chariot, for the end of my trouble, the end of my trouble I see. Oh, Judgment Day is here. At last I'm gonna leave this old rocking chair, rocking chair, rocking chair, rocking chair, rocking chair.
Well, how many more suits do you have to sell before you get one free for yourself, dearie?
Well, let me look at my list. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8.5.
8.5?
Yeah. More troops only wanted a pair of pants. So if I can find only... Who's that, man or woman?
Man.
Bring him in quick.
Come in. Oh, good day, Mayor Latrivia.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee.
Hi, Latrivia. You're just the guy I wanted to see.
If it's about our date to go bowling tonight, McGee, I can't make it. I just dropped by to tell you.
Pressure of business, Mr. Mayor?
Oh, you might call it that, Mrs. McGee. I am attending a Boy Scout meeting at the East Side High School tonight.
Oh, Trying for your merit badge in ballot box stuffing, Latrivia?
McGee, it doesn't matter a jot nor a tittle to me what you think of my political activities, but I resent any inference that the Boy Scout movement tolerates anything unethical. I consider the Scout movement one of the greatest forces for good citizenship in the world today. And on this, their 36th anniversary, I think they're entitled to the respect and goodwill of everyone as boys who will grow into our leaders of tomorrow.
Oh, well, McGee was just kidding, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Great bunch of kids, Latrivia. You going to make a speech to them tonight?
Well, I'm giving them a little demonstration of the things I learned in the Coast Guard, McGee.
Such as what, Mr. Mayor?
Well, for instance, knot tying.
Not tying what?
Just knot tying.
Well, then, what's the use of going at all if you're not tying anything?
But I am tying anything. Something.
What?
Knots!
Oh, please, Mr. Mayor.
You're addressing a lady, Latrivia.
Thank you, dearie.
Well, I said nothing that would offend a lady, McGee. I merely stated that I was giving a demonstration of knot tying.
You mean you're not giving a demonstration of tying?
Yes. No! Don't be silly. Look, in the Coast Guard, I learned a great deal about tying knots. Square knots, bowlines, various hitches, sheep shanks, Turk's heads, monkey fists, grannies.
Whose?
Grannies.
My gosh, was she in the Coast Guard, too? I should think that'd be a pretty hard life for an old lady.
I was speaking of a granny knot.
Oh, yeah, I see. Knot was your mother's maiden name.
It was not.
That's what she said. It was not.
I mean, it was not.
Who's there?
Arthur.
Arthur who?
Are there any more routines like this coming up? If so, include me out.
Oh, you forgot to ask him about getting fitted for a new suit, dearie.
Mm-hmm. The only fit he was ready for was to be tied. Now, I can get another couple of customers someplace. Hand me that phone. I'll resume my campaign.
Here.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Wistful Vista 765. For the love of Mike, is that you, Mert?
Oh.
How's every little thing, Mert? Says, eh? What's that, Mert? He did? Oh, gee, I'm sorry, Mert. Cut his tail right off, huh?
Oh, how awful. Her dog, McGee?
No, her uncle. He was telling her a story over the phone and got disconnected. What's that, Mert? Okay, connect me. Hello, is this Eddie? This Fibber McGee, Eddie. Look, I got a great idea if you need a new suit, Eddie. There's a new tailor named Duffy. When you go in, ask for me. Yeah. Okay, Bert. You just go in and tell Gus that I sent you. Don't mention it, Bert. Goodbye. Oh, boy, am I tired. Does my arm ache? I must have made 40 calls. But I done it, Molly. I done it. I got 10 guys to buy new suits.
Well, that's fine, dearie.
Yeah.
But why are you sitting around in your bathrobe?
Oh, I sent my old suit to the relief collection. It was looking so shabby I hated even to talk to people over the phone in it. Well, I got nothing to do for a couple of days anyway, and by that time I'll have my new suit.
Oh, will he deliver it?
Well, my gosh, he better after me sending him all that business, spending all that time. I'll call him up and see.
I'll do it, McGee. You've been on the phone all afternoon. You just sit down and relax.
Yeah, I am tired. Thanks.
Hello, operator. Wistful Vista 1247, please.
Yeah, that's a number.
Hello, Mr. Gussett. Mrs. McGee speaking.
Ah, he's there.
Mr. McGee wants to know how soon his suit will be ready. Yeah? Huh? What? Oh, that's all right, Mr. Gussett. He was glad to do it. He said to thank you for sending him all those customers, dear.
When did he say mine would be ready?
When did you say Mr. McGee's suit would be ready, Mr. Gussett? March 1st.
March 1st?
Yes, he said you'd send him so much business he was terribly busy.
Oh.
And naturally, the paying customers come first.
Yeah, well, I guess that's reasonable, too. March 1st, eh?
Yes, 1947.
Oh, boy, a whole year. Now I can finish Anthony Adverse.
I'll bet you can think of many products you insist on using just because they are superior. Johnson's Glow Coat, for example. More women use Glow Coat on their kitchen linoleum floors than any other self-polishing wax. They agree that its extra toughness guards linoleum better against wear, dirt, and spilled things, so that its bright colors and attractive patterns stay new-looking longer. If you've never tried this most popular of all wax floor polishes, you'll find Glow Coat astonishingly easy to use. There's no rubbing or buffing at all. Just spread it around on the floor, let it dry, and your work is done. Glow Coat shines as it dries. In only 20 minutes, your floors are ready to use and amazingly clean and sparkling, never streaked or uneven. For greater floor beauty and greater floor protection, be sure to ask for Glow Coat, Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
What on earth is... Come in.
Somebody here call for an ambulance?
Oh, yeah, I did, Bud. Take me down to Gussett's tailor shop, will you? Next door to the Bonton.
What is this, McGee? Why the ambulance?
Well, all I got to wear is a bathrobe. I'd look kind of funny on the streetcar.
I thought you said somebody was going to the hospital.
Somebody is. A guy by the name of Gussett. I'll see you later, Molly. Good night.
Good night.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Products for Home and Industry, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
You're smiling and all the while your heart just pounds away. The training builds and ends on this fateful day. It's the Pepsi generation face to face at a frog jumping race. Come on, come on, come on and have a Pepsi day. Come on, come on, come on and taste the Pepsi way. Come on and have a Pepsi day.
All mufflers are not created equal. Take a Walker muffler. Over the years, it helps your engine run efficiently, which means it helps you get the most for your gasoline dollars. Why? Because it's been engineered specifically for your car. That's why I put on Walker. A Walker exhaust system helps your car perform at its best, so you can get the most for your gasoline dollars. Just look for the Walker sign at service stations and garages everywhere.
On ABC's World News Tonight, Crime, the Forgotten Victim, tomorrow.
Last hand. 8 hours and 10 minutes. Fantastic. In summation.
9 hours and 5 minutes?
Amazing.
Vicks Sinex long-acting nasal spray is amazing. It can quickly have you breathing as easily as someone with no congestion problem. And then it decongests up to 10 hours.
Grand Canyon proved to be...
10 hours? Fantastic.
The slideshow?
No, my nasal spray.
Vicks Sinex long-acting.
Here's to good friends. Tonight is kind of special.
Where's that husband of yours? Okay, watch your back. Coming through. Is that all you carried up? Is that all? This is Lowenbrow. So what are we celebrating? This is the second year we're sharing this house. I didn't think we'd make it through the second week.
When you want the taste of a truly great American beer, tonight, let it be Lowenbrow.
Yeah, I shouldn't say this, because you might think I'm serious. But here's to good friends. All right.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
An hour of smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salapatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Salapatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Fred Allen and his mighty Allen Art Players. Music with Peter Van Steeden, the Ipana Troubadours, and the Town Hall Quartet. And another group of anxious and eager amateurs. New voices, new music, new fun. It's Town Hall tonight. Listen to that crowd. They're cheering Fred Allen as he leads his weekly parade to the old Town Hall. Fred's leading the band with a Roman candle, and the mighty Allen Art Players are right behind doing their best to dodge the spark. Let's join the merry throng. Everybody! Here they come, plumbers.
The whole house is frozen, mister. You better start thawing out the plumbing.
The plumbing can wait till I thaw out this radio, lady. It's Town Hall tonight.
Auctioneers.
I'm bidding $10 on that radio set, Mr. Auctioneer.
I ain't putting up the radio till tomorrow, madam. It's town hall tonight.
Taxi drivers.
Quick, driver. Take me to the Grand Central Station.
Sorry, mister. The taxi ain't budging for the next hour. It's town hall tonight.
Yes, sir, here we are before the doors of the old town hall, folks, and there's Fred spraying water on his tonsils so they won't get overheated as he yells to the crowd. Listen.
Just break the news to Mother. Tell her there's another show at the old town hall, folks. It's absolutely free, so kindly go right in.
Evening, Mr. Allen.
Hello, Mrs. Tausig. What's the big idea, wearing those ear laps into the show?
Oh, I gotta cover my ears. If I ever hear what you're saying, I'll bust right out.
Step right in, Mrs. Tausig. Laugh, and you're at the town hall, folks. Weep, and you stay at home. Hurry, hurry,
Hi
hurry.
there, Alan. Can I get in your amateurs?
What do you do, Buster?
I recite boots in my bare feet. It's a takeoff.
Always glad to welcome an artist, Buster. Go around to the stage door and try to get in. The show is just about to start, folks, so hurry, hurry, hurry,
They
hurry.
were set backstage, Fred.
Okay, Harry. Peter's opening the show with Cosi Cosa.
Right-o. We're off, Peter.
Cozy, Cosa, it's a wonderful word, ta-la-la-la. When anyone asks you how you are, it's proper to say Cozy, Cosa, Cozy, Cosa. If a lady should ask you this, you dear, you don't have to start a love affair, say Cozy, Cosa. Does it mean yes? No. Does it mean no? Well, yes and no, Cozy, Cosa. Get together and sing, la-la-la-la. It's easy to say, so try today and learn to say Cozy, Cosa. Cozy, Cosa. Does it mean yes? No. Does it mean no? Well, yes and no, Cozy, Cosa. Get together and sing, la 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 la. It's easy this way, so try today and learn to say Cozy, Cosa. Cozy, Cosa. Cozy, Cosa.
Presenting that kaleidoscopic cagliostro of comic conjurations and colossally captivating caricature and capers, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before opening our hope chest and showing you what we hope you're going to enjoy this evening, I'll read you the town hall bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, public grocer number 1, says that the store will be closed daily from 12 o'clock noon to 1 p.m. until further notice. The Errand Boys Union is picketing the shop, and the picket goes to lunch from 12 to 1. So Hodge is helping him out and is picketing the store himself until the kid gets back. So much for the helping hand in our vicinity, and now for the town hall news. Say, Harry.
Yes, Fred?
No matter how inflation might cause other things to rise, what is it that will keep right on coming down?
Oh, I know that one. It's the picture sheet, Fred, and it's coming down now.
You're uncanny. That was right. Do you know that riddle, Harry? They're not servant girls, but they go out every Wednesday night. What are they?
That's easy, too, Fred. There are lights. Here they go.
The projector starts, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The Town Hall News sees nothing, shows all. Seattle, Washington. Dr. Ralph H. Gunblack, Seattle psychologist, claims the romantic feeling young folks attribute to spring is really caused by spinach in diets. Town Hall News shows great difference spinach makes in lovers' attitudes. First, the boy brings his sweetheart home. The boy has had no spinach.
Well, come on, you're home. Drag yourself out of the car, Mabel.
Oh, you're some gigolo, Cuthbert. Driving around 3 hours, you ain't even held my hand.
Well, I wouldn't have felt your hand anyways. I had my mitten on.
I thought you were taking me out for a good time.
Oh, I treated you to chop suey, didn't I?
Yeah, but I had to put my own neck on the piano.
Well, I gotta go.
Well, if you gotta go, I guess you gotta go.
Yeah, you certainly gotta.
Well, thanks for the moving the chop suey.
Oh, that's all right.
Oh, Aren't you at least going to give me a good night kiss?
Nothing doing. You got enough out of me for one night. So long.
The other boy and girl arrive home. Notice the difference. The boy is full of spinach.
Ups a daisy, honey buns.
Oh, Cuthbert, you'll squeeze the life out of me.
Kiss me, baby.
Oh, stop it, Cuthbert. My goodness, I look as though I spent a weekend in a threshing machine.
Come on, Toots. Give me a quick half, Nelson.
Where do you get your pep?
Why, I eat spinach. The old happy hay. I got a can of it right here in my pocket.
Spinach?
Right. You don't need no moon for romance if you got spinach.
Well, good night, Cuthbert. I'm sleepy.
You are? Here, open your mouth.
Here, what are you doing?
Well, that's spinach, babe. How do you feel now?
Whoopee! Let's...
New York City, New York. Prominent restaurant advertises daily food specials in rhyme. Newspaper ads of today read,
Here's a culinary winner. Bop's green vegetable dinner. Mushrooms from a shady dell. Light date muffins served as well.
Town Hall News shows what Bop's service might sound like if employees and guests conversed in rhyme. The guest arrives at the door of the restaurant.
I'm the doorman. Right this way. Try our halibut. It's fresh today.
Thank you, doorman. Here's a dime. I'd give you a quarter, but it wouldn't rhyme.
Check, girl. Check your scar.
And catch tonsillitis? What a laugh.
Excuse me, madam. I was trying to be polite.
Where's the head waiter?
Over to your right.
How many, madam?
Do I look like a crowd?
Don't make me titter, madam. It isn't allowed.
I'll sit here. I'm eating in a hurry.
I'll signal a waitress. May I suggest a curry?
Your order, madam. Has it been taken? There's a 60-cent special. Liver and bacon.
No. Now let me see. Soup in cup, puree of peas, sturgeon Mayfair. I don't like that. Lamb chops here are always fat.
There's a vegetable luncheon, frog's legs on a toast.
Allah, that reminds me, I'll have beef stew a la mode.
Beef stew is vulgar, ma'am. We don't serve it here. You better try a tavern. Stews are served with beer.
Why, you slippy little hussy, are you trying to annoy?
Beef stew at Buck's, that's for the hoi polloi.
You cat, I've been insulted. I'm leaving this joint.
There's the door, madam.
Police, don't point.
I'm the doorman, madam.
So's your Uncle Sam.
Can I be of any service?
Stand back. I got a scram. Taxi!
Rome, Italy. Goffredo Galussi, annoyed by his wife's snoring, invents muzzle-like snore meter, which fails in initial test. Town Hall News uncovers small fry American inventors who have successfully coped with the snoring problem in this country. At Wet Sock, Illinois, Mrs. Hetty Flint was bothered by husband snoring. Mrs. Flint.
Lord, my old man snored like a Wurlitzer going to town. On the exhale, he'd blow them bedclothes clean down to the tips of his toes.
What happened on the inhale, Mrs. Flint?
Why, them sheets would come flying back up our legs like a window shade.
Well, how did you manage to sleep?
Well, a set of sledgehammer dangling on the head of the bed, and a run of string from that to the hem of the sheet.
What happened?
Well, when that old fool starts snoring, the sheet flies down, pulls the string, and the sledgehammer comes down, bust.
Right on your husband, huh?
No, on me. It knocks me out cold, and I'm asleep before I know it.
It's pretty hard on your head, isn't it?
Oh, I'll say it is. Feel this lump. No, that's my head. This big thing's the lump.
At Biddeford, Maine, Mr. and Mrs. Sinbad Brittle have devised novel snoring appliance. Town Hall News interviews Mr. Brittle at home. You say you and your wife didn't close an eye for 20 years, Mr. Brittle?
Nope. We both snored. Kept waking each other up. So I rigged up a doodad that puts us right to sleep. Look at here.
Say, what are those things? Football nose guards?
Yeah. See here? Got saxophone reeds stuck into them. As soon as you start a snoring, you play a tune.
That's what. Can you demonstrate it?
Oh, I'll be glad to. The old lady's asleep now. Come on into the bedroom.
Wow, that's some exhaust.
Oh, you betcha. Sounds like King Kong purring. Here, I'll tie this nose guard on. You'll see the difference. Now, listen.
That's a big improvement, all right.
Yeah, when I start snoring, too, it comes out duet.
Really? Could I hear it?
Sure thing. Here, I'll put this other nose guard on and show you.
You can't go right to sleep, though, can you?
Yeah, you bet you can. My grandmother was frightened by Rip Van Winkle.
Oh, okay, tie it on. Now, let's hear what happens.
I'll just lay right down here. I'll drop right off. Now, listen.
now for a special P.S. bulletin from Hodge's wife. Hodge says that if any of you have any trouble getting to sleep at night and your friends won't lend you their sheep to count, try figuring out the answer to this one. Do you laugh because you feel good, or do you feel good because you laugh? What do you fellas think about it?
Well, I tell you, see the way I look at it.
Well, I'm certainly glad I asked to start this confusion. How about you, Harry?
Well, Fred, I think you laugh because you feel good.
Really?
I think pretty much all of our happiness comes from feeling good. You know, if your day begins with a grouch, it usually ends with a grouch. Why not begin those days with salopatica? Then they'll end with a smile. For if you wake up feeling dull and logy, there are usually two things wrong with you. The first,
Wastes in your body.
right. And the second,
Too much acid in your system.
right again. So just put 2 teaspoonfuls of salopatica in a glass of water and drink it. Because salopatica is the mineral salt laxative that does 2 things, not just one. It rids your body of those wastes and also combats your acidity. Don't forget, you laugh because you feel good. And you'll feel good if you'll just remember Sal Hepatica for the smile of health.
Troubadours have just played Anything Can Happen. Now, on Saturday night, ladies and gentlemen, a touring company will appear here at the Town Hall. In New York City, it seems the show was called 3 Men on a Horse. But the attraction has been cut down a little for the road, and so it will appear here on Saturday night as 2 Boys on a Pony. Quiet, quiet, please. If that's some tree surgeon trying out a new bark, you'll have a strange sap on your hands if I come down there.
Hello?
Well, sir, as I live and always try to go to bed with a penny in my hand in case I toss in my sleep, if it isn't Portland.
Yes, I was coming home from knitting class, so I thought I'd stop in.
Knitting, that's quite a popular indoor sport these days, isn't it?
I'll say. A lot of women crochet, but I'd rather knit than crochet any day.
I should think so. Carrying those big mallets around for crochet, it's a nuisance.
You don't crochet with mallets. That's croquette.
No, croquette isn't a game. Croquette is chicken in capsule form.
Oh, I thought a croquette was a woman who flirted.
No, a croquette is a little round thing. If it were made out of beef, it would be a hamburger.
Oh, it's sort of a foul ball.
Aren't we all? But what are you knitting?
That's what I went down to the class to find out.
You're knitting something and you don't even know what it is?
Well, I started out to make a stocking for Papa, and the first thing I knew, it got too long for a stocking.
What are you going to do with it?
If I can buy some curved wool, I'll put corners on it, and it might turn out to be a sweater.
The curved wool, you'll need that, I imagine. Why don't you just give the whole thing up and put the wool back on the sheet?
No, I'm too stubborn. I'm going to keep on knitting and see what happens.
Is that your handiwork there in the bag?
Yes, I'll take it out. Maybe you can tell me what it is.
No, don't bother.
It's no trouble.
Gosh,
Here it is. What is it?
Well, it could be a lot of things. If it had another leg, it might be the bottom part of a union suit for a tall man with bow legs.
Say, that's an idea. Papa could wear a vest with it for the top.
No, on second thought, it's too baggy in the back. It'd look as though he was sitting down all the time.
Gosh, this is a puzzle, isn't it?
Yeah, the best thing to do, I think, is to keep on knitting. That'll either turn out to be a windbreaker for the Graf Zeppelin or a pullover for a giraffe.
Maybe I ought to take up some other hobby.
I don't think so. Say, a nitwit should be good at knitting.
Oh, a nitwit? That's what you say. A lot of people think I'm pretty smart.
What people?
People who don't even know me think so.
Well, that explains it. To know you, Portland, is to wonder.
Oh, I get it. You just wait. Professor Duffy!
Oh, Professor, no, Chief, don't bring it.
Don't shout, Forty. I'm jolly well here in the offing. I say what-ho and a raucous pip-pip.
Now, wait a minute, brother. Another pip out of you.
Bravo! Toodaloo, scat anchors away in a rousing sick transit.
Some stuff, hey, Mr. Allen?
Listen, Portland, you take this leaping pedant back to Mr. Ripley and apologize.
But this is Professor Dabney, Mr. Allen, the English slang authority.
I don't know any English slang. Whatever I call him, he'll have to translate for himself.
I'm in America making a study of your quaint vernacular.
Good. Here's where you get acquainted with the cold shoulder.
Ah, the frosted clavicle.
Mr. Allen means he'll give you the air, Professor.
Give me the air? How unique. Fancy blowing on me from way over there.
I'll make it if I have to take 2 breaths.
What sort of slang do you specialize in, Professor?
Oh, assorted lingo. I admire your restaurant banter. I stopped at one of your heated canine nooks recently.
You mean a hot dog stand, Professor?
Oh, bother. Hot dog, sweltering puppy. What's the difference if you brought bicarbonates?
What happened?
Well, I ordered the #1 luncheon, and the menial shouted to the chef, 2 dogs in the Excelsior. Ha, ha, ha! Fancy digesting 2 spaniels in the straw.
That was Frankfurt's and sauerkraut, Professor.
Oh, you don't say. How devastating.
It's too bad you didn't order dropped cyanide on rat biscuit.
Cyanide wouldn't be so hotsy-totsy, would it, Professor?
Oh, hotsy-totsy. Hotsy meaning warm. Totsy meaning child. Are you conveying to me that the baby is overheated?
Listen, super stupid. Has anyone ever told you that you're dead from the neck up?
Oh, tush and pipple. How could I possibly be defunct in isolated sections?
Well, it could happen.
You can't prove it by me.
But I'm very much alive. Haven't you noticed?
Why don't you go lay an egg?
Oh, I say, I'd love to oblige, but one can't attempt the gruesome, you know.
That's only an expression, Professor. It's like pulling a bloomer.
Oh, I say. Fancy intimating that one would tug an unmentionable.
You're tugging an unmentionable just staying around here.
I'm afraid I've a lot to learn about your Yankee patois.
Why don't you go into pool table retirement? Wave goodbye to the universe and crawl in behind the nearest 8-ball.
Do you know what that means, Professor?
Definitely. I was told to secrete myself in the shade of the 8-ball recently, and I went to a pool haunt for that specific purpose.
Did you have to get in line?
Oh, no. No, after I had climbed on the baize, I saw my mistake. There was no 8-ball. I'd climbed on a billiard table.
It's lucky you kept your hat on. Somebody might have played your head in the corner pocket.
Ha, ha, ha! Capital, Porty.
Listen, Professor, mutual fatigue is bound to set in unless you and I come to a parting of the ways. Now, shake a leg.
And that isn't slang, Professor. It means we'd better go.
But why should I shake my leg when it isn't even dusty?
Portland will explain it to you on the way out.
Over the river, Alan.
Stop in the middle, Professor. So long, Portland.
Tally-ho!
And now the Town Hall Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight the boys call all hands on the bridge deck to sing Mutiny in the Parlor.
La-da-la-da. I'm home like a day, why blow my heart away? I'm no good when you're bad to me. The fact is very plain, I'm practically insane. For you are snappy as some kangaroo. I turned the light from bright to low. I thought you'd love it, but you said, oh no, oh, you left my side. And then I cried, mutiny in the parlor. I looked at you and drew the chain. You pulled it up again and there it stayed. What a wicked heart to try and start. Mutiny in the parlor. I was the skipper, you were my crew. Dippy at the nipper above. Now I'm a sailor and you are the hoo-hoo. It's put me off a good ship, love. I had my arm around your waist. You moved away and answered haste makes waste. Woe-de, woe is me, I'm all at sea. Oh, woe is me, mutiny in the parlor. I tried to play the radio. I thought you fought for something sweet and low. But you raised a screech and got a speech. And all I got was mutiny in the parlor. I thought that love would soon begin.
But then your mother brought her knitting in, and oh, she sat and sat and sat and sat, and that's what I call mutiny.
Your little brother, the practical joker, thought he was a very cute guy. Your loving father suggested some poker, but the deuces weren't wild as I got my hat and then my coat. I was the lamb, but I became the goat. Woe-de, woe is me, I'm all at sea. La-da-la-da, mutiny in the parlor.
Now, as a special attraction this evening, ladies and gentlemen, we are introducing the smallest little theater group in the world, the Vice Versa Players. A small company of actors, only two people who know their parts backwards, and that's just the way they play them. Now, the scene is an apartment.
Mother? Mother? Stop playing in the dishwater and come here to me this instant.
But, Junior, I don't want to. I'm washing the dishes and
Now, don't let me have to take that switch to you. You come when Junior calls you. You hear?
Oh, all right.
There, that's a good mother. I want to talk to you. You know, I think that toothpaste you give me to clean my teeth with tastes pretty bad.
Oh, but, Junior,
Now, don't interrupt. You listen to what Junior's saying. All the fellas I know say Ipana toothpaste tastes well. And
well, then, Junior, I guess...
Junior's not finished. So, if all you mothers would give us children Ipana toothpaste to use, and we'd all want to brush our teeth.
Well, Junior, I was just going to say, if that's the case, we'll use Ipana from now on.
Thank you, darling. Now run along and play with your dishes. That's a good mother.
Well, of course, I doubt very much if any child would ever really talk like that or reason like that. But you know, children often think like that. And pleasant-tasting Ipana toothpaste goes a mighty long way toward getting them started on the right dental habits. But far more important than mere taste is Ipana's special ability to tone and stimulate tender gums. And when you combine that with properties that clean and polish your teeth to an attractive brilliance, you can easily understand why men, women, and children everywhere always remember Ipana for the smile of beauty.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, fate in an off moment has brought us face to face with the mighty Allen Art Players. This little group is the first company to open Robinson Crusoe on a Monday night and have the show close before it even got to Friday. Tonight, these actors, who have never been outnumbered by an audience, present a problem play of the radio studios entitled Going, Going, Gone, or All of the Bells at an Amateur Night Don't Have Skirts On. Overture, Peter.
This is station GONG, If you have the correct time, will you kindly call us up and tell us what it is? The studio clock is in hot. And now, Corporal Bang brings you his amateur hour. Corporal Bang.
All right. Thank you, friends. I know you're friends until the program starts. Now, tonight we dedicate our program to the first Walla in Walla Walla, Washington. Next week we hope to get around to the second Walla. Round and round she goes, and she comes out here. Now, our first amateur tonight. What is your name, son?
Sinclair Jones.
Oh, Sinclair's holding a broom, so I guess he's a janitor.
Yowza, Corporal.
What are the duties of a janitor, Sinclair?
Well, I just janitor, sir.
You play something, don't you?
Yowza, I play the horses. That's what keeps me janiting.
Well. What are you going to do for us tonight?
Nothing, sir.
And what are you doing here interrupting my amateur hour?
Well, I janits in the studio here. I picks up, and then I sweeps up, and then I cleans. What's that bell, Mr. Corporal?
That's the gong, Sinclair. That means you're finished.
Yeah, you don't know nothing, Corporal. I ain't off till midnight.
Go away, Sinclair. Scat. All right. Hello, Corporal Bang's amateur hour. Oh, yes, thank you. Well, the first telephone bulletin is here. 800 votes for Millie Swank. My, the votes are certainly rolling in tonight. And here's a wire from the governor of Walla. It says, quote, ha ha, you bet, unquote. Thank you, Governor. Now, next we have the moron sister.
Yes, Corporal.
What do you girls do?
I'm a peanut salter.
Me too, Corporal.
Very, very interesting. Does it take two of you to salt a peanut?
Yes, sir. I hold the peanut down.
And I shake the salt on it.
We're not getting anywhere, girls.
Speak for yourself, Corporal.
Well. Now, what are you girls going to sing?
We feel like a feather in the breeze from Blow, Gabriel, Blow.
All right.
We feel like feather in the breeze.
Oh, stop it, Sadie.
What's so funny, Sadie?
Oh, I can't help it. I'm so ticklish. Every time she says feather, I'm going to laugh.
Play like hell, Ma.
Thank you, moron sisters. All right. Hello. Yes. All right. Well, the second telephone bulletin is in. The people have taken back those 800 votes for Millie Swank. Well, that's life. Now next, Gaspard Feinbaum. Application states lawyer.
Yes, I'm a lawyer, Corporal. I passed the bar in 1928.
You still practice?
Why not? None of us is perfect, Corporal.
How do you find the legal profession?
Oh, it's poison. I got to get some business, Corporal.
Well, sing your song. Perhaps you'll get sued.
Okay, so long as I get some action.
What is your number, Gaspard?
The laughing song. The income tax is due next month. Ha, 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 ha.
Thank you, Gaspard. Hello. Yes, Corporal Bang speaking. 800 votes for Millie Swank. All right, but make up your minds, will you? Now, the Whippletree Hillbillies. Well, boys, you see, even I slip occasionally. The Whippletree Hillbillies. Well, boys?
We ain't nobody, and we ain't never done nothing, and we ain't able to do nothing.
And what's more, we don't want no gabbing out of you. We're here to sing.
Your song is Hand Me Down My Walking Cane.
You bet.
Well, hand it down, and I'll beat your brains out.
Hand me down my walking cane. Hand me down.
Where's my gong? Page boy.
Yes, Corporal?
Where's my gong?
You just had it, Corporal.
I know, but it's gone. I've got to stop these hillbillies. Get a policeman, somebody. Hello? Yes? Yes, I know the hillbillies are terrible. No, I can't give them the gong. It's stolen.
Take them off. Give them the gong.
All right. I'm sorry, folks, my gong's been stolen. I've sent for the police. Now, as soon as I get my gong back, I'll ring it.
Hey, what's up, Corporal?
My gong's been stolen, officer.
What?
My gong.
I can't hear with them hillbillies yelping. Come out here now.
Going on? Why, those hillbillies are going on indefinitely. I've got to find my gong.
Well, who do you think took it?
I don't know. It was on that table at my right.
Was anybody near the table?
Oh, just the page boys and the amateurs going and coming from the dressing rooms.
Well, we'd better take a gander in them dressing rooms, eh?
Oh, wait, I'll look out and see if those hillbillies are still going.
My walking cane.
Oh, they're still going, all right. It's awful.
Close that door.
Oh, this is terrible.
If them guys keep singing on the radio, it'll bring back the old-fashioned phonograph.
What am I going to do?
Well, come on. I'll grill them amateurs. Where's the dressing room?
Right through here.
Oh, well, when are we going?
Hey, who are these people?
Oh, these amateurs here in the hall haven't been on yet.
Oh. Hey, page boy.
Yes, officer?
Watch them exits. Don't let none of these amateurs leave the studio.
Okay.
If I don't stop those hillbillies, officer, the governor will be furious. The people of Walla tonight...
Now, keep your noodle, Corporal.
But my gong...
I'll find it. Tell me, what happened tonight when your amateur show started?
Well, first I said, all right. Then the janitor, but it wasn't all right, you see. The janitor got mixed in with the amateurs, but I caught him.
Oh, that's lucky. He'd have won sure.
Then the moron sisters sang. They're here in room number 4.
It's right here.
Yes.
Wait, I'll knock.
Yeah, what do you mugs want? An autograph?
No, my gong's been stolen, girls.
What did you dames do?
We sang. Ready, Sadie? 1, 2, we feel like a feather in the breeze.
Oh, that feather again. Oh, that tickling.
Yeah, that's right. This little girl laughed, and I gave them the gong.
Sorry, girls.
Say, if those hillbillies get hoarse, you know, they may have to stop without the gong.
I'll peek out and see how they're doing.
Hand me down my walking cane.
Oh, Lord, they're going stronger than ever.
Who was the next amateur?
Now, let me see. The show's so big, you know. Oh, yes, that fellow with the laughing song, Gaspard Feinbaum. I gave him the gong last. He's right in here.
Well, I'll give this bum the works.
Well, so what's going on there?
My gong's been stolen, Gaspard.
And you was the last one to get it. Now come clean, fine bum. Where's that gong?
Gong schmong. Who knows from gongs?
And now pipe down, mug. I'm going to search you.
Not without no habeas corpus. I'll show you.
Now, let us keep our tempers, Gaspard.
So what, Mr. Schmoozer?
Come here. I'm going to frisk you.
Yes, I'll hold your briefcase, Gaspard.
No, help, Appelman.
Give me that briefcase.
No. Oi.
Oh, what was that?
He dropped his briefcase, and it sounded tinny.
Yes, it did.
No, it ain't in there.
Open the briefcase, Corporal.
Wait, I'll undo these straps here.
Now, you hold still, you.
No, don't open the briefcase. I confess, I stole the gun.
Yes, here it is, officer. Oh, I hope it still works. Yes, it's okay.
All right, come on, Feinbaum. Why did you steal it?
You weren't going to start another amateur hour, were you, Gaspard?
No, Corporal.
Then what would you be doing with a gun?
Look, I'm a lawyer. For 10 years, I've been chasing ambulances. Always, to get an ambulance case, I got to split my fees with the surgeon.
But where does my gong come in, Gaspard?
Yeah.
Well, if I had a gong, I could go into the ambulance business myself and do away with the middleman. Don't pinch me, Corporal.
Will I let him go, Corporal?
Only on one condition.
I'll do anything.
All right, you come back next week, Gaspard, and tell this tragic story to my radio audience.
I will, absolutely.
Okay, Feinbaum. You can go out through the studio, this door here.
Hand me down.
Oh, leaping lizards, those hillbillies are still going strong.
Well, you got your gong, Corporal. Let's go.
Yes, this will stop them. All right. Thank you. Like the mighty Allen Odd players, ladies and gentlemen, most of us go through life making the same mistakes over and over again. But suppose we were put on trial for these little mistakes. I wonder if it wouldn't sound something like this.
Take the stand, Miss Blake.
You were charged with a very serious neglect. You are charged with neglecting your teeth.
Yes, sir, lawyer. I object.
You're right. Everyone objects to neglected teeth.
I still object. Miss Blake doesn't neglect her teeth. She brushes them thoroughly every day.
But, my dear sir, that isn't enough. It's a well-known fact that teeth are seldom white and sparkling if the gums are soft and tender. And most of the creamy, well-cooked foods we eat nowadays are too soft to give our gums the exercise and stimulation they need.
I object.
You object to what?
You're putting me in a spot like this. Now I don't know what to say.
Well, then just say iPana with massage. Because if anyone will just massage a little iPana toothpaste into their gums every time they brush their teeth with it, it will give their gums the toning and stimulation they've got to have. That's what iPana was made for, as well as to clean and whiten your teeth to a new and lovelier brilliance. So no one need suffer the trial of pink toothbrush, that warning sign of soft, tender gums, if they'll just give iPana a trial.
What about the sentence, Your Honor?
It will be a very short one, just 7 words. Remember iPana for the smile of beauty. Ladies and gentlemen, Town Hall Tonight continues immediately after your station announcement.
I'm gonna sit right down and write myself a letter and make believe it came from you. I'm gonna write words oh so sweet, they're gonna knock me off my feet. A lot of kisses on the bottom, I'll be glad I got 'em. I'm gonna smile and say I hope you're feeling better, and close his mouth the way you do. I'm gonna sit right down and write myself a letter and make believe it came from you.
We're back in Town Hall, friends, and Peter Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours have just played I'm Gonna Sit Right Down and Write Myself a Letter, sung by the Town Hall Quartet. Now here comes Fred with his newest group of anxious and eager amateurs. Let's give them a real Town Hall reception.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Uncle Jim is holding the boys and girls back so that they won't all rush to the microphone at the same time. Now, tonight, our amateurs compete for a first prize of $50 and a week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City, and a second prize of $25 in cash. Now, you folks here in the town hall will select your own winners. Your applause after each act will be recorded on the Johns Manville applause machine here on the stage, and the 3 acts receiving the highest applause ratings will be called back later for your final vote. Now, first tonight, ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to have you meet Mr. Jack Sullo. Is that right, Mr. Sullo?
That's right, Mr. Allen.
From the Bronx. S-U-L-L-O. I didn't think I could go far wrong with that. And you are a baritone singer, Mr. Sullo?
That's right.
Do you mind if I ask you, you live here in New York, don't you?
The Bronx.
Do you work uptown or downtown? Or?
Unemployed at the present time.
I'm sorry to hear that. What did you do formerly?
Formerly, I worked for the 3rd Avenue Railway System.
3rd Avenue Railway System? Conductor?
Yes.
Motorman?
In the track department.
Oh, welding and things like that?
That's right.
Say, it's hardly worthwhile fixing up those L's, is it, the way things are? Looks as though they'll all be pulled down before you can get them patched up again. If they'd have left that job to the moving picture censors, I think they'd have had the L out of the picture years ago around here. Have you done anything else? Have you been in any other business? You don't mind my asking?
No, not at all.
Have you been in any other business?
Well, I worked in the fur line.
In the fur line, really? Doing what?
Well, unherring is what you really call it.
Oh, unherring.
Unherring.
That's what happens to Ted Husing and all those bald-headed men there. They're unherring and don't even know it, huh? How often, is there any way you can tell a good fur? I mean, offhand, is there any way you can just tell?
Well, I didn't work on the good fur. I just worked on the rough work.
Oh, on the rough work. I was wondering, last year I bought a collar with a fur coat. You know actors, you know, the spats and the... I bought a collar with a fur coat, and the man said it was a mink. And I noticed that every time I'd go down the street and pass a dog, my fur collar would stand up. It was very... I didn't know that up until that time. I never knew that a mink was afraid of a dog. I mean, it's really live and learn. And what are you going to sing for us tonight, Mr. Cello?
Without a word of warning.
Without a word of warning. Thank you.
Without a word of warning, my life has begun. Without a word of warning, two hearts beat as one. From out of nowhere, you came to me. A breeze passed by, whispering your name to me. Without a word of warning, and strange as it seemed, we kissed, and when I kissed you, invaded my dream. I don't know how it happened, but out of the blue up above, you came along to answer my song of love.
Thank you. That was Jack Solo. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, will you kindly meet Miss Ruth Willcom? Would you rather stand on this side of the microphone? Doesn't make much difference, does it? Miss Ruth Willcom, Willkomm. Is that right?
That's right.
Does that mean welcome by any chance?
Yes, sir.
It does really, huh? Well, you're certainly most welcome tonight. And you have a strange-looking instrument with you there. That's a zither, is it? Zither's rather a rare instrument these days, isn't it? It always reminds me, seeing a zither looks like a little hop that died young, you know, lying down. You rarely see them, though, at that. I know years ago, you know, the zither, was banned in Switzerland. Did you ever know that? In Switzerland? No. You knew that the zither was banned in Switzerland? I wondered, because they discovered that the young men who were interested in the zither and became zither experts tended to give the best years of their life to the zither. And there was never any room in their laps for the girlfriend, you see. They found out that many zither players died bachelors in years to come. A hot man in Switzerland years ago used to be a one-knee zither player, like the one-arm drivers. What are you going to play on the zither, Miss Willcom?
Red Sails in the Sunset.
Red Sails in the Sunset. Red Sails, sir. Red Sail remind me of communist bargains. Well, you go right ahead. Thank you. Willkom. Willkom. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, 6 boys from Lynbrook, Long Island. 2 of them are here now, 4 on the fire, I imagine. The Hill... I look as though... the Hill Village Rounders. Who is the spokesman for the band, boys?
Right here.
Right here, huh? What's your name?
Norman Phelps.
Very glad to know you, Mr. Phelps.
Thank
Alan
you,
is
Alan.
my name.
Very
You
glad.
generally find me here with everything fried and butter on Wednesday night. It's unusual. I haven't seen many hillbillies around lately. I don't know whether they're sort of going the way of the Indians or what it is. It's certainly a pleasure to see you boys here with your scarves, black shirts, and sombreros. I don't know whether hillbillies are Stetson hat people's propaganda, but they certainly fit. Now, what are you boys going to play?
Tumbling Tumbleweeds.
Tumbling Weeds. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Allen, I'd like
Yes.
to make one correction.
Mr. Phelps?
We're from Norfolk. And not
From
Lynbrook.
Norfolk, Virginia. I
Right.
beg your pardon.
Yes, sir.
How could I make a mistake like that, from Norfolk to Lynbrook? Well, that was close for me. Thank you.
See them tumbling down, pledging their love to the ground. Lonely but free I'll be found, drifting along with the tumbling tumbleweed. Cares of the past are behind. Nowhere to go but I'll find just where the trails will wind, drifting along with the tumbling tumbleweed. I know when night is gone, that a new world's born at dawn. I'll keep rolling along. Deep in my heart is a song. Here on the range I belong, drifting along with the tumbling tumbleweed.
Those were the Hill Village Rounders, and very good, too, thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Bessie Newman. Good evening, Mrs. Newman.
Good evening.
You are a pianist?
Yes, sir.
You're here to play the piano, in other words.
Yes, sir.
There's your husband isn't here to play...
He's here.
Oh, is he?
Sure.
Not for duets.
No. He's
What?
my inspiration.
Oh, your inspiration, huh? Well, Uncle Jim just opened up the piano there, and I don't see him hiding inside. I guess he's sort of a remote inspiration, huh?
That's it.
What are you going to play for us tonight?
Chopin's and Pronto.
Chopin's puns? Chopin's. I see. The radio mind, put a pun in Chopin. That's the way it goes. Well, you go right ahead. That's the piano there, right? Be in front of Uncle Jim. Could be Uncle Jim laughing, but the white things are the keys. Mrs. Bessie Newman from Brooklyn. Thank you. Mrs. Bessie Newman. Thank you very much, Mrs. Newman. That was excellent. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I have the extreme honor to present to you the Queensboro Elks Glee Club, Lodge 878. Am I right?
That's
Brought
right.
to us through the courtesy of Mr. Walter Crowley, the musical director of this organization. How many members has the Queensboro Lodge, Mr. Crowley?
The lodge?
Uh-huh.
About 4,000.
About 4,000. So if you 20 boys don't do this thing up right tonight, there's apt to be a little trouble around there tomorrow. Well, all right, what are you going to sing?
We're going to sing Morning, Mr. Allen.
Morning?
By Ole Speaks.
By Ole Speaks.
Yes.
Thank you very
I'd
much.
like to correct that. That's Gordon Banker is the musical director. I'm only the chairman.
Oh, I beg your pardon. You see, that's twice. I had Lynbrook and Norfolk, and now I've got the Elks confused. Well, we'll go right ahead and see what happens. Thank you. Of Elks. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Miss Anna Paul from Brooklyn. Is that right, Miss Paul?
Yes, sir.
Were you born in Brooklyn?
No, I was born in Russia.
In Russia, really?
Yes.
How old were you when you first came to this country?
10.
10 years old? In other words, you had completed 2 5-year plans before you left. And what are you going to, And what are you going to sing for us tonight?
I'll sing a Russian folk song.
A Russian folk song? And what is the title of it?
Peddler.
The Peddler? Thank you very much. Concludes our amateur contest for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. And while I make the applause machine confess, I'm going to ask Harry to utilize a few well-chosen words, if he will. Harry.
To keep abreast of these fast-changing times, Every week, Town Hall Tonight brings you new fun, new music, new faces. However, two things we offer you never change. The two products that make these Wednesdays with Fred Allen possible. If you enjoy these hours of smiles, won't you remember to use those two faithful standbys, Ipana toothpaste for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. All right now, Fred, have you got the result?
Yes, Harry. Ladies and gentlemen, the applause meter divulges that your applause has been heaviest for the following acts. Jack Sullo, the Hill Village Rounders, and Mrs. Bessie Newman. Now, I'm going to ask Harry to hold his five-fingered friend over the hands of these girls and boys. And as I call the names, it's written down here. What else can I say? You may applaud once again for your winner. Now, are you ready, Harry?
All ready, Fred.
First, the young gentleman I talked to who had worked for the 3rd Avenue Elevated, who came from the Bronx and sang so well in his baritone voice without a word of warning, Jack Sullo. And then the young lady who was kind enough to come from Brooklyn, the pianist who played so well Chopin's Impromptu, Mrs. Bessie Newman. And then the 6 young gentlemen who played Tumblin' Weed so well, the boys I confused from Norfolk, the Hill Village Rounders. Thank you. And what does the machine say, Harry?
Coming right up, Fred.
All right, I hear you in the distance, those sharp little ears of mine. Thank you. The first prize, $50 in cash, and the week's engagement at the Roxy Theater in New York City, ladies and gentlemen, goes to Mrs. Bessie Newman, the pianist who played Chopin's Impromptu. The second prize, $25 in cash. It's a tie. There will be 2 second prizes, so that assures the Hill Village Rounders and Mr. Jack Sullo, they both won second prizes. A tie with 83 decibels. I'm sorry you all couldn't win, but thank you for coming, and better luck next time. This is Fred Allen saying good night, ladies and gentlemen, and inviting you to another hour of smiles next Wednesday evening at the Old Town Hall. Portland, the Mighty Allen Art Players, Peter Van Steeden, the Ipana Troubadours, the Town Hall Quartet, and another group of high-test amateurs. We'll all be looking for you, so don't forget, this is Fred Allen saying good night.
Heard on this program, cheek to cheek from Top Hat, and anything can happen from the Scandal. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
When is a flexible line trimmer good enough to be a Toro? When it does the back-breaking job of trimming and weeding this neatly, this quickly. When it automatically feeds out new line and cuts it to the right length. When it's lightweight and adjustable for easy handling. Automatic line feed. Easy, effective trimming. That's when a trimmer is good enough to be a Toro. Haven't you done without a Toro long enough?
Look at yourself, sitting there watching other people play games, while your once hard body grows softer, and another weekend goes down the tube. We say, come on, stop spectating and get in the game. We're AMF. We make what it takes to renovate the body and raise the spirit. We make quality products, Voight balls, Ben Hogan golf equipment, Harley-Davidson motorcycles. AMF. We make weekends.
Goodyear services cars? I thought they were a tire company.
Goodyear does transmissions? I didn't know that.
Tune-ups, too?
Goodyear does brakes?
500,000 brakes, Goodyear?
I didn't know Goodyear serviced mufflers.
Mufflers? I had no idea Goodyear did tune-ups, mufflers, or anything but tires.
If you still don't know Goodyear services cars, you don't know how good car service can be. Goodyear. Think of us for auto service, too.
Right on the heels of the Mazda RX-7 come 2 great new values, the new Mazda 626 Sports Sedan and Sport Coupe. Great road cars with a responsive 2-liter 4-cylinder engine, 5-speed, steel-belted radials, AM/FM stereo, split fold-down rear seat, all standard, all from just $54.95. The new Mazda 626.
The more you look, the more you like.
Tuesday on Happy Days, Chachi's Miracle Wax puts Fonzie on the hot seat. Then Laverne and Shirley try and catch a thief to learn the naked truth. Then Jack moves in on another man's woman on Three's Company. And a movie director takes the cabbies for a ride on Taxi.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Matt? Oh, Matt?
I'm back here, Kitty. I'll be right out.
For a minute, I thought you'd left town.
No, but it's a good idea. I just released a couple of your hangovers from last night. Thought I better get the cell straightened up.
Where's Chester?
At Delmonico's. I told him to get some food. He's awful puny this morning.
I tried to warn him.
And it wouldn't be so bad, Kitty, if you'd stop selling that green beer.
It's all I can get, and you know it.
He wants some coffee. Oh. Has Doc come back yet?
No. And I don't like it, Matt.
Don't worry about it, Kitty. He can take care of himself.
I know, but this is the fourth day.
It has been 4 days, hasn't it?
Yes. Matt, why don't you and I ride out to Emmett Bauer's place and find out where Doc was going when they left there?
How do you know he isn't still there? Bauer's boy could have had complications with that broken arm.
Well, at least we'd know. Something's wrong, man. I can feel it.
All right, Kitty, all right. Look, have you had breakfast?
No.
We better eat first. Come on, let's go over and join Chester, huh?
All right. Matt, look.
What?
Isn't that Emmett Bowers coming out of the Dodge house?
That sure is. Hey, Emmett! Hold up!
Hello, Marshal. I was just coming over to see you. Morning, Miss Kitty.
All right.
We were just talking about you.
Is Doc out at your place?
No, he isn't. As a matter of fact, that's why I was coming over to see you.
Oh, how's that?
Well, Doc never did show up that day.
What?
That's right. I went up to his office this morning, but everything was locked up. I thought maybe you knew where he was.
I told you, Matt, something's wrong.
What about your boy, Emmett?
Oh, he's getting along all right. I set his arm myself. But I wanted Doc to take a look at it.
Yeah. Well, Kitty, looks like you and I won't be making that trip today.
Why not?
I better ride out with Chester. He and I can cover more ground.
Well, that's all right with me.
Well, it's nice seeing you, Emmett.
Yeah. Well, I hope you find him all right.
I'm sure we will. So long.
Bye. So long, Miss Kitty.
Bye. You think Chester will feel like riding?
And if he doesn't, he'll go anyway. It'll be good for him.
Miss Ketchum sure is a stingy old lady.
Now, how do you figure that, Chester?
My land, Mr. Dillon, you'd think she would have at least offered us a drink of water or something just to be hospitable.
Well, if you wanted water, you should have asked her. She'd have given you some.
That ain't the idea. It's just polite to offer folks something when they drop in on you.
You know, Chester, not many prairie people have the time to be polite.
Yes, sir.
Now, hold up.
What's the matter?
I think we'll split up here.
Well, I thought we was going on to Clooney place.
Yeah, we are, but there's a couple of other ranches on the way that Doc could have visited. Now, we can cover more ground if we split up. The trail to the right leads by the Pope Ranch. I want you to go by there. And I'll meet you at the Clooney place later, all right?
Well, but how do I get to the Clooney's after I leave the Popes?
Oh, man, Pope can tell you. Just follow the trail. The Clooney's are about 10 miles north of the Popes.
All right. You know, I got me a kindly funny feeling about Doc, Mr. Dillon.
Oh? How's that?
Well, you know how him and old man Clooney are such good checker buddies, and they don't hardly ever get to see each other. Well, I just bet you Doc's been there with him these past 4 days, taking a little time off of playing checkers.
Nah, Chester, that's not likely.
No, I guess I was just wishing.
Yeah. Well, better get started. It'll be dark by the time we meet at the Clooney's.
All right, but what if I find Doc?
You just bring him on to the Clooney's with you. We can spend the night there and then head back to Dodge in the morning.
Yes, sir. It's been an awful long time since I've been out this way, Mr. Dillon.
Well, just stick close to the trail. You won't get lost. Well, so long.
So long.
And don't waste any time visiting with the folks, huh?
Yes, sir. Get out. If I knew I was going to be riding all day, I wouldn't have drunk so much beer last night. How do?
Howdy.
Are you Mr. Pope?
That's right.
Oh, I'm Chester Proudfoot.
Now, I know that. I seen you in Dodge. The marshal couldn't come yourself, huh?
Couldn't? Was you expecting Mr. Dillon?
Well, sure I was.
Oh, is there something wrong, Mr. Pope?
Well, now, didn't my boy tell the marshal?
Tell him what?
About the horse thieving.
Horse thieving?
Yeah. The boy went into town this morning to tell the marshal to get out here. I've lost 3 of my best brood mares within the last week, stole right from under my nose.
Well, Mr. Dillon didn't know nothing about that. We left Dodge earlier this morning. I guess that was before your boy got there.
Well, what are you doing out here, then?
Well, we're out looking for Doc Adams. See, nobody ain't heard from him in 4 days, and we've been awful worried.
Well, I ain't seen him. Did you say the marshal was out with you?
Yeah. He took the other trail at the fork about 5 miles back. I'm to meet him at the Clooney Ranch later on.
Well, you tell him about my mares. Now, something's got to be done.
Oh, yes, sir, I sure will. Say, how far is it to the Clooney place?
A good 9 or 10 miles, right toward them clouds.
It is kind of black looking over there, ain't it? But I don't suppose a little rain will hurt me.
You can catch a good dose of fever soaking up rain.
I got my slicker.
You're going to need it.
Well, I ain't making no track standing here, am I? I wish I had time to visit with you a little bit, Mr. Pope.
Yeah. Don't you forget to tell the marshal about my horses.
No, I won't. So long.
So long.
No better, that's for sure. Oh. Now, let me see that foot. Easy, boy. Easy. Stone bruise. A bad one. Well, it looks like you ain't going to be no use to me at all. If I ride you anymore, you'll give out altogether. sure how long that'll last if I have to walk to the Clooney's. Be a good 5 miles yet. Well, come on, horse. I can't afford to leave you out here on the prairie. You can walk same as me. Such carrying on at this. Well, I do declare. Look at there. That's a cabin hiding in them trees. Come on, horse. I knew the good Lord wasn't going to leave us for the rain.
What? You ain't hit. Get up and walk in here. Easy like. Come on, I said.
All right. I'm coming. I ain't armed. Don't shoot.
I wanted to shoot you out of hit you in the first place. That's far enough. What are you doing traipsing on my land?
Oh, I didn't know he wasn't allowed.
Jack?
Yeah?
What you shooting at?
The stranger. Look, nobody just wanders up here.
Well, I did, mister.
Why?
I was on the trail, and my horse got a stone bruise about a mile or so back. And when I seen your cabin, I figured I could ask you for cover before the rain started.
I got no shelter to offer a stranger.
Now, Jack, that's no way to be. He looks tired. Won't hurt us to be friendly.
Sometimes it don't pay to be friendly, Lily May. I don't cotton to a man wandering onto my place aimless like.
I ain't aimless, mister. I'm out here for a good reason. See, I'm supposed to meet Marshal Dillon at the Clooney place. Now, that's about 3 miles from here, ain't it?
You say Marshal Dillon?
Yes, sir, that's right. I work with him in Dodge City. I'm Chester Proudfoot.
Well, a friend of the Marshals ought to be welcome at our place.
We ain't used to having visitors, Mr. Proudfoot, but we'd be pleased to have you join us for supper.
Why, thank you, man.
You go on in the house, Lily May. I'll put your horse in the shed. He'll stay dry.
Well, all right, and thank you.
Come on, Mr. Proudfoot.
Just call me Chester, ma'am. Most folks does.
All right.
My, you folks sure do have an awful big crowd for such a little ranch.
Oh, well, Dad's in the horse business. He gets them wild off the prairie and gentles them, and then he sells them. Things ain't been going too well lately, though.
You've been living out here long?
Not long. Come on in. Now, you sit down there at that table, and I'll pour you a cup of coffee.
Well, thank you. I sure do appreciate you being so kind and all, ma'am. When I first walked up here, I thought I got into a hornet's nest.
Well, Dad don't trust people as easy as he should.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's better that way, I suppose.
Well, not for me, it ain't. I like to visit with people, have them around to talk to. Don't think I'll ever get used to living out here.
Do you by any chance know Doc Adams from Dodge?
Doc Adams? Nope, never heard of him. Why?
Oh, I was just wondering.
Your horse will be all right. I give him some grain.
Well, thank you.
Sure.
Say, I've been thinking, it's going to take a few days for him to get over that bruise. Would you be willing to loan me one of your horses so that I could go on and meet Mr. Dillon tonight? I'll bring it back to you first thing in the morning.
Well, sure. We can talk about it after supper. I better stoke up that fire, Lily May.
Thank you, Dad. Looks like it's starting to rain. Maybe you ought to stay here with us tonight, Chester.
Yeah, well, no, thank you. I guess not, ma'am. Mr. Dillon will get worried about me if I don't.
Jack, you killed him.
He ain't dead.
What got into you? Why'd you hit him?
It's a trap, Lily May.
What do you mean, a trap?
Just that. I suspected it when he told us who he was. Marshal sent him in here to borrow one of the horses so they'd have proof to hang me. They're on to us.
What are we going to do?
Move out. First thing in the morning.
take us most of the night to pack.
Oh, Dak, we've been moving steady for 3 years. When does it stop?
When I get enough money saved up to buy a decent farm.
How many times have I heard that? What are you going to do with him?
Tie him up and leave him here to rot.
That's murder, Dak. Nobody ever comes around here.
Serve him right.
You losing your senses? You gonna start killing now? Be a murderer too?
Shut up! I'll do what I have to do.
To meet me here.
Oh, well, you should hang your slicker there.
Ah, thanks.
Well, say, what brings you out in this weather?
Doc Adams. Have you seen him?
Well, I reckon I have. Come on back to the kitchen where it's warm.
All right.
Well, Matt.
What? Doc.
There he is, Marshal.
Doc, have you been here all this time?
Ever since Monday.
Well, what happened to you?
Sit down, Marshal. Yeah, get the load off your feet, man.
Well, Chester was right.
Chester, huh? How's that?
He said you probably decided to take a few days off and come out here to play checkers with Clooney.
Oh, he did he? Yeah, that ain't it exactly, Marshal.
Well, looks pretty clear to me.
Now, don't be too hasty. I didn't get these circles under my eyes just sitting here staring at this checkerboard for 4 days.
Don't tell me you've been sick, Doc. You never been sick a day in your life.
He sure was this time, Marshal. I seen it. He had the fever. If it hadn't been for the good care Clooney gave me, I'd still be laid up. There was those powders, Doctor. It was powders that snapped it.
Well, how did you end up out here anyway? You left to go to the Bower's place, didn't you?
I know, but I got caught in a thunderstorm. I got on the wrong trail. Yeah. Next thing I knew, I was here. He was awful pitiable. Oh, well, all right. Did you hear from Bowers, man?
Yeah, the boy will be all right. Bowers set the arm himself. Must not have been too bad.
Well, thank goodness for that. I was going back to Dodge this afternoon. When those clouds came up, I figured I'd best wait till morning. And, well, I guess it's a good thing you did. Yeah. Oh, say, Marshal, you say Chester was going to meet you here? Or Chester come out with you?
Uh-huh. We've been scanning the whole countryside for you, Doc. Yeah, he took the east trail. He ought to be along any time now. Unless he decided to stay at the moors because of the rain.
Oh, my head. Well, I'm glad to see you come out of it, and that's a fact. What? What happened to my head? Why am I all tied up like this?
Dak hit you on the head and he tied you up.
Well, why? Why in the world did he do that?
He's got you figured. The marshal sent you in here to borrow one of our horses, didn't he?
No, what are you talking about?
Don't lie to me, mister. I've been nice to you. Almost got myself bruised up for being so nice.
I ain't lying. I don't know what you're saying.
The marshal knows about Dak. Knows he's wanted for horse thieving. He wanted proof, so he sent you here.
No, that ain't so. But if your husband is a horse thief, Mr. Dillon will catch up with him sooner or later.
No, he won't. We're going to move on, away from here.
Move on? So what's he going to do with me?
He's going to leave you here, tied up.
It ain't let up, Sonny. Oh, he come too, huh?
Yeah. Maybe I ought to give him something to eat.
Forget that. We got work to do. I finished up in the barn. Now let's get started in here.
Think we're going to get any sleep tonight?
When we finish packing, we can take turns sleeping. I ain't going to take a chance on that marshal sneaking in here. If he so much as puts a foot on this ranch, I'll shoot him.
Now, Dak.
It's him or me, Lily Mae. And it ain't going to be me.
could I have a drink of water?
I guess so.
Where's your husband?
He's outside loading the wagon. Here you are.
Good.
I'll hold it for you.
Thank you. How long has it been daylight?
About a half an hour.
My head hurts something fierce.
You want any more?
No, thank you. You're going to let him leave me tied here?
I can't persuade him one way or another. Once he makes up his mind, he never changes it.
Well, what about you?
There's nothing I can do about it.
Yes, there are. You could cut me loose before he comes back in here. He won't know the difference. I'll make like I'm still tied up.
He'd kill me and you, too.
But he won't know the difference. I'll make sure he don't.
No, I can't do it.
You gotta do it. You gotta. I'll die sure.
You won't try to leave before we get out of here?
No, I won't. I give you my word.
He'd kill you if you did.
I know that.
All right. I'll get a knife. Just cut your arms loose. You can untie your feet after we leave.
That'll be fine.
Now, you keep him behind you and we'll both be dead.
There's a buggy down on the trail. Looks like that fool Marshall riding behind it. Come here after his friend. Get that rifle. Hey, wait a minute. What do you got in your hand?
Nothing?
Let's see that. A knife. Why, you was going to cut him loose, you little wench.
Don't, Jack. Don't be.
Shut up. I'll tell you later. Right now, there's a marshal we got to take care of. Grab that rifle over there and cover that window, you hear?
No, I ain't going to do it.
What?
I ain't going to do it. I'm tired of running, living like an animal. Let that marshal come in.
What kind of talk is that? You're in this as deep as I am.
I didn't steal any horses. They won't hang me.
All right.
No, Jack. Jack, please, no. No, please, don't.
All right, Jack. Leave her alone. I got your rifle.
What?
I'll shoot you if you hit her again.
So she did cut you loose. Well, you really done it this time, Lily Mae.
Back over towards the door.
What for?
So you'll be there when Mr. Jones comes in. Go on.
All right. Sure.
Jack.
Wait. He tried to grab the rifle. I didn't want to shoot him. I'm sorry, ma'am.
You don't have to be sorry, Chester. There's no reason for you to apologize. Suddenly, it don't seem to matter.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody in there?
Hey, it's me, Mr. Dillon. Chester.
What? Chester, what in the world? What's going on here? Who's this?
Well, see, I saw him, but he's going to be all right. Mr. Dillon, you just won't believe it.
Maybe you better try me, huh?
Yes, sir. Well, see, I was riding along down the trail towards this place, and it seemed to me that my horse was getting kind of gimpy, so I got off, and sure enough, he had a real bad wound. So I had to start...
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Frank Paris, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Lynn Allen, Vic Perrin, and Bartlett Robinson. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week when CBS Radio presents another story on Gunsmoke.
You pilot ships out to open sea through currents that can run you aground, and the only map you trust is the one you keep in your head. Now comes Miller time. Time to head back for the best tasting beer you can find, Miller High Life.
When it's time to relax, we've got the beer, Miller Beer.
My professional Nikon and I made history last year. Now my new Nikon, the EM, is making history. Simple to use, easy to afford. Just focus. If the light's bad, it beeps. Just turn this till it stops. Got it. The new Nikon EM. Affordable and practically foolproof.
Why just buy a camera when you can buy a Nikon?
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jell-O program coming to you from Marchfield, California, and brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Wings of America, written by Lieutenant Jesse Hicks of the Marchfield Post. Played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as our program today is coming to you from Marchfield, California, it is with great pleasure that I bring you that eminent authority on aviation, Flying Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. Flap, flap. I'm flying, boys. And, Don, that was really a lovely introduction. I mean, calling me an eminent authority on aviation. How'd you ever find out about that, Don?
Why, don't you remember, Jack? Just before the broadcast, you told me to introduce you that way.
Oh, yes. But that's the truth, Don. It isn't commonly known, but years ago, I was the first person to ever think of the airplane. Only it so happens that a couple of other fellows perfected it before I did. The Smith brothers, Orville and Wilbur. They beat me to it.
Pardon me, Jack, but you must mean the Wright brothers.
The who? Oh, yes, the Wright brothers. The Smith brothers perfected the cork drop before I did. Everybody has the jump on me, you know.
Well, that's very interesting. But tell me, Jack, whatever gave you the idea for a flying machine?
For the airplane? Well, I was sitting on a fence one day when a flock of pigeons flew over my head and a thought struck me. Anyway, I said, if those things can fly, so can Benny. So I made a pair of big canvas wings, tied them onto my bicycle, and rode right off the roof of my father's barn.
And what happened?
I lit on my head, and I've been a comedian ever since. For a few years, I was quite silly, and then I became sophisticated. But that's what an inventor has to go through. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Hiya, fellas.
Well, that's some hand you got there, Mary. The boys here seem to know you.
Why not? I met most of them at the plantation last night.
The plantation. Oh, yes, that's that nightclub over at Riverside. How'd you happen to be there?
Well, I had a date with the cutest soldier. And you know, Jack, he was the most bashful fellow I ever met.
What do you mean, bashful?
He said as soon as there was a blackout, he was going to kiss me.
Well, Mary, as I look out over this sea of faces, I would say that you got the only non-wolf in the outfit. No kidding.
You mean I can do better tonight?
Definitely. And speaking of the plantation, Mary, I think I'll go down there some night and play my violin for the boys.
That'll empty the place faster than an all-out alert.
I don't know about that.
Say, Mary, you should have been here earlier. Jack was telling me how he almost invented the airplane years ago.
Oh, he's full of baloney.
I am, eh? Well, then let me ask you something, sister. Why is it that when I was a kid in Waukegan, everybody called me Flying Jack?
Flying Jack?
Yes.
That's because he used to shoe flies for a blacksmith.
I did nothing of the kind.
I wish I had a nickel for every horse that kicked you in the face.
Oh, yeah? Well, you'd have about 35 cents, Marty. That's all. And incidentally, those kicks didn't hurt my career as a comedian either. You know, it's amazing how close I... Well, look who's here, if it isn't Piano Teeth.
Hiya, Jackson. Well, here I am, fellas. Make Harris happy.
Say, Phil, why is it every time we broadcast from a new place, you always make your entrance by asking for applause? Why don't you let the audience decide whether they want to give you a hand or not?
I tried that once, Jackson, and there was a lull that was a Lulu.
Oh.
Anyway, look, Jackson, I didn't ask for applause. I just said make Harris happy. They could have thrown money at me or anything. I don't care. And another thing, what's the idea of calling me Piano Teeth? Are you jealous because my ivories are real?
Let me tell you something, Phil. Your teeth may be the McCoy, but that smile of yours must work from a button somewhere. I mean, that can't be on the level.
A button? You mean what I leave the band with?
That's a baton. You're a fine musician.
Say, Jack, can I read my poem now?
Well, sure. What poem?
The one I wrote about March Field.
Mary, we can do without those Livingston epics tonight. Give these boys a break.
Oh, let her read it, Jack. Mary's poems are always so clever.
She can't do it now, Don. Phil's orchestra has to play a number. Although I wish we had a better choice. I really do.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. Are you trying to be facetious? What?
I beg your pardon?
I said, are you trying to be facetious? What's the matter? Didn't I pronounce it right?
I don't know what to say now. I don't know. Phil, I can't understand. Where did you ever get a hold of a word like facetious?
Well, I got one of them Webster's under the bridge dictionary.
Under the bridge? Phil, nobody could make that mistake but you and my writers. That word is unabridged. Anyway, Phil, let's have your band number. This is war, and we can take it. So go ahead.
Oh, all right, Jackson. But look, I meant to tell you, the boys got here so late that we didn't have a chance to rehearse.
Oh.
Do you think it'll make any difference? Are you kidding?
Go ahead, Phil. Hold it. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
On behalf of the officers and men of Marchfield, I'd like to present you with this lovely 100-pound bomb.
A bomb? Well, thanks, but gee whiz, isn't it liable to go off?
Yes, I'll see you around.
Get a load of his head, fellas. What a runway it would make. Play, Phil. played by Phil Harris and his... Hey, Phil, you can tell your bass fiddle player to stop. The number's over.
Oh, yeah. Stop beating it out, Fletcher. I knew we should have rehearsed.
Thanks, Phil. That was Tonight We Love, played by Phil Harris.
I got a good mind to fire that guy.
What for? He made a little mistake, that's all. He probably started late, so he finished late. Say.
Well, he ain't going to get paid overtime.
All right, forget it. That was Tonight We Love, played by Phil Harris.
That burns me up, and it's a blot on my record as a great conductor.
Phil, forget it, will you?
Forget it. Would Leopold forget it? Would Stokowski forget it?
That's Leopold Stokowski. He's one man. My goodness.
Well, holy smoke, how can one man lead such a big orchestra?
He works on a bicycle and shut up. That was Tonight We Love, played by Phil Harris. Oh, the heck with it.
Say, Jack, can I read my poem now?
Mary, never mind the poem. Doris and Edie are listening in. Tear it up, will you?
You let me read it, or I'll tell all these boys that you still owe $8 on your toupee.
Now, just a minute, young lady. In the first place, I don't wear a toupee. In the second place, it's paid for.
Then take the tag off.
That's not a price tag. That little ticket says this side up. I can go along with a gag. Sister.
And I can go along with a gag, too. My dear lady, why don't you tell your husband to put on his toupee and go down to your neighborhood grocer for a package of Jell-O? It is not only easy to make, but economical as well. So you will find that it is not hard to pay for.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
And remember, folks, Jell-O has that new locked-in flavor. The flavor doesn't go away.
I know. You put it in, and it's there to pay. I know. Don, you're a whiz. I give you an inch, you make a commercial out of it.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Sorry I'm late.
Oh, hello, Dennis. Take a bow, okay? Well, where have you been, kid? What delayed you?
Oh, I've been having lots of fun. You know, Mr. Benny, I walked all around the field.
You did?
Yeah, I was in the hangars and up in the buildings and inside the planes and all over the place.
Well.
You think I'll ever get my camera back?
I doubt it. Don't you know, Dennis, you're not supposed to take pictures at any military encampment.
Who was taking pictures? The camera wasn't loaded.
Well, then what's the idea of carrying an empty camera around?
My lunch was in it.
Oh.
The United States government owes me 1 hard-boiled egg and 2 ham sandwiches.
All right. I'll take it up with the colonel. I'm having lunch with him tomorrow.
A lot of good that'll do me. I'm going to be shot at sunrise.
You're not going to be shot at all. I never saw anyone with such an imagination.
Don't pay any attention to him, kid. He's just being facetious.
Will you forget about that word? Say, Dennis, when you go to get... Dennis, when you go to get shot in the morning, take Phil with you. Please.
I'd love to, but I don't know if I can bring a friend.
Well, try. That's all I ask. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
I salute you, old Marshfield, and I really think you're swell.
Mary, I warned you.
Well, I'm going to read my poem.
Then start it right. What's the title of it?
The title?
Yes.
Not January Field, not February Field, but March Field.
The trouble with that title, Mary, is it tips off the fact that the poem is going to be putrid. But go ahead with it. I'm going out for a glass of water.
Come back here, you coward.
Okay, let's get it over with. Go ahead, Mary.
I salute you, old Marshfield, and I really think you're swell. If the Japs, they get too close, you will blast them all to pieces.
Nice rhyming.
You want me to rhyme it?
No. Continue.
I think the boys here are so cute. Private Major Colonel Luce. I love to dance with all the soldiers. They don't keep time, but how they hold you.
Well, of course, I wouldn't know. Proceed.
Here you are near the town of Censored, in the state of I ain't talking. And your hangar's full of, don't ask me, because I'm not squawking.
Well, what's that for? Why all the mystery?
Military secrets, Daddy. Wake up.
Oh, yes. Continue.
Your boys get leave to go to town to have some fun and clown around. They jump in their cars and fill up with gas. But what do you do on a 6-hour pass?
Very good. You ought to stop, Mary, after that big laugh. How about doing your song now, Dennis?
Okay. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not through yet.
Oh.
Last verse coming up.
Go ahead.
Before I close this lovely poem, I have a word for those at home. Now get this, folks, and keep on trying, because the bonds you buying will keep 'em flying. The end.
Oh, that's very good. Say, that was all right, Mary. You had a nice finish. That poem turned out better than I thought it would. Well, okay, Dennis, what's your song going to be?
I'm going to sing We Did It Before and We Can Do It Again, assisted by the Marchfield Sextet.
The Marchfield Sextet? Dennis, there are 8 soldiers in back of you.
2 of them are guarding me till I get shot.
Oh. Well, I guess a guy that carries a hard-boiled egg and a camera has it coming to him. Go ahead, sing, Ken. Wait a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
On behalf of St. Peter, I want to welcome you to the Pearly Gate.
Pearly Gate?
Didn't that bomb go off yet?
Get out of here! I wish that character would stop following me all over the country.
December 7th, 1941, our land of freedom was defined. December 8th, 1941, Uncle Sam replied. We did it before and we can do it again, and we will do it again. We've got a heck of a job to do, but you can bet that we'll see you through. We did it before and we can do it again, and we will do it again. We're one for all and we're all for one. They'll get a licking before we're done. Millions of voices are ringing, singing as we march along. We did it before and we can do it again, and we will do it again. We'll knock them over and then we'll get the guy in back of them. We did it before, we'll do it again. We did it before and we can do it again, and we will do it again. We know we're right and we also know that gangsterism has got to go. We did it before and we can do it again, and we will do it again. We're one for all and we're all for one. They'll get a licking before we're done. We're going to show them in Tokyo we Yanks are out to win. We did it before, we'll do it
That was We Did It Before from Eddie Cantor's Broadway show Banjo Eye, sung by Dennis Day and the Marchfield Octet. And very good, fellas. Say, Dennis, where did you meet these 8 soldiers?
Well, I've got a girl in Riverside, and last night I took her to the plantation.
So?
What happened to my girl, fellas?
Well, that's rich. So these boys took your girl away. Hey, Dennis, is she pretty?
No, she's a mess.
Every girl you go out with is a mess. Why don't you go out with a pretty girl once in a while?
Well, if I can't hang on to a cluck, what chance have I got with a good-looking gal?
Well, that makes sense, I guess. But personally, I can't keep company with a girl unless she's really gorgeous.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I have yet to see you out with a dame that didn't sag somewhere.
That's so. I've been out with some pretty hot-looking babies, haven't I, Phil?
Lay off, Jackson. I'm a married man.
Well, for Pete's sake, you can talk about pretty girls, can't you?
Nope, no talking and no looking.
No looking? Not even on a windy day?
On windy days, I'm not allowed out of the house.
Well, that may be okay with you, but I'd like to see the woman that could dominate me. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mary, stop looking at me that way. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a surprise for you. As our guest tonight, we have one of the boys stationed here at Marchfield, the biggest soldier in the United States Army, a fellow who makes Don Wilson look like a midget, Staff Sergeant August Stackwell. Step right up, Sergeant. Wow, what a physique. You ought to see him, folks. He looks like Boulder Dam in a khaki uniform. Tell me, Sergeant, how much do you weigh?
407 pounds, not counting lunch.
Oh, 407 pounds. Well, Sarge, I want you to meet a fellow we used to think was pretty hefty until you came along. Don Wilson, our announcer.
How do you do, Sergeant? Hi, Skinny.
You didn't know you were going to get those kind of laughs, did you? Now, look, if you don't mind, Sarge, I'd like to ask you a few questions. To begin with...
If a little woman hadn't put me on a diet, I'd make this guy look like a toothpick.
Don, please, don't be so jealous. Now, Sergeant, I'm sure our listeners would like to know something about your history. To begin with...
If I hadn't cut out potatoes, I could look like Boulder Dam, too.
Don, stop mumbling. Now, Sergeant Stackwell, you say you weigh 407, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I see. And how much did you weigh when you were born?
150 pounds.
That's 15 pounds, Sergeant. Now, he looks like Wilson and he reads like Phil Harris. Now, of course, Sergeant, being so large, must present certain problems. For instance, you don't sleep on a regular Army cot, do you?
No, I use the king size.
Good. That's all right. Now, Sergeant...
I'll bump stomachs with him any day.
Wilson, calm down. My goodness. Well, Sergeant, I want to thank you for coming up here and saying hello.
Thank you, Mr. Benny. No hard feelings, Don.
No, not at all.
That's how I feel about it. So long, Frank.
That Stackwell is an awfully nice fella. And, Don, I don't know what's the matter with you today. Andy Devine is much fatter than you are, and you've never been jealous of him.
Oh, he wears pads under his clothes. Get wise, will you?
Andy Devine wears pads? I can't believe it.
Say, Jackson, did you hear Andy on Fred Allen's program last Wednesday? The guy was terrific.
No, I missed Allen's program last week, and I'm just sick about it. Of course, not as sick as if I'd listened in. How was the show?
It was darn good, and Andy sure spilled the beans about you.
What do you mean?
Well, Andy said you never let the actors get together on your program because you're afraid they'll organize and strike for back salary.
That's the silliest remark I ever heard. What did Allen say?
He seemed to think it was quite facetious.
I know. Shut up. And before we go any further, I'd like to clear this thing right now. If there's anybody in this cast that I owe back salary to, I wish he'd raise his hand. Come on. There, you see? Nobody raised their hand.
I got mine up, Mr. Benny.
Okay, Dennis, but come right back. I'm tired of these rumors that Allen started about me.
But, Mr. Benny...
Never mind. Put your arm down or I'll yank it down. Now, let me tell you something about Allen. I remember once in Toledo... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. What do you want?
I got bad news for you, boss. You'll have to take the Greyhound back to town.
Why?
Well, here's what happened. I filled up the gas tank this morning and started out from Beverly Hills like you told me to.
In my Maxwell? Huh?
It was a beautiful day. The sun peeping over the snow-capped mountains gave one the feeling that all was serene.
Rochester, forget the mountains. What happened to my car?
Well, I was driving through Ontario when a big truck ahead of me full of oranges suddenly stopped.
And what happened?
Marmalade.
Rochester, I see no excuse for you smashing into a truck. What do you think the emergency brake is for?
It ain't for stopping. We found that out.
Well, tell me about the car. Is it damaged much?
No, it worked out fine. The fenders are straight now.
Well, good.
But the right front tire's gone boom for the last time.
Oh, well, I guess there's nothing else to do but go out and buy a new tire.
I beg your pardon?
I said go out and buy a new tire.
A new tire?
Yes.
Just a second, I'll put Superman on the phone.
Oh, that's right. It is pretty hard to get tires now. I'll tell you what. Use the spare.
We ain't got no spare.
What do you mean?
I cut it up last week when you needed rubber heels for your brown shoes.
Oh, yes, darn it. Well, look, Rochester, I'll ride back to town with Mr. Harris and the boys in their bus. Meanwhile, you stay with the Maxwell.
You mean for the duration?
You can have that tire fixed. Now, hang up. This is long distance.
Okay. Oh, say, boss, looks like you owe me $10 on that bet we made.
Yes, I know Buddy Bear lost. But I can't understand how Lewis knocked him out in the very first round.
Well, you see, Joe's in the Army now, and he had to get back to camp before tap.
Oh, well, that explains it. So long, Rochester.
Goodbye.
Gee, I've got to get a tire. I wonder how that rubber tree in my greenhouse is coming along. Play, Phil.
Tomorrow night for dessert, surprise the family with a grand dessert, Jack Benny's jellied fruit medley and one of Jack's own special favorites. It's a delightful dessert, a real treat to the taste, and yet so quick and easy to make. Simply dissolve one package of Jell-O imitation strawberry flavor in 1 pint of hot fruit juice and water. Next, chill until slightly thickened and fold in 1 can of fruit salad cut into small pieces. Chill until firm. And then serve with a garnishing of spicy mint leaves and bright red cherries. What a beautiful-looking dessert it is. A rich, colorful combination of delicious canned fruit salad and rosy pink strawberry Jell-O. Many grocers are featuring these items, both of them, all next week. So get them both tomorrow. And remember, desserts made with Jell-O taste really swell. Because Jell-O's locked-in process protects the flavor for your enjoyment.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
This broadcast was presented for the entertainment of the personnel of Marchfield and does not constitute a commercial product endorsement by the War Department.
Oh, no. Look who's here.
Hiya, boys. Here Midas is guaranteeing foreign car mufflers.
Mr. Creedy, you don't drive a foreign car.
Sister Creedy does. Don't stand there, guys. Midas eyes.
From now on, foreign car owners can take advantage of Midas, too. If anything goes wrong with our American or foreign car muffler, Midas will replace it free as long as you own your car.
I guarantee. See you again, boy.
Magnavox is handing out money during the big Magnavox annual sale. Come in now for a great deal on these Magnavox touch-tune color TVs and get a rebate right on the spot. Save on decorator stereos, save on Magnavox component systems, and get a rebate right on the spot. And save even more on remote control special bonus offer. The most exciting Magnavox annual sale ever, because Magnavox is handing out money.
Winners and losers. That's what the stories on sweepstakes are all about. $1 million. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Turnabout, Hello, Larry, then sweepstakes. Friday.
If your engine isn't starting on cue, put in a fresh set of Champion spark plugs at least once a year. Champion and your engine can make beautiful music together. You can't buy a better plug.
At Georgia Pacific, it was here in the great Northwest that we first learned to make our forests yield even more by turning wood lignins into chemicals. Today, we've grown in the chemical business and into oil for petrochemicals, too. So what started by getting more out of every tree has taken us out here, where there isn't a tree in sight. Georgia Pacific. Oil, gas, coal, gypsum, timber, and the skill to manage them.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you John Garfield, Eleanor Parker, and Dane Clark in Pride of the Marines. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. While we prepare to usher in a new year, and we hope a new and better age, I think it's not only timely, but heartening for all of us to hear the real-life story of a battle-scarred Marine who had to face one of the most difficult problems war can leave. But make no mistake, the play you are about to hear from Warner Brothers' Pride of the Marines is not a story of sadness, but a story of the triumph of a great love. The picture follows closely the life of a real living person, Sergeant Al Schmidt, from my hometown of Philadelphia. The part of Al is played by John Garfield, who enacts his original screen role. And co-starred with him, also from the screencast, we have Eleanor Parker and Dane Clark as Al's friend and sweetheart who stand by him with unshakable devotion. Tonight, as we look ahead to the new year, may I thank you all for your support during the months past and your friendly letters and suggestions. While Lux Flakes continue to brighten and lighten your daily tasks at home, rest assured that we shall continually strive to bring you the best in radio entertainment in 1946. It's curtain time, and here's Act One of Pride of the Marines, starring John Garfield as Al, Eleanor Parker as Ruth, and Dane Clark as Lee.
My name is Schmidt, Al Schmidt. Maybe you heard of me, maybe not. Anyhow, what I've got to tell you starts back in 1941 in Philadelphia. It could have begun anywhere. And what happened to me might have happened to you. I was living at the time, boarding with friends of mine. Jim Merchant and his wife, Ella May.
Hey, what's the flowers for, Al? Somebody kicked the bucket?
Oh, this is here for your wife. Where is she?
In the kitchen. Cooking.
On your anniversary?
Well, it's her idea.
Hi, Al. Are these for me, those flowers?
No, they're for your hard-working mama, honey.
Gee willikers. Hey, Ma. Yes? Look what Al brought you. Coming.
Well, hurry up. I look pretty stupid carrying these around.
Al.
Happy anniversary. The only couple I know who are happy, though married.
Well, one of these days you'll be bringing flowers home to a wife of your own.
I live alone and like it.
You live alone and look it. Better get ready for dinner.
Yeah. Come on, let's get shaved, Al.
Okay, honey. Let's.
Al?
Huh?
What do you shave for, Al?
Oh, to make me look handsome.
I think you're handsome already.
That's nice.
Al, do you like girls?
I sure do, sister.
When did you first start liking them?
When I found out they weren't boys.
Oh. Mom says she knows lots of legible girls.
Yeah, I know that already.
That's why she's always inviting them here to meet you.
I'll tell you a big secret, Loretta. I am going to get married.
Honest? When?
Oh, 5 or 6 years from now.
To me?
Well, sure. What do you think?
Oh, you wouldn't really marry me.
Honest to Pete, I would.
Oh, gee.
Okay, now give me a kiss and get out of here. Dinner's waiting.
Oh, we won't eat till Ruth gets here.
Who?
Ruth. That's a friend of Mom's.
Oh.
We're having her for dinner.
Oh, another one. Where's that razor? I think I'll just cut my throat.
Ow.
No, I guess I won't. If I cut my throat, I couldn't marry you, could I? Come on, sugar. We'll take care of this Ruth thing. Did you ring the bell?
Yes. Don't the merchants live here?
Yeah, they live here.
Oh,
I'm Al Schmidt. I bought here. Your name, Ruth?
how did you know?
What's the difference? Ella Mae's in the kitchen. So is Jim. Sit down.
Thank you. Ella Mae and I used to work in the same office.
Yeah? Jim and I, we work in the same factory.
They have a lovely home, haven't they?
I suppose you'd like one for yourself someday.
Well, yes, someday.
I thought so.
My, look at the flowers. They're beautiful.
Yeah?
So many of them, it's almost like a wedding.
A wedding? Oh, boy, that's a hot one.
I'm afraid I don't...
Ruth, I didn't hear you come in.
Well, happy anniversary.
Thanks. Well, I see you and Al have met.
Yeah, I feel as if I've met her dozens of times.
Well, isn't that nice? Come on upstairs, Ruth. Jim, Ruth's here.
See you in a minute, Rose.
Good.
Hey, Al,
Yeah?
what do you think?
Just one thing. Ella Mae's got to stop picking out girls for me. I can't take it anymore.
Yeah, marrying off guys, it's kind of a disease with her. But this one, Al, I kind of thought you'd like her. She's a terrific bowler.
She is, huh?
Ella Mae says she bowls 500.
Yeah? Just wait till I get her on a bowling alley. Just wait. What's the score, Ella Mae?
You've got 220. Ruth's got 40.
Bowls 500, does she? You know, I figured out what's wrong with your game, Ruth. This alley must be warped.
Shows your sense of humor.
Hey, Al, what do you say we go and slough up a few beers?
Oh, but Jim, Ruthie wants to get a game going, don't you, Ruthie?
Yes, I'd enjoy another game.
Well, we might as well run along then. Good night, kids. Have a good time.
Yeah, good night.
You know, I think there's something wrong with the way I play.
You don't mean it.
I'd be terribly grateful if you'd show me how you do it.
Well, the first thing you do is you got to bring the ball all the way back, you see, like this.
Oh, now I see where all your power comes from.
Yeah, you see, like this.
Oh, that little step you do, that little dance. Is that one of your secrets of success?
Oh, well, yeah, that's a little mistake.
You made a mistake.
Well, yeah, I'm a little nervous.
You nervous?
Are you trying to ride me?
Now you're angry.
I'm not angry. Either put that bowling ball down or throw it. I didn't say on my foot.
I missed your foot.
By a quarter of an inch. How would you feel
From the way you've acted tonight, I didn't think you knew what feelings are.
Are you trying to make a monkey out of me?
It isn't hard. You're not very bright.
Is that so? Well, who asked you on this date anyway? You cooked it up with Ella Mae so you can hook yourself a husband. I'm no dummy. When I take out a dame, look out! What are you trying to do? Cripple me?
I'd just like to say a word or two, Mr. Schmidt. I don't know what you expected from this date, but I certainly didn't expect you. And as far as I'm concerned, I've spent a dreary evening with an awful drift. Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute. Hey, wait.
Well, here's your quarter, Ruth. Hope your bus isn't crowded. We would have to work late just when I have a dinner date.
Oh, well, have a swell time tonight. And happy birthday.
Thanks a lot, Bertie. See you Monday.
Hiya, Ruth. Get in. I'll ride you home.
Go away.
But our little boy is sick, Ruth. He keeps crying for you.
Stop being a clown and go away.
It's all right if you don't love me anymore, but how can you desert that innocent child?
Young woman, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Go home to your child.
Go on, sister. Go home to your kid.
Oh, all right, I'll go.
Probably crying its head off.
Well, that's not so bad. He's got 2 heads.
Who?
Hiya, Ruth.
My, but you're a scream.
Now, don't get sore. Isn't this better than the bus? Now, why don't you answer the phone sometime?
I do, for some people.
Well, I've called you 5 times since we went bowling. I think your Uncle Ralph is swell, except he sounds a little too old for me to date.
Try harder. He won't hook you.
Look, I'm apologizing, see?
How about driving a little faster? It's my birthday, and I've got a dinner date.
Well, if that's the way you feel about it, just hang on.
Whew. What a driver.
Well, you said you were in a hurry. Which house?
There, right there.
Oh, where that car's parked?
Yes. Oh, that's my date. What time is it?
Oh, it's early yet.
Ow!
Hey, what's the idea?
Oh, it was an accident, Harry. He didn't mean to...
What's the matter, Bud? Didn't you see my car?
See it? I hit it, didn't I?
Who are you?
Al Schmidt. You want to make something out of it? Oh, Ruth, don't stay out too late, sweetheart. I'll be back at 10:30.
Huh?
What makes men do such crazy things?
Women. And I hope you have a very happy birthday. With him.
But, Harry!
So long, two-timer.
Hello, Uncle Ralph.
This is Uncle Al, sweetheart, and it's 10:30.
The nerve. The nerve of you.
Happy birthday, Ruth. Can I interest you in a whirlwind courtship? Say any loose bowling balls around here? Don't say it. Now, look at you. What girl wants to stay home on her birthday?
Sorry, but I'm going to bed.
Then how
Good
about
night.
celebrating your birthday tomorrow? Something special, huh? Like, say, going to the fights?
Save that for your birthday.
Ice hockey? Roller skating?
Oh, I get it. You either want to exercise or see other people exercise.
Now, look, don't get me wrong, Ruthie. I'll do anything you say. Like, going hunting. Believe me, there's nothing like it when the weather is cool and crisp. It makes you glad to be alive.
Mm-hmm.
Why, I bet you've never been hunting. Okay, we'll leave early in the morning. How's 6 o'clock?
Awful.
Good. I'll pick you up at 6 sharp, Ruthie. Good night. Boy, that fire sure feels good, don't it, huh? How's the coffee coming?
I'm ready in a minute.
Hey, some luck, huh? Look at these pheasants. Maybe I can knock off another one after lunch.
You're a wonderful shot, Al.
Yeah. You know, boy, when I get out in the country like this, I don't know why I ever came back to the city.
Why did you?
Well, after my ma died, my old man married again, see? So I hit the road. I was just a kid, but I was always able to take care of myself. Right now, I'm sitting pretty well. First-class burner at the foundry, $40 a week, and trying hard to spend it all. You want to help me spend it?
Easy come, easy go,
Well, what's the use of making dough if you can't spend it?
You might save some for a rainy day.
Well, there ain't going to be any rainy days. I got it all arranged.
Real rugged, aren't you?
You know, I like the way you stand up to me. I like the way you don't jabber all the time. I like the way you laugh at my corny jokes. And I like it when you say you're going to do something, you do it, and you don't make up a lot of silly excuses.
Like what?
Oh, like going hunting. I didn't think you'd come.
Look at me now.
Yeah. Look at you now.
Al, that's the second time you've kissed me without warning.
You want a warning next time?
Like what?
Oh, something like, hello?
That's a fair enough warning.
Hello, Ruth.
Hello, Al. Jim, what are you doing to our radio?
I'm fixing it. Just so happens the adjuster case was grounded to the isolator coil.
What does that mean?
The end of our radio.
Yeah? Well, it's all fixed. $5 it works, too.
I haven't got $5.
Well, here goes. Listen. You see?
All right, Marconi. Just see if you can find your door. It's time to eat.
Loretta. Hey, Loretta.
Ruth.
Yes?
Jim and Ella May have picked out their favorite joint for New Year's Eve. You want to come? Or should I find some good-looking dame?
Suit yourself. Come to think of it, I don't have any other boyfriends anymore. That's not so good.
What's wrong with me? So you want a new crop of boyfriends, huh?
I didn't say I did.
Well, maybe it's a good idea. As soon as I get a little more dough, I'm going up to Canada and spend a whole year just hunting and fishing. You want to come?
I don't know. Ask me when the time comes.
I always told you I'm a rolling stone.
Sure.
Well, there goes the radio again.
It doesn't sound broken.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You see?
a report has just come in that the Japanese have bombed Pearl Harbor. We resume our musical program, pending further details momentarily.
Where's Pearl Harbor?
I don't know. You want to come with me New Year's Eve?
I might if you ask me nice.
Like this?
Yeah, you know what Well, fine thing. Once he told me he was going to marry me.
I think we're both out of luck, Loretta. Jim, where's Pearl Harbor?
Pearl Harbor? Oh, it's down the Jersey coast near Atlantic City someplace.
It can't be. The Japs are bombing it. Wait a minute, wait.
We interrupt this program with news of grave importance.
Huh?
War broke out today with lightning suddenness in the Pacific.
Come on in, dinner's ready.
Without warning, waves of Japanese planes attacked Hawaii. Full reports have not yet come in. But one thing is certain. The United States is at war with Japan. Please stand by.
Well, what do you know?
Oh, sit down, everybody. The roast is getting cold.
We're at war, honey. The United States is at war.
Yes, dear, I know. Now, come on and start carving.
You going to be a soldier, Al?
Heck no, I'm going to Canada and shoot bears.
Oh, Ruth, I hope you two are going with us New Year's Eve. We've just been... Oh, dear, I forgot to light the candles.
Oh, relax, I'll do 'em. I'm the best little candle lighter in Philadelphia. You know...
What?
You know, I bet it might be more fun shooting Japs than bears.
Oh, you'll never get a chance, kid. The Marines will take care of them.
The Marines? The Marines? Yeah. Well, 10 to 1, the whole thing blows over in a week.
No takers, Al. Come on, everybody. Pass your plate. Pass your plate.
Are you
Ruthie, telephone. Oh, thanks. Hello?
Hiya, honey. Say, about New Year's Eve. Don't look like I'm going to be able to make it, Ruthie.
Oh, fine thing. Somebody else, huh?
Yeah, my uncle. Hang on, honey. You're now talking to Private Schmidt, U.S. Marines.
Al.
Kind of sudden, huh? Look, let's celebrate tonight, huh? Make up for New Year's, huh?
Oh, Al, I just don't know what to say.
Then think up something, honey, and make it good. I'll pick you up at the usual time. What do you know? I'm a Marine. I guess Uncle Ralph's asleep, huh?
Yes, it's pretty late. Al, thank you for the most wonderful evening I ever spent.
Oh, skip it.
I don't know whether to ask you to sit down or what.
Oh, no. I gotta go home and pack, sweetie. That train leaves in 5 hours. Ruthie, I want a kiss. I want a kiss that'll last me for the duration. You got one like that?
I'll do my darndest. Hello, darling.
You know, it's exciting, going off to war.
Yes, I guess if I were a man, I'd be doing the same thing.
I'm glad you're not a man.
Why?
What do you think? Honey, there's a lot of things I'd like to say, but I don't know how to say them, so I'll just cut it down to goodbye.
But I want to see you off at the train.
No, you got to get some sleep.
I'm not tired, Al.
No.
All right, if you'd rather not.
It's better that way. Ruthie, I've been kind of monopolizing your time the last few weeks. I want you to get back into circulation.
You don't have to worry about me.
Sure. It isn't as if there's anything set between us.
That's right.
Don't think too much about me, see? There are lots of other guys and...
Don't worry about me, Al. Don't worry.
Well, goodbye, Ruthie.
Al, goodbye. Oh, Al.
Coffee and donuts. How about you, soldier?
Huh?
Cup of coffee?
No, thanks.
All alone?
So what?
Well, nothing, but well, look around you. Everybody kissing his girl goodbye, and mothers and fathers, and well, it's the kind of thing you read about, isn't it?
Well, I'd sooner read about it, see? I guess I'm able to get on a train without a lot of bawling.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bother you.
Oh, you didn't bother me. It's just... Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Excuse me, sister, excuse me. Don't turn me away, Ruth. Don't turn me away. I spotted you. I could spot you in a mile. I could spot you a mile off. So you came to the station anyhow.
Are you sore, Al?
Well, sure, I'm sore. You were just going to stand there at the end of the platform and let me get on the train without saying a word, huh?
I just wanted to see you, Al. I might have called to you.
Sunline Limited, leading on track number 2 for Wilmington.
We only got a minute, Ruthie. Listen, you love me?
Oh, yes.
Well, me too, you. I don't want you doing what I said about going out with other guys.
I guess I wouldn't have anyway.
Will you wait for me, Ruthie?
You'll have to pry me loose. I'm the sticking kind.
I want one last look at that sweet face you got. Don't change the way you look, will you? That's the way I want to see you when I come back.
Well, take care of yourself, darling, and don't be a hero or anything.
Honey, I'm going to wrap myself up in cellophane. I got a reason now. I guess I better get on that train now. Hey, here, I got something for you. I was going to give it to you at the house.
Oh, Al, the train's starting. Hurry, you can mail it to me.
No, here, I want you to have it now. Goodbye, honey.
Goodbye, Al.
It's kind of dinky. If you don't like it, throw it away. Goodbye, Ruthie. I even like your hat.
Ring. Can't you ring? Al, it's beautiful. It's the most beautiful ring in the world. Al.
Something the matter, lady? Did you miss somebody?
No. But I'm sure going to.
In just a moment, you'll hear Act 2 of Pride of the Marine, starring John Garfield, next to be seen in Warner Brothers' Nobody Lives Forever, and co-starring Dane Clark and Eleanor Parker. Back of most men in Hollywood is usually a very efficient secretary who smooths the wheels of production. Our guest tonight is Miss Eleanor Broder, secretary to Mitchell Lyson, director of Paramount's new and beautiful production, Kitty. How do you like being a secretary to a director, Miss Broder?
Very much. I'd say it's a chance to get a liberal education and get paid for acquiring it.
Very gratifying. I hope my secretary is listening in.
I often think of myself as chairman of the worrying committee. As you know, Mr. Keeley, if Mr. Lyson wants 3 pink elephants or something equally simple, he just tells me, and from then on I do the worrying about where we're going to get them.
And like a very good secretary, you keep on worrying while the picture's in production, I'm sure.
Yes, I double for audience reaction. I can't help laughing and crying and suffering right along with the actors. I nearly ruined my wardrobe when Olivia de Havilland was making for To Each His Own.
How was that?
Well, I'd get so interested in the story, I'd lean against anything or sit down anywhere without even thinking. And they don't dust those sets every morning.
Well, sounds like a job for Lux, eh, John?
What do you say, Miss Broder?
Certainly was. I liked wearing washable dresses, so I just took them home and luxed them.
With good results, I trust.
Of course, Mr. Kennedy. Lux just floated that dust right out and left the color in. After all, Mr. Kennedy, the studios themselves use Lux for all their washables, and some of them are really precious.
That's praise from the top, Miss Broder. You'll be interested to know that actual tests confirm the studio's good judgment and yours. Colors stay lovely up to 3 times longer with Lux Care. Strong soap, hot water, and rough handling soon fade colors, leave fabrics old-looking.
Lux is so thrifty, it certainly saves on cleaning bills.
That's right. It takes less than a penny to Lux a dress. So girls who want to be thrifty, Lux everything safe in water alone. Here's Mr. Keeley with Act 2.
We continue with Pride of the Marines, starring John Garfield as Al, Eleanor Parker as Ruth, and Dane Clark as Lee.
I didn't get many letters from Al. He'd warned me he wasn't much good at letter writing. Finally, in July, a card came. It didn't say much. Only that Private Schmidt had arrived safely at his destination. I didn't know then that that destination meant Guadalcanal.
Well, I hear they did it last night. Got 4 of our cruisers.
Yeah. All they got to do is sit out there and spit at us.
I'm going to dig this foxhole so deep it'll be just short of desertion.
No sleep, no chow, no smokes, no mail, not enough planes, not enough Navy, not enough doctors. Brother, we're hanging on the ropes, and the referee's up to 8.
You know something, Al? We've been here 2 weeks. This is our anniversary.
Remind me later. I'll bake a cake.
Hey, here comes the corporal. Hiya, Diamond.
What's the matter with you
Hiya,
guys?
Corp. What do you mean, what's
How
the
many
matter?
times you guys got to be told not to gang up like this?
Well, it's time for us to leave those guys at the river, ain't it?
Yeah, it's going to be dark soon.
Just you and me and Al?
That's right.
Well, let's go. Let's make a run for it.
What's the matter? You crazy? It's nice and quiet now, ain't it? You just show that pretty kisser of yours and see what will happen. They'll cut you in 2.
Then the 2 of us would go. Legs running one way, torso the other.
Oh,
very funny. Come on, Corp.
See you, guys.
Keep down.
Come on.
Down.
What's the matter with those guys we just relieved? Don't they ever learn nothing?
What's the beat, Johnny?
A machine gun, look. They didn't change the bolt. It's still bird.
Yeah. Well, maybe there's a spare in the parts box. Check the water hose, will you, Al?
Water hose is clear.
There's no extra bolt in here.
Well, check the final protective line. Al, what about the ready boxes?
Tell you in a minute.
Now, get a line in that bush across the river, Johnny.
Which one?
Right there. Come on, will you? The light's failing.
Left 920.
Yeah?
Down 6 mils.
6 mils. Why don't those guys learn how to make up a range card? Well, here you guys. Grenades, just in case.
Hey, I guess those are just birds, huh, Al?
They sound like birds.
Every night it's the same thing as soon as it gets dark.
Birds ain't got no right being up at night.
You know, I used to go hunting birds back in Pennsylvania.
Look, they may try to cross tonight, see? And if they do, I figure they'll cross right there at the sandbar.
That's right in front of us.
Yeah, right in front of us.
I got a hunch this here machine gun is going to get a workout tonight. Is that right, baby? You're going to speak your piece tonight, huh?
Yeah, well, let them come.
Well, this is their chance. It's going to come sooner or later.
I'll take sooner.
I'll take later. Oh, hot night, isn't it?
Yeah. Thirsty, too.
You know, maybe a ship will come in tomorrow with some mail on it.
Why is it that everything good is always going to happen tomorrow? What's the matter, Al? What you looking at?
Just across the river.
What?
No, there's nothing there, Lee. Nothing yet, anyways. Okay if I flop?
Okay. Keep your eyes open, Johnny.
Yeah. See anything, Lee? You see anything?
No, it's as quiet as a graveyard.
Do you have to use that word?
Thought you were sleeping.
It's too quiet to sleep. What's the use of...
Oh, there they go.
Can you see them? Can you see any of them?
No. That's their cheer. They're working up their nerve.
Hey, listen.
It's like singing almost.
It's getting closer, Lee.
I know. So what? Here it comes. Keep down now. Keep down. We won't open up till the last second.
All they got to do is wait across.
Well, they'll head in from the side. Hey, wait a minute. I think they're crossing. Now, Lee. Now. No, wait. Lay it across the sandbar, Johnny. That's them. They're coming now. Wait.
I can hear them in the water.
Wait. Now, fire! The tree, left. Watch that ammo belt.
I got it.
Tear him down. Come on, tear him down, boy. Come on, put her in sticky trap.
Where's Big Boney?
Get him. Come on, will you load up everything.
We're loading as fast as we can.
There, Johnny, there. They crossed over.
Where?
They're coming at us with your fire.
Johnny's hit.
Take over, Al. I'll feed him.
We get him. We'll cut him down. Come on, you slimy pigs. Come in and get us.
I'll lay off with you. We need all the ammunition we got.
How's Johnny doing?
Dead, right to the forehead. He's dead.
You stinking yellow belly's the best guy in the world. Come on in. Come on. I'll show you.
Al. Watch it. Don't get trigger happy. Watch it. You got him. Ooh.
Lee, you hit?
I can't move.
Where you hit? Where?
Arm, shoulder. Go on, get back, Al. Watch him. Short burst, Al. Short burst.
We'll hold him, Lee. We'll hold him. Come on, just try to get through. Just try. Short burst, Skibby. Why can't I shut you up? Come on. Oh. There's nobody in your way. Just a couple of Marines. Come on, I'll take you on. One at a time or in bunches.
Al, to the side, I hear something.
Where?
Where the bushes, Al. There's a Jap. He's crawling.
Marines down!
Look out, Al. Look out! Al. My face. Al.
I can't see.
Get down, Al. Get down.
I can't see the machine. Can you get to it? Please.
No, I can't move. Besides, it's blown up, Al. Yeah, well. Al, what are you doing? What do you want with your 45? No. Don't do it, Al. Don't do it. Don't shoot yourself, Al. We'll get help soon.
Shoot myself?
No.
Just tell me where they are. Tell me where they're coming from. I'll shoot them. Tell me where they are, Lee. Tell me where they are. Tell me.
I didn't hear from Al for a long time. Philadelphia was a long way from the war, but I thought of Al every day and wondered. And then it was at the office a phone call came. It was my uncle.
It's a letter, Ruth. It just came.
From Al?
Well, no. The Naval Hospital in San Diego. I opened it.
Hospital?
Yes. Al's there, Ruth. He can't write, but he's okay.
He's safe. Oh, thank God. Thank God.
Boy, I sure got Ruthie trained, huh, Miss Pfeiffer? A letter from him every day. Sometimes two.
Yes, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
What do you mean?
This is a fine letter you've just dictated. It's going to run all of 8 lines.
Oh, you Red Cross dames got other things to do. You go on, type it up, and let me go.
Oh, tell her something, Al. About yourself, about your friends here at the hospital.
Well, I've done that. By now, she knows Lee Diamond as good as she knows me.
There's one thing you haven't told her. About your eyes.
No.
She'll have to know sometime.
Tomorrow I can tell her, maybe. After the doctor takes off the bandages.
You may not be able to see right away, Al.
Okay, so I'll stall some more.
Al, the doctors didn't promise you'd see.
Those medics never promise anything.
Well, I'll go type your letter.
Wait a minute. You can add this. Just say this. Pretty soon I'll be coming home, Ruthie, so don't worry, baby. Gosh, sweetheart, I can hardly wait to see you.
Just make believe I'm a typewriter, Al. Don't be embarrassed.
I can hardly wait to kiss you for the first time, honey. I never told you what I feel like when you're in my arms, looking up at me with your eyes with that funny kind of wonderful light in your eyes, like you did on that railroad station platform the day I left.
Say what you're thinking, Al. Say it.
Oh, just say, lots of love, Al. You know, that's the longest letter I ever wrote in my life.
I'll bet it is.
Well, here's a picture of her, Miss Pfeiffer, see? Ain't that a nice face, though, ain't it, huh?
Yes. A man could lean on a girl like that.
I don't lean on anyone.
Oh, everybody leans on somebody a little.
When these bandages come off, you'll see a guy that leans on nobody. You just watch me. I'll have a letter to write tomorrow. I'll write Ruthie the doggonest letter she... Well, the heck with that. I'll phone her. That's what I'll do. I'll phone her. waiting for, Doc? Why don't you say something?
Now, take it easy, Al.
I'm taking it easy, sir. You think I don't know? My eyes have been hurt. Why, I even expect to be wearing glasses the rest of my life. Four-eyed Schmidt. But I don't mind it, sir. I don't mind glasses.
I've got a flashlight, Al. I'm going to bring it around toward your face. Now, the first time you see light, you holler.
I'll holler. I'll holler so loud my girl will hear me in Philadelphia.
You ready?
Turn it on. Turn it on. I want to see stars and angels and Ruth. Come on. Come on, let me see the light. Bring it closer.
You see anything?
Yeah. Yeah, like a locomotive headlight. Way off in the fog. Bring it closer, please. Closer.
Al, the light is full in your eyes. It's right in front of you.
No. I can't be blind. Please, sir, please. You medicine fellas are smart. You got ways of fixing guys up. I tried my best. I fought. I'm not asking for so much.
This examination isn't final, Al. Besides, you'll probably need another operation.
When?
6 months, maybe a year.
Well, what are my chances, sir? Give it to me straight.
Al, I'm going to give you a card. A card that'll teach you to read with your fingers.
That's for blind people. I don't want any of that stuff. I want to stand on my own.
Al, listen to me. People get the wrong idea about blindness. The blind man isn't helpless. He just has to do things differently than the rest of us. Al, are you listening to me?
No, I'm not listening. Why don't God just strike me dead? I want to get this over with quick, Miss Pfeiffer. You got a pencil?
Go ahead.
Okay. Dear Ruth.
Al, what harm would it do to wait another week or so?
You heard what the doctor said. I made up my mind.
And what about giving Ruth a chance to decide for herself?
Decide what? How to ruin her life?
How do you know she'll feel that way about it? Tell her the truth. Find out what she wants.
Sure, tell her the truth. She'll pity me. I'm leaving pity out of this.
Aren't you leaving love out of it, too?
She'll meet another guy. She'll fall in love. You going to write this letter for me, or do I have to ask Lee Diamond to do it?
Go ahead.
Dear Ruth, I know this is going to be kind of a surprise to you, but I'm going to give it to you straight. I'm not coming back to Philly. Not now, not ever. And as far as getting married is concerned, well, it just ain't up my alley, that's all. I hope you'll be very happy, and I hope you'll find a new boyfriend real soon. Yours, Al Schmidt. That's all, Miss Pfeiffer. Short and sweet. And you can do me a big favor. Get it in the mail right away.
Hello?
Miss Ruth Hartley, please.
This is Miss Hartley.
On your call to San Diego.
Yes?
Private Schmidt cannot come to the phone. And Miss Virginia Pfeiffer of the Red Cross wants to know if she may accept your call.
Oh, yes, yes.
One moment, please. Go ahead, San Diego. Hello, Ruth.
Yes, Miss Pfeiffer. I just got Al's letter.
Ruth, please try to understand. He isn't breaking with you because he doesn't love you. Believe me, he does.
But then why?
Get set for shock.
What is it?
Al has lost the sight of one eye and may never regain the sight of the other. That's why he broke with you. He's afraid of becoming a burden. Do you understand now? Hello? Hello?
Yes, I understand.
Ruth, do you still love him? Do you want him, I mean, as a husband?
Oh, yes, I do.
But he may be totally blind for the rest of his life.
What does that matter?
Do you want to think it over?
Think what over? I didn't fall in love with his eyes. I fell in love with him, with Al. That hasn't changed just because something's happened to his eye.
Then keep writing to him, Ruth. And try not to mind if he does that. Just a minute.
We have a pretty big job ahead, but we can do it.
I'm so grateful to you for everything.
I guess Al still doesn't know what a wonderful girl he has. Goodbye, Ruth. Try not to worry.
Hey, any of you guys here talk about going home for Christmas?
Yeah, I wish I could believe it. I wonder what kind of a Christmas they got there in California.
Oh, I hear they got no snow, but they got variety. One day fog, next day rain.
I hear everybody who's fit goes home walking cases, too.
That leaves me out.
Me, too.
You're a walking case, Al.
Yeah, except I got no place to go, see? What's the first thing you're going to do when you get home, Irish?
Well, I get myself a nice little street corner for my new business.
Hey, look who's coming. Hi there, Virginia.
Come on in, Virginia. Join the Gopher Sewing Circle.
Irish has been telling us about his new business.
Yeah, it's on the corner.
Oh, a bank or a saloon? Which is it, Irish?
You're not even close. Twice in his life, my old man got his name in the paper, see? The first time in 1917, he was the first to enlist in Milwaukee. The second time in 1930, he was the first vet to sell unemployed apples.
Any of you guys want a piece of my street corner? I ain't bright, but I'm honest.
Count me in. Irish and Schmidt. Apples and shoelaces. We ought to do all right.
What's the matter with you guys? Think no one's learned anything since 1930? Think everybody's had their eyes shut and their brains in cold storage?
I'll tell you guys something funny. I'm scared, see? And if a man come along, anybody, and told me I'd have a decent job, I'd go down on my knees and wash his feet.
What about the GI Bill of Rights?
Yeah.
They guarantee your old job back.
Guarantee your job, do they? Well, I wrote for my old job, and you know what the boss wrote back? He's in a new business. You can't get your old job back if it just don't exist, can you?
Well, that's got to be considered.
Considered? How long did we get to consider at Guadalcanal? They said get going, and we went. Well, that's okay. Except I want some considering now. I got a wife, and I want to support her.
Can I put my 2 cents worth in, gentlemen? You boys are all jumpy. Nobody can blame you. You're shut off here, and sometimes it must seem as if nobody cares.
Well, who does?
Well, people care. Civilians aren't strange animals. They're your own fathers and mothers and wives, your girls and friends. And believe me, if they can help it, you're not going to be let down.
So they send some guys back to college, get some guys jobs. So maybe we'll even have prosperity while we catch up on the things the poor civilians had to go without. Well, what happens after a couple of years? Answer me that.
A bonus march. How about that? A bonus march.
No. Okay, Al, now you listen. All of you listen. One happy afternoon when God was feeling good, he sat down and he thought of a rich, beautiful country. And he named it the USA, all of it. The hills, the rivers, the land, the whole works. But don't tell me we can't make it work in peace like we do in war. Don't tell me we can't pull together. Don't you see it, guys? Don't you see it?
You asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you like everybody else.
I don't see any of those things you said God made. I don't see a thing.
Well, I didn't mean it that way, Al.
No, you didn't. But it's the only way I heard it. So long, you guys. I got to write a letter.
Come on, Al, I'll help you.
It's to Santa Claus. Dear Santa, I'd like a shiny tin cup for Christmas. A few pencils. What's on your mind?
You. Al, suppose the worst happens to you. Suppose you never get your sight back. I'm not kidding. You're sure you'd be cut off from a lot of things. But there's still an awful lot left. Don't you see, Al, blind or not, once you get over your fear of being helpless, the whole world is wide open to you.
The whole world, huh?
Well, right here in California, there are hundreds of blind workers in the airplane factory.
What are you worried about? A couple of months from now, I'll be able to see all right.
I hope so. I just thought I'd tell you what was on my mind.
Thanks.
Excuse me, is that Private Schmidt?
Yeah.
A message from the captain.
Sorry, but I can't read.
Oh, it's not in writing. Captain wants to see you at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
I'll see that he's there.
Thank you.
The old man, huh? Now what have I done?
Come in, Private Schmidt.
Yes, sir.
Schmidt, I have great news for you. You ought to receive the Navy Cross. Congratulations.
Navy Cross? Well, never in all my born days did I... The Navy Cross?
Stand at ease.
Yes, sir.
Corporal Diamond's getting one, too, although the ceremonies won't be held in the same place. Your hometown is quite proud of you, Schmidt, so the Navy's decided that you'll get your award at the Philadelphia Navy Yard. Corporal Diamond will be on the train with you and effect your transfer to the Naval Hospital. You'll leave tomorrow. Couldn't ask for a better Christmas present than that, could you?
I gotta go back there?
It's your hometown. Why not?
No, it isn't. No, it isn't my home, sir. I'm gonna move.
But you've got a girl in Philadelphia, haven't you?
No, sir. She and I are all washed up. I got nobody.
I think I know what's on your mind, Schmidt. Believe me. The people who knew you before, you mean just as much to them now as you ever did. And a lot more. Until you learn that, how are you going to make any progress?
I'm making progress, sir. I'm trading a couple of eyes for a ribbon on my chest. Now I'm going home so people can stare at me. That's fine progress.
You're under orders, Schmidt. And you're going back. Goodbye, son. And good luck.
Thank you.
Leave seeing about the tickets, Al. He'll be right back.
Ginny, you've been swell. I've been carrying the beef inside of me, but it hasn't been against you. You're great.
I'm glad you think so, Al.
Say, will you do me a favor? Send a telegram to Ruthie. Ask her to meet me at the station, Philly, will you?
Al? Oh, that's wonderful.
No. Not for the reason you think. I just want to get things straightened out once and for all. I'm not going to marry anybody.
Okay, Al, the tickets are all set. Well, keep your powder dry, Virginia. Thanks for everything.
Goodbye, Lee. Good luck.
You know, some of these days I'm going to come back here and find out what you really look like.
I'll be an awful disappointment to you.
Oh, no, you won't. You're tops. Goodbye.
Just don't stop fighting, Al. Don't.
So long, Virginia.
But would you mind reading that back to me?
Yes, miss. The telegram is from San Diego. It says, Al arriving 30th Street Station, 2 p.m. Thursday. I have done all I can. The rest is up to you. It's signed Virginia.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, dear God. He's got to come home where he belongs. He's got to know he's wanted.
We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. In a moment, we'll return with the last act of Pride of the Marines, starring John Garfield and Dane Clark, and co-starring Eleanor Parker, who will next be seen in Warner Brothers' Of Human Bondage. Are you making any New Year's resolutions, Sally?
Oh, a few. Like getting to see some more good movies. They're releasing some honeys in 1946.
Such as?
San Antonio is on my list. I was over to Warner Brothers when they were filming some of Errol Flynn's gunfights. My, it was exciting.
An adventure story?
Yes, but there's a girl in it, too. Alexis Smith.
Oh, is Alexis as glamorous as usual?
Yes, even more so. San Antonio takes place in Texas in 1877, and the costumes are so gay and technicolor. Those were the days when clothes really were glamorous.
A problem to care for, though, weren't they, Sally?
Oh, yes, indeed. That was BL, before Lux, you know. You should read some of the directions they used to give for washing silks. One calls for grating potatoes in cold water, then leaving them for 48 hours without stirring. After this, the liquid was drained off, and the silk dipped up and down in it.
Not a trick to do every night in the week, Sally.
Thank goodness all we do now is toss silk or rayon undies into lukewarm Lux suds. Why, my undies get luxed again and again, and they still look lovely.
Of course, Sally. Actual tests show that slips and gowns washed 30 times in Lux were still fresh and colorful. Lux Care is really gentle. Identical underthings washed with a strong soap, hot water, and handled roughly soon look faded and drab.
So we girls are luckier than the belles of the 1870s. Besides, their clothes may have had glamour, but ours are more comfortable.
But I think today's girls are plenty glamorous too, Sally, and we'll give Lux some of the credit. Remember, Lux Care keeps pretty colors lovely and fresh up to 3 times as long. It's thrifty care for undies, too, other nice washables. So if you can't get Lux the first time you try again. Your dealer will have more soon. Here's Mr. Keeley, your producer.
Be sure to welcome us after the play when our stars will welcome a special visitor to the microphone. Here's Act 3 of Pride of the Marines with John Garfield as Al, Eleanor Parker as Ruth, and Dane Clark as Lee. It's late at night, and as their train roars eastward, Al Schmidt and Lee Diamond look through the window of their compartment at the shadowy, snow-covered countryside that sweeps by.
I keep looking through the window, like I could see something.
Look, it's pretty late, Al. You want to go to bed?
No, I feel kind of jumpy.
Jumpy?
I've been thinking. That telegram I sent Ruth about her meeting me tomorrow.
Yeah?
Well, it's crazy. What's the sense of seeing Ruth just to break up with her? I don't want to see her at all, Lee. You send another telegram. Tell her not to come.
No, wait a minute. That's not fair. You're going to see her.
Lee, don't make me fight you.
Look, Al, you promised.
You and me, we don't have to be polite to each other. What does welcome home mean to a blind man?
Maybe more than to anyone else.
You going to send that wire?
Yeah, I'll send the wire if you want me to, but first I want to tell you something. Al, look, back there on the canal after you got that grenade in your face, remember what you did? You pulled your .45 and I thought you meant to kill yourself, and you kept yelling out, "Tell me where they are, Lee. Tell me where they are and I'll shoot them." And I thought to myself, that guy Schmidt's got more guts than any man alive.
So what?
So I was wrong, Al. I don't think you got any guts. I think you're kind of yellow. You haven't got guts enough to see Ruth.
Shut up.
You didn't enlist in the Marines because you had any sense. You didn't care about this was the USA and you lived in it. You were just a hopped-up guy looking for excitement.
Shut up. That's a lie and you're a stinking liar.
Okay, then ask yourself a question. Would you do it over again? If you knew you was going to be blind, would you do it over again? Oh, Al, look, don't you think I'd crawl on my hands and knees to a doctor if he could take an eye out of my head and put it into yours? But he can't, Al, he can't. I know it's a stinking war, but it's got to be won, and you're one of the guys who lost some chips in the winning. But everybody's got problems, Al. Everybody.
What problems have you got? Your wife don't have to turn over on her insides when she sees you. When you go for a job, there ain't nobody going to say, we got no use for ex-heroes like you.
That's what you think. Sure, there'll be guys who won't hire you even though they know you can handle a job. But there's guys who won't hire me because my name is Diamond instead of Jones. Don't you see what I mean, Al? You and me, we need the same kind of a world. We need a country to live in where nobody gets booted around for anything.
I'm all mixed up. Mixed up and scared, dragging up the heels in yellow.
No. You're not yellow. But that girl loves you, Al. You two can make out she's the real good.
Okay.
Didn't what I say mean anything to you?
Yeah, but we still send that wire.
All right, Al. I'll send it. Well, this is it, Al. We're coming into the station.
It's good we're late. Ruth got the wire then for sure, huh?
Yeah.
You know, it's too bad we ain't getting those Navy forces together.
Yeah.
Say, if you got any plans about coming to the hospital with me, forget it. Your wife's probably sitting in New York biting her fingernails.
Oh, that's all right. The trains to New York run pretty often.
Just stick me in a cab.
Oh, well, let's get off. Come on now. Hang on.
Okay. Boy, sure smells like Philly. Say, you don't see Ruth around here, do you?
No, Al. I don't see Ruth anywhere.
That's fine. Swell. Now that's off my mind.
Look, if I'm not going to take you to the hospital, I got to find out about a train.
Huh? Yeah, sure.
So do you mind waiting here?
No, go on. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll be right back. Excuse me.
Yes?
I recognize you from Al's snapshot. You're Ruth, aren't you?
Yes.
I'm Lee Diamond. Didn't you get a telegram?
I had to come. Oh, Lee, please help me. I have to get Al back among his friends where he lived. He's got to know.
Well, look, he's pretty set on not going, Ruth.
Where are you taking him now?
Maybe hospital.
He's got to come home first. Look, I have a car outside. Couldn't you lie to him? Tell him maybe it's a Navy car or something.
I don't know. It's
I want one chance, Lee. Won't you give it to me?
I'll see what I can do. You walk just ahead of us to the car.
Oh, thank you.
I wouldn't be doing this, Al, except I can get a train for New York in 10 minutes.
That's swell.
Well, here's a Navy car. And, hey, there's a good-looking wave in it, ready to drive you to the hospital.
A wave? Hey, that's class, huh?
Hey, don't step out of line. She's a Louie. Well, I'm going to miss you, old ball of fire.
Yeah. Say, what were them old Hebrew words you told me?
Oh, Shalom Aleichem. Good luck.
Yeah, well, Shalom Aleichem, kid.
That goes double for you, Al. Okay, Lieutenant. I'll write you, Al.
Thanks. So long, Lee.
So long.
You hear those bells, Lieutenant? That's from Independence Hall. I used to eat by that bell. Somehow, whenever it struck 12 o'clock, I got hungry. Out on the canal, I remember that bell whenever I got hungry. Hey, good day for hunting, huh? Nice and cold. You ever go hunting?
Uh-huh.
Couldn't hit the broadside of a barn right now. Got eye trouble. This it? This the hospital?
Uh-huh.
It's okay. You don't have to help me. Just tell me where the steps are.
Yes.
Yeah, I used to count steps when I was a kid. Now I'm back at it again.
Now.
Huh? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Any more?
Uh-huh.
6, 7, 8. Wait a minute. There's a post here. The railing, yeah. It's here. This isn't any hospital. Ruth.
You're home, Al. Please forgive me. I had to.
But why? Why? It's no good.
It's the day before Christmas. Ella May has dinner all ready for you, and Loretta has a present for you.
It won't work. I'm not going in.
Look, if you and I are finished, all right. But why can't you stay to a Christmas party with your friends?
Oh, hello. How are you, Loretta?
Oh, I read all about you in the papers. You killed 200 Japs, didn't you, Al?
Well, yeah, so they tell me.
I'll take your bag, Al.
Hmm.
Ma, Al's home. He's home. Al. What's it like when you can't see good, Al? Is it like being in a dark room?
Yeah, that's it.
Al, oh, it's so good to see you.
Hello, Ella May.
Well, don't I get a kiss?
Sure, just so long as Jim don't catch us. Say, where is he?
He'll be home any minute. Now, you just make yourself right at home again. Loretta, come with me. Ruth, you and Al go in there and sit down.
Sofa still in the same place?
Everything's just the same, Al.
Well, look at me. I made it. Didn't bump into anything, did I?
You're looking fine, Al.
How about you?
Oh, I look the same, I guess. We're awfully proud of you, Al.
Ah, well.
Cocktails, Al. We're being very fancy in your honor.
Cocktails, huh? That's class, all right.
Here's Daddy's car. Dad's home.
Hi, honey. Is he here yet?
He just came, Daddy. He's in the sitting room.
Jim!
Well, you're no good, Marine. Boy, it's good to see you. I'm glad you could make it for Christmas.
Well, me too.
Here's your drink, Al. There's none for you, Jim, till you wash up and hurry. Dinner's about ready.
See that, Al? Still henpecked.
Sure sounds like it.
We have a super Christmas tree, Al. It's right there in the middle of the room.
Swell.
You want me to tell you what's on it?
No, never mind.
Well, there's a great big star on top.
I don't want to hear about it.
Al,
Oh, honey, I'm just kind of tired, that's all.
it's a nice tree. Lots of colored lights.
Sure, honey, sure. Forgive me. In a minute, you can tell me all about it, huh?
All right. I forgive you.
Your old room's all ready, Al. It's got new wallpaper.
Sorry, Jim. I'm going to Chicago. Live with my brother.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I'll see you in a minute, huh?
But, Al, I thought you were going to stay here and marry Ruth. Al, you're not different, are you?
Of course he isn't.
I'm a little different, I suppose.
No, you're not.
I can't see Loretta's Christmas tree, can I? I can't see you. Doesn't that make me different?
I don't mean your eyes. I mean you. I think you're just the same. I can tell.
Thanks.
Okay, kids, come and get it.
Dining room still in the same place?
Straight ahead, Al.
Watch me make this on my own. You see? Right in my old place. There. I bet you didn't remember to light the candles, did you, Ella May?
Oh, dear, of course not.
Here you are. Remember me? Best little candle lighter in Philadelphia.
Al, you didn't.
I remembered. I remembered where they always were.
Say, Al, there's a blind fellow working at our factory now.
Loretta, stop reaching for things. Haven't you got a tongue?
Sure, Mom, but my arm's longer.
This blind fellow went to school. You know, it's a funny thing, but he can feel those small risers better than I can see them. It's the truth.
Yeah, well, how does he get to the plant?
By bus.
Oh, somebody helps him, huh?
No, he goes by himself.
Al, your old boss says if you go to that school for a couple of months, you can have your old job back anytime.
He did, huh?
Yes, he said they'd be proud to have you.
Well, tell him I'm sorry. It just doesn't fit in with my plans.
Well, what do you say we tear into this turkey, huh? Pass the plates, folks. Sure smells good. Yes, sir. It sure smells good.
So they left us here alone, huh?
Yes, Al.
Where'd they say they went?
They took Loretta to see her girlfriend. She's got a present for her. They won't be long.
Ruth, while they're gone, right now, I want you to take me to the hospital.
But, Al, you said you'd...
I told them I'd stay because I didn't want any arguments. Now I want to go.
Al, I want one fair chance to talk to you, and you've got to give it to me.
You can talk your head off. There's nothing you can say I ain't said to myself 1,000 times.
You don't know what I want to say.
Don't pull any tears on me. That's why I didn't want to come to see you in the first place.
I'm not pulling any tears, and you didn't want to see me because you love me.
Ruth, I'm helpless. I'd be a drag on you all your life.
Why don't you let me decide that?
Because I'm nobody's lapdog, that's why. Do you think I want to live out my life knowing every day of the year that you married me out of pity? I got too much pride for that.
Pride? Why, you haven't got enough pride to face the truth. You want to be lonely. You want to feel sorry for yourself. Why, you haven't got the pride to accept being blind like a man.
Get me out of here.
I won't. You're going to stay here and listen to me.
That's fine. That's great. But you missed one card. I may be blind, but I know where the phone is. I'm calling a cab.
Al, look out! Oh, Al.
The Christmas tree. Loretta's Christmas tree. I guess I ruined it. I don't need anybody's help. Leave me alone.
Oh, Al, don't be hurt.
I gotta get out of here. Get me a cab, please.
If you go now, you'll leave me to stumble all through my life the way you just did. I don't pity you, Al. I love you. Suppose there never was a war, darling. What if we were married and one day I got hit by a car and was left a cripple? Would you walk out on me? Oh, darling, I need you. Sure, you'll need me too, but what's wrong with two people needing each other? We have a problem, yes, but everyone has problems. All married couples, Al. I just don't know what I'll do if you leave me now. I need you too much.
Ruthie, don't. I don't want to make you cry. It's just that I was an ordinary guy before, and I wasn't worthy of you then, and now I'm less than ordinary. I can't see.
Less than ordinary? Oh, sweetheart, Don't you realize that every single man who's fought is no longer ordinary? Don't you realize that millions of people were looking to Guadalcanal every day while you were fighting there? They were. Every civilized person in the world, I guess. It wasn't any ordinary guy who kept the Japs back that night. It was one of the most extraordinary fellas in the world. You, Al Schmidt.
Ruthie, darling. Ruthie.
In the name of the President of the United States, the Commander of the South Pacific Area and South Pacific Force takes pleasure in presenting the Navy Cross to Private Albert A. Schmidt, United States Marine Corps Reserve, for services set forth in the following citation. For extraordinary heroism in the action against a strong Japanese landing force in the Solomon Islands on August 21st, 1942. Under greatest difficulties, the enemy was met and repulsed. In the action, Schmidt was seriously wounded. His courage and fortitude contributed largely to the defeat of the enemy. W.F. Halsey, Admiral, U.S. Navy.
I congratulate you, Schmidt.
I'm mighty proud, sir.
The honor guard will parade now.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Al, it was just wonderful.
Yeah? Well, how do we get out of here?
This way, Al.
Let's not walk. Let's take a cab. That one over there with the red top.
How do you know it's red?
Well, it's kind of fuzzy, but it's red, isn't it?
Yes, darling. It is red.
Now, look, honey. Don't get your hopes up. That doesn't mean I'm going to see you again.
Well, whichever way it is, we'll do it together.
Where to, folks?
Home. We're going home.
Our stars will return in a moment for their curtain calls and to welcome a very special guest to our theater. This afternoon, lots of women were busy getting prettied up for parties tonight, like Mrs. Evans. While she was sitting under the hairdryer, she thought,
My, I've got so much to do yet. Press my dress. I hope my silver slippers aren't tarnished. I forgot to look at them. And get out Jim's studs. Oh, I do hope he remembers I said white flowers. Marie! Oh, Marie! Marie, can you do my nails?
Is it down in the book, Mrs. Evans?
No, but they're dreadful, Marie. Please try.
Well, maybe I can squeeze you in. Mrs. Porter isn't dry yet.
My hands are awful, aren't they? Jim has a fit every time he sees them.
How's this polish?
That's too dark. It only makes my hands look redder.
You've let your hands go, Mrs. Evans.
I know, but I can't help it. Doing dishes 3 times a day is no beauty treatment.
You have sensitive skin, Mrs. Evans. Have you ever tried Lux Flakes for dishes?
I used to, but lately I've been using anything the store sends.
I wouldn't be surprised if that's your trouble. I had a customer with hands just about as bad as yours. And you know what she told me? She just stopped the strong soap she'd been using and changed to Lux. You'd be amazed what a difference it made.
It really helped her hands?
Yes, indeed. Why, it wasn't long before her hands were just as nice and soft and smooth as they'd been before.
Well, that's going to be my #1 New Year's resolution. Nothing but Lux for dishes.
that's an excellent resolution for all housewives who care about their hands. Tests made by scores of women prove that changing from strong soaps to Lux really does get rid of red, rough dishpan hands. Leaves them soft and smooth again. Besides, Lux is thrifty. Ounce for ounce, it washes up to twice as many dishes as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. If you can't get Lux the first time you try again. More is on the way. Here's Mr. Keeley at the microphone.
I don't know of any handsomer way of ringing down the curtain on the old year than tonight's inspiring performance by John Garfield, Eleanor Parker, and Dane Clark.
Thanks, Bill, and I don't know of any role in pictures I'd have rather played.
I think I feel the same way.
Do you know Ruth Hartley in real life, Eleanor?
Yes? Johnny and I both went to Philadelphia when we were working on the picture.
How about you, Dane? You ever know Al Schmidt?
Not in real life, Bill, but after playing in the picture, I certainly feel as if I knew him well.
Well, I think you'll be delighted to know that Al is going to share this network with us right now. He's waiting to say hello to our audience from New York. And here he is in person, Al Schmidt.
Thank you, Colonel Keeley.
It's a real pleasure to be able to say hello to a fellow Philadelphian. And Eleanor Parker, Dan Clark, and Johnny Garfield. Hiya, Johnny.
Hiya, Al. How are you?
I couldn't be better.
How'd you like the show?
You're almost as better Schmidt than Schmidt is.
No, I don't think they come better than the real thing, Al.
I think we all agree on that. How are things going for you, Al?
Well, Colonel, this New Year's Eve, I'm kind of looking forward to what's ahead for me and my family. It looks pretty good from here.
It's good to hear you say that, Al. I think some people are almost afraid to look ahead these days.
Not me. And I don't see why anybody else should be. We're living in the best country in the world. And if you happen to have some bad luck, so what? There's opportunity enough for all of us. Of course, there's one thing we've got to do. We've got to believe in this country's future enough to invest in it.
You mean in bonds and stamps?
Sure. The war is over. But you can still get the same good deal in savings bonds. $4 back for every 3. And when I say I'm looking forward to what's ahead, I mean the chance to realize on that investment, give my family security and education, and all the things I've wanted them to have. In fact, when your audience comes to making New Year's resolutions, I suggest they plan to sock as much as they can spare into savings bonds and savings stamps.
Al, you couldn't have left us with a better New Year's thought than investing in the future through United States savings bonds and stamps. Thanks, Al Schmidt, and from all of us, our heartiest good wishes for the future. And say, Al, say hello to Philadelphia for me, won't you?
I will, Colonel Keeley. Thanks, and good night.
And now, Bill, tell us what's going to be on Lux for next week.
Next Monday night, by special arrangement with my friend Hal Wallace, we're presenting a play that's aimed straight at your heartstrings. Paramount screen success, You Came Along. And to start off in our 1946 season with a special treat, we're featuring one of Hollywood's outstanding stars, Van Johnson. Along with Van, as an added touch for the new year, we present a new star in the role that made her famous, Elizabeth Scott, and also Don DeFore from the original screen cast.
Ought to make a very exciting movie and an exciting play, Bill. Good night.
Good night, and happy 1946.
Good night.
Let me tell you about a car. An honest-to-goodness, terrific car. This Chrysler Newport. I think it's one of the best values on the market. Compared to Chevy Caprice, for instance, Newport is longer, wider, has a larger trunk, yet Newport's 6-cylinder gas mileage is better. And when you get right down to it, Chrysler Newport is sticker-priced $43 less than Chevy Caprice this year, comparably equipped. Chrysler Newport. Now that's value.
Look at yourself, sitting there watching other people play games, while your once hard body grows softer, and another weekend goes down the tube. We say, come on, stop spectating and get in the game. We're AMF. We make what it takes to renovate the body and raise the spirit. We make quality products, Voight balls, Ben Hogan golf equipment, Harley-Davidson motorcycles. AMF. We make weekends.
Hello, I'm Jim Simpson. You've seen messages and stories about the United Way during National Football League games for 5 years now. But maybe no story tells how United Way could help any one of us better than the one that happened right here at the Orange Bowl 3 years ago, to a day when the Steelers and Cowboys were also playing for the championship. It was a day Charlie Waters will never forget.
This was Super Bowl 10 in Miami. My team didn't win that day, but I almost lost something much more important. My dad sat there among 80,000 fans and suffered a heart attack. Split-second timing and a new radio telemetry ambulance that relayed his vital signs to awaiting doctors saved his life. It was a United Way grant that developed this system. It really does work for all of us, the United Way. Right, Dad?
It worked for me. Well, Charlie's dad is alive today. His story, like so many others, shows that thanks to you, it works for all of us. The United Way.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway, where the measured screaming of the spectaculars echoes into the wilderness of the night, and their cadence is the beat of a metallic and mechanical heart. This is the rhythm of the life you're assigned to on Broadway. There's nothing you can do about it. You challenge it with a whisper or a plea or a cry, and there's no one to hear it, because Broadway's ears are tuned only to the throb of the mechanical heart. It's Broadway, My Beat. It came at noon, a transcript of a phone conversation requesting the extraordinary pleasure of my presence at the apartment of one Dion Hartley, but urgently, but immediately. So I put my presence in a squad car, brought it to the apartment of Dion Hartley, and placed it therein. It was an experience. The apartment seemed to contain everything exquisite that had been fashioned or dreamed by men, all in crystal glass cases, all tagged with little golden medallions, and all ruled over by Dion Hartley, but exquisitely.
This excruciatingly lovely Grecian statuette, Mr. Clover. You want to know what it cost?
No, not particularly.
Of course you do. It cost me my most precious emotions, even a few pennies of my soul, if I had one. A devastating price to pay, Mr. Clover, for a lousy statue.
If you say so.
You're delightful, Mr. Clover. You want to know why I sent for you? Fatally, inevitably, you.
Now I'm here, I might as well know.
For a very simple reason. I am going to be murdered. Don't look at me that way, Mr. Clover. I'm quite serious.
Tell me about it.
Look about you, Mr. Clover. My apartment, my possessions. All these reveal a man. Me. Dion Hartley. Satirist for the magazine Satire. Revealing, no?
Up to a point.
Exactly. Only to a point. You would not know, for example, that I am abysmally weary of all this, that all these are only toys, that I have played with them, caressed them, and quite had my fill of them. Up to here.
So?
So I have gone on to playing with other things, more variable, more thrilling, more impassioned.
You're out of my depth, Mr. Hartley. Like what things?
Like human emotions, to be exact. An exquisite hobby, Mr. Clover. Humans and their emotions. I get my kicks that way.
That's the kind of man Dion Hartley is, huh?
That he has become. Mr. Clover, I have tuned a certain group of people up to such an emotional pitch that they have no recourse but to murder me, either individually or collectively.
These lucky people, who are they?
That's for you to discover, Mr. Clover.
Wait a minute. You tell me you're going to be murdered. You know the people who might murder you. Still, you won't tell me who they are. I'm suddenly part of the hobby, huh, Mr. Hartley?
Exactly. How discerning of you.
But you'd better explain it to me anyway.
It gives me profound pleasure. This is an exquisite game I have created, Mr. Clover. You are now a part of it. I have made these certain people want desperately to kill me. I shall now make you want to stop them from killing me.
And what do you do during all this?
Nothing. Precisely nothing. I have set marvelous passions in motion. It's like a play. And I'm dying to know what happens at the final curtain. Does it interest you, policeman? No. I shall make it more interesting. A proposal, my policeman. If I am not murdered and lying in the blood of my death at the end of this week, say, I shall pay off with $50,000 to your favorite charity. Will you save my life, Mr. Clover?
His fingers reached out and lingered on my lapel long enough to capture a piece of lint. Then they fell away. From him it was a gesture, a smirk. But it was something else. It was his way of making terror and pride a single emotion. Dion Hartley wasn't kidding. So it began, the inquiry as to why a man had to die violently. A man who dared me to stop his dying. Dion Hartley. Broadway knew him as a brittle sophisticate who wrote brittle bits for a 6-bit magazine called Satire. I went there to the magazine's offices. They opened doors for me and supplied long cigarettes and short coffees until the editor could see me. Then the editor could see me.
Sit down, please.
Thanks. I'm Danny Clover.
Shake, Danny Clover. I'm Sybil Raynard. I was just wondering that suit you're wearing. I like the way that fits across the shoulders. Who's your tailor?
I bought it off the rack.
Well, that's a twist I never thought of. Now tell me why we're chatting.
Because of Dion Hartley.
You're his friend, I suppose. Then we shouldn't be chatting at all. We should be screaming at each other.
You hate him, huh?
How pulpy. I love him. It's just extraordinary what Dion can do to a person. Now tell me why I'm answering you.
I've got an interest in Hartley. He's afraid he might die.
That would make you a doctor who I wouldn't talk to. An insurance agent who I'd have thrown out of here. A policeman who I wouldn't talk to, or...
A friend of Dion's. A good friend.
Oh. You too? Well, you never know. Welcome, Danny Clover.
People want to kill him. What people?
Me. I'd want to kill him. I said I loved him. On odd days of the week, starting with Tuesday, I hate him. You can follow me around and see if I'd kill him.
I could do that.
However, there's Camden.
Yes, there is. The one in New Jersey, you mean?
How pulpy can you get? I mean Camden Drake. Camden the writer. The Greenwich Village Camden. Camden Drake will kill Dion someday. You want to make a wager? I could make you a fine, interesting wager, Danny Clover.
It was weird. It made no sense. A policeman tracking down a crime that hadn't been committed. A crime wanted and willed by a man who knew its shape was his own death by murder, and who had called in a policeman to prevent it, if the policeman could. Any setup as insane as that takes special handling. So I handled it in a special way. Sybil Raynard had given me the cue. She wouldn't talk to a policeman, she said. So I stopped being a policeman. I became just the good friend of the good Dion Hartley, and then Dion's other good friends talked to me. Camden Drake was no exception.
Dion sent you to me?
Yes, Camden. Dion said you and I'd have a lot to talk about.
Dion is never wrong.
You're a writer, he said.
I write.
That must be very interesting, to write.
Most of the time, it stinks.
Huh. Dion said you have great talent. He said you were...
Promising?
Promising.
That's funny. He never told me that.
Oh?
Is that the lot we have to talk about, Mr. Clover?
No, I've heard other things about you.
You have? Like what?
Like if Dion should be killed, murdered would be more exact, it would be you who murdered him.
That makes for interesting talk.
You don't want to know who told me that?
Not especially.
But that kind of talk could get back to Dion. It could even break up your friendship. Doesn't that bother you?
No. And I'll tell you why, Mr. Clover. Because the friendship between Dion and me can't be destroyed by the ugly mouth of Sybil Raynard.
You knew all the time, Camden. What's this, Camden? A manuscript you were working on?
Yes, and put it down.
You won't mind if I glance through it. Dion said...
Put it down, I said. Put it down!
Take it easy, Camden. It's not polite to slap friends of Dion.
If you read a word of that manuscript, I'll kill you.
It's that good,
It's only for Dion to see. Only for Dion! Do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, Camden. But maybe Dion will never get to read it, because he'll be dead. Because maybe you'll kill him before you finish it.
Is that why he sent you here? Because he thought I'd kill him?
Maybe.
Oh, he's so wrong. So wrong. He's got it mixed up, that's all. He should know it's Joan. It can only be Joan.
Joan?
He didn't tell you about her? About Joan York?
No.
Then I'm telling you. Go talk to her, Dion's friend. Ask her why she wants to kill him.
I'll do that, Camden. Where do I find Joan?
In Gramercy Park. 1712 Gramercy Park. Well, it's been a nice talk, Mr. Clover. Promise me you'll never come back.
Yes, who is it?
There was something about her, something like the promise a man makes to himself in some dark part of his life. The promise had the name Joan York. Her dark hair clouded to her shoulders, and her eyes were soft. The planes of her face, her mouth. The promise had the name Joan York.
Who is it, please?
I'm Danny Clover, a friend of yours. Camden Drake said I might speak with you.
Camden? Of course, Mr. Clover. Come in. Sit down, please. How is Camden? Why are you staring, Mr. Clover?
Huh? Oh, he's all right.
Why are you staring?
Was I? I'm sorry.
I don't want to be rude. I was busy.
You were busy. At what?
Illustrating, Mr. Clover. I do that for the magazine, for satire. You wanted to speak with me?
Yes. We were talking, Camden and I, about a man, about Dion Hartley, about Dion's manner of living, his manner of dying. That's when your name was mentioned.
Who are you, Mr. Clover? Another of the charmed circle? A worshipper at the shrine of Hartley? Another of Dion's errand boys?
It's a way of stating it.
Go back to the great Dion, Mr. Clover. Go back and tell him you had your fingertips on my brain and you beguiled me with your charm.
Miss York.
Tell him you did all that and you finally learned that I wished that Dion Hartley were dead. I wished him dead, Mr. Clover. Tell him that.
Why do you hate him so much?
That's a searching question. I hate him because of what he does to people.
To Camden Drake?
To him. To others. But to him. I don't want Camden to disintegrate. To be a friend to Dion Hartley is to sow the seed of your own destruction. But you know that already.
I know.
Then you know the disenchantment that Hartley causes. Hartley sneers at the world and passes it on to all who touch him. That's death to a talent like Camden's.
And you'd wish Hartley dead for that?
I've already told you that, Mr. Clover. Take it back to your Mr. Hartley. Sit by his feet and look up at him, adoring, and tell him I said so. You'd better go now, Mr. Clover.
Can I talk to you now, Danny? Oh, Danny. You've been sitting here for 2 hours now. Your face looks like it's all thumbs, Danny.
You want something, Tartaglia?
Oh, you got a problem? Well, I am ready to receive it, Danny, and give you my utmost opinion on it.
Try this. A man says he's going to be murdered and makes a game out of it. And 3 people in their own way have a motive for killing him. An editor, a writer,
What, Danny?
You never saw such a girl, Tartaglia.
Hey, it ain't spring yet, Danny.
Danny Clover speaking.
This is Dion Hartley, Mr. Clover. Your charity has lost.
What's the matter with you?
You've lost the game, Mr. Clover.
Mr. Hartley.
Don't you see? I've been murdered.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Money, music, fun, and action. Whatever you want, CBS has it for you this Saturday night. Money, $53,000 in cash and prizes in Sing It Again's Phantom Voice Jackpot. Fun, a full measure with the Goldbergs, with Arthur Godfrey's Digest, with the campus kids of Young Love. Music, how can you beat that hour with Vaughn Monroe and Gene Autry? And action, you'll get it with Gangbusters. They're all heard every Saturday on most of these same CBS stations. So be listening.
Broadway's a street that'll give you anything you want, anywhere you want it. All you have to do is set your mind to it and be looking in the right direction at the right time. If you look one way, Broadway's liable to wink at you and nod its head. But look another way, you're liable to get a newspaper shoved in your face. That's so you'll see the headline up close. Dion Hartley shot to death. Then you keep on investing in later editions to find out what juicy set of circumstances made Dion Hartley a murder victim. It was my job to gouge out the facts. At headquarters, Sergeant Gino Tartaglia summed it up tersely.
Oh, we got a murder mystery on our hands, Danny.
You think so, huh?
Yeah. And you would have nothing to worry about if you was just Frisbee Novotny.
Look, Tartaglia, I've got troubles enough.
Huh? Well, what troubles?
I haven't done this for a long time, Tartaglia. Passed myself off as something I'm not.
Well, that is the duty of a plainclothes detective, Danny.
Yeah, but I don't like the circumstances. This one time, I feel like I'm lying by not telling people I'm an officer. It's a feeling I don't care for.
But, Danny, like I said, this is your duty. I don't understand, Danny. What people in particular do you feel like you're lying to?
To a murderess, maybe. A girl named Joan York.
Huh?
Sounds funny, huh?
Danny, you shouldn't let certain things blind you to other certain things.
Sure. I'll wait till I'm a little older, huh? I guess it's like this. I've just got a strange idea Joan York's got the best reason for killing Hartley. I hate the idea. I'll see you, Tartaglia. I'm going someplace where I can get the whole thing out of my mind. Joan.
What is it? What do you want, Mr. Clover?
I wanted to talk to someone whose wish came true.
Mine came true. Dion is dead. Is that what you mean?
That's part of it.
And the rest? Tell me the rest, Mr. Clover.
May I come in, Joan?
I want you to.
That music, it's...
Lovely. Haunting. For you. Is it like that for you, Mr. Clover?
Like that. But more like... Where's it coming from?
Man in the apartment across the air shaft. He's a student. He plays like that 4 hours a day.
4 hours?
To the minute. But we can't let it stop us, can we? We have to talk about Dion's murder, you and I.
Why do you say that?
Because that's why you came here to me. Because you were Dion's friend. And because you were Dion's friend, you want to know if I killed him.
There could be another reason. Joan, listen to me.
Why do you do that, Mr. Clover?
Was I doing something?
You're different today. The way you say my name, it's gentle. Makes me want to run to you like a child.
I didn't mean...
No. Please don't be embarrassed. It's me. It's the way I talk. Words have no meaning unless they say what you mean.
That makes it easier. You were right, Joan. I want to know if you killed Dion Hartley. I have to know. I have to. Listen to me, Joan. You wanted him dead. You had a motive. At least the police would call it motive.
I hated Dion for destroying people I've loved. Is that motive for killing a man?
Yes.
A good one, don't you think, Mr. Clover?
You tell me, Joan.
I'll tell you. But not now. Not now.
When?
Later. Take me to dinner, Mr. Clover. The Casca. It's a little restaurant with music. Just down the street. 8 o'clock. Is that all right for you? 9 o'clock?
I'll be there, Joan.
Thank you, Mr. Clover. You're late, Mr. Clover. I was beginning to be afraid you wouldn't come.
I'm sorry. I had some things to take care of.
It doesn't matter. You're here.
Hungry?
Only to talk to someone. You. Are you hungry?
No.
Then we can just sit and talk. I've been thinking, Danny.
What? What were you thinking?
That we're very much alike, you and I.
How, Joan?
There's a kind of terrible loneliness in you. I know it. No, don't stop me. I know it's a loneliness. Because you couldn't understand so well all that's empty and lost and frightened in other people. I know nothing about you, Danny. How did you get so far along so fast?
You're frightened, aren't you, Joan?
No, not that. It's not the right word. Released. Free. Lonely. Are those the words?
It depends.
On what I may have done with my life? Or someone else's life?
On that.
Will you dance with me, Danny?
I want to.
Could you kill Danny?
What?
A man like Dion Hartley. Could you have killed him?
I don't know.
I think you could have. A man like that. Did you? Somewhere, somehow, he must have given you motive, too.
No, I didn't kill him, Joan.
I know you didn't. I just wanted you to consider it for a moment. The thought of killing Dion. It didn't revolt you, did it? Did it, Danny? Dance with me, Danny. Dance with me.
Well, if it isn't Joan Girl, complete with nothing.
Hello, Camden. Goodbye, Camden.
Camden, please.
Please. I like that when you say please to me, Joan. It's like the old golden days before Dion Hartley.
Whatever it is, take it somewhere else, Camden.
That cut it, didn't it, Joan? That shining thing we had, you and I. Dion loused it, didn't he? Didn't he, Joan?
Yes. He made it rotten. He made it filthy. He made me want no part of you or of him.
So you killed him, huh? You killed him! You killed the best thing that ever happened to me! You killed him!
Take it easy, Camden. Take it easy. The people are...
Take your hands off me! Take them off!
Easy, kid. Easy.
I told you! Maybe now you'll believe me.
Yeah, that's twice now, Camden. I owe you something.
Here, you two. Break it up. Break it up. What do you two bums want, all right?
What's the matter, officer? You want something, officer? Keep away from me.
But
I said keep away.
Okay, but it shall be as you wish. Are you coming quiet, or do I use this stick on you? All right, that's better. Come on.
Thanks, Patrolman Meshikoff. You did great.
Look, I'm only a stupid ox, Danny, but I don't get it. You, I should arrest.
Yeah, exactly that. I didn't want those people to know I was a cop.
Oh.
I want this to look legitimate. Call me a paddy wagon officer. I want to go to jail.
Hey, Danny! Hey, Danny, wait for me!
What is it, Tartaglia?
Well, word has it you got tangled up last night, Danny. Barroom brawl with a guy named Camden Drake.
So?
Well, I was just talking to Demchuk, the ambulance driver. He just brought in Camden Drake.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Danny. Shot. They found him in an alley off Bank Street in the village.
I only kidded myself for a couple of hours longer. I told myself maybe Sybil Raynard, the editor of Satire. I told myself that and had her checked and found out she'd flown to Florida immediately after my interview with her and had been confined to her room with the flu since she got off the plane. Airtight. Then I stopped kidding myself. I set everything up with headquarters and walked to where I had to go. And all the way there, the streets were gutters. And where I walked, people looked away.
Danny. Come in, Danny. So early, Danny. It's hardly noon.
You mind, Joan?
Oh, you know I don't. Sit down.
All right. Joan.
Wait a minute, Danny. I'll fix some coffee.
No, don't.
No?
Joan, after I was arrested last night...
I went right home. Is that what you were going to ask me?
Yes. Camden Drake's dead, Joan. He was shot dead.
I don't believe you.
He's dead.
But who?
It doesn't matter much, does it, Joan? Does it?
Look, Danny, I'll get some... Wait, the door. Yes?
Hiya, baby. Hiya, Johnny. Johnny, baby. Say hello, Johnny, baby. Come here.
Danny!
Take your hand off him.
Hey, who are you shooting? Who is this guy? Johnny?
Outside. I said outside.
Danny, he's got a gun!
Yeah.
Danny, what did you do?
Don't worry about it, Joan. I'll get him out of here.
But you've just... He's dead, isn't he?
Get away from him, Joan. You don't have to look at him. Look, listen to me. I'll get him out of here. This doesn't have to concern you at all. You understand that, don't you?
Where will you go, Danny?
I've got some money. Europe, maybe. I don't know.
Take me with you.
What?
Take me, Danny.
I just killed a man, Joan. You don't deserve to share that.
Danny?
You just stay here. I'll get rid of him.
Danny, I killed Dion Hartley. Don't stare at me, Danny. Yes, I killed him. I think you knew that, didn't you, Danny? Now you know. Now it makes everything all right. You can take me with you, Danny, both of us.
Joan.
Yes, and Camden Drake, too. I killed him, Danny. Now you can take me, Danny. Now we've got two awful secrets we can share. It's better.
Why did you do it, Joan?
I had to. I thought I was in love. In love with Camden. Dion was squeezing Camden's soul. I killed him.
And the boy?
It was easy. You heard Camden. He didn't want me. Camden knew what I'd done and said he was going to the police. It didn't matter after that. After you...
Didn't you know, Joan?
No. No what?
I'm a policeman, Joan.
Danny.
Get up, McGibbon. You can get up now.
Yeah. Okay, Danny.
Danny! Danny, no! No! Danny, you! No!
Hi, Danny. Nice morning, huh, Danny? I'd gladly run out and get you some coffee, if you'd like some coffee. Oh, Danny. Danny? These things. I'm sorry, Danny.
It stretches out in front of you, this mirage called Broadway. This street that offers you dreams, then laughs in your face. Its crowd and cruelty, its sound and sorrow, its fury and a teardrop. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis. The musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. The cast tonight included Ann Stone, Virginia Gregg, Elliott Reed, Ted Osborne, Bert Holland, and Jack Crucian. America has always been known as the melting pot of the world. All peoples of all races and color and religions living together within the boundaries of a free democracy. The melting process has been long and difficult, but as each year passes, it becomes much easier because part of the mixture now is tolerance, and tolerance can bind a nation together. Help America to always retain her democratic reputation through your tolerance. Accept or reject people on their individual worth and for no other reason than that. Joe Walters speaking. This is CBS, where you'll find Broadway is My Beat every Friday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
That I'm Superior Man.
You're Superior Man?
Don't you see my big S?
Happy together, unhappy together.
Well, if you think that's funny, I crossed a black widow spider with a horse.
Yeah, what'd you get?
I don't know, but if it ever bites you, you can always ride it to the doctor.
Sunny, yesterday my life was filled with rain.
ride on the street to be so heavy in his seat.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie. Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
And the last one's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Bill Goodwin, our postman Mel Blanc, Isabel Randolph, and the music of Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. For your Thursday night enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for your everyday coffee drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. With extra flavor in the blend because of choice Latin American coffee skillfully combined. Extra flavor in the cup because Radiant Roast develops the full flavor of every coffee bean. And the result is that today more people buy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world. As we look in at the Burns house today, we find Gracie at the front door being greeted by an old friend.
Good morning, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, hello, Mr. Postman. How are you feeling this morning?
As always, Mrs. Burns, incredibly superb. Not much mail today. Just this magazine your husband gets every week.
Oh, cowboy love tales. Those silly stories about Oklahoma Tex. How can he read such trash?
Well, I must confess, I, too, read cowboy love tales, Mrs. Burns. It has a tremendous appeal for every virile, red-blooded he-man. Though what your husband sees in it, I can't say.
Oh, you actually enjoy cowboy love tales, Mr. Postman?
Oh, yes. It gives me great joy and a bad shock now and then. What joy to read of Oklahoma, Texas sweetheart Lucy, the beautiful schoolmarm. Her eyes of cornflower blue, her luscious red lips, her hair like wild honey.
Well, where does the shock come in?
When I look up and see that thing I married.
Well, I tell you, I'm surprised your wife lets you read junk like that.
She doesn't like it. She caught me reading it the other day and tried to stop me. I stuck my tongue out at her.
Oh, you shouldn't have stuck your tongue out.
It always comes out when she's choking me.
Well, sometimes I feel like choking George for reading cowboy love tales. It's changed his whole life. He talks like a cowboy. He acts like a cowboy.
I've noticed he even walks like a cowboy, with his legs bowed.
Oh, well, that he did before he read the magazine.
Oh, I see.
Oh, well, I think I hear him stirring around in there, Mr. Postman. I better say goodbye.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
Oh, good morning, George.
Morning, my little heifer.
Oh, no.
When I wake up, I seen you wasn't in the bunkhouse. So I came ambling to the corral looking for you.
Oh, George, please stop that silly cowboy talk. It's become very embarrassing to me.
Embarrassing?
Oh, yes. I asked you to call a beauty shop the other day and make an appointment for me, and what did you say to Pierre? Get your heating iron ready, Frenchie. My little dogies are coming in to get clipped and curried.
Well?
And I was mortified when you spoke to the head waiter at Ciro's last night.
How come?
George, you do not refer to Ciro's as the chuck wagon where your victuals get it.
I like that Western talk.
Well, I don't.
Go.
I don't like it. It's bad enough to call Ciro's the chuck wagon, but please stop referring to me as old paint.
That's a term of endearment, gal.
Oh, George. I'm trying to get into Mrs. Randolph's exclusive literary society. I haven't a chance if she finds out my husband reads cowboy love tales.
I enjoy cowboy love tales.
But there are so many fine things to read. Shakespeare, Dickens, Beethoven.
I don't care much for Beethoven. Give me a good mystery writer like Irving Berlin.
Well, believe me, I didn't think I'd like the classics either at first. But now I've studied Shakespeare until I practically know it by heart.
Really?
Oh, sure, and you can too. There's a book right here in our library called The Complete Works of, what's his first name again?
William.
Oh, yes, William
Shakespeare, yes, it's hard to remember. Shakespeare and those guys are for sissies. Us virile, red-blooded he-men don't want stuff like that.
Well, do you consider Bill Goodwin a virile, red-blooded he-man?
Well, sure.
Well, he just drove up in his car, and in a minute, you'll see how much fine literature has done for him.
Bill?
Mm-hmm. I've gotten Bill so interested in the classics, he's given up women.
Oh, stop.
I mean it, George. He doesn't whistle at girls anymore. He just whistles at books.
He whistles at books?
You should have heard him when he read Forever Amber.
Well, I don't believe that Bill has given up girls for literature.
Well, here he comes. Ask him.
Okay, I will.
Hi, folks.
Hello, Bill. Bill, I'd like to ask
Not now, George. I'm in a hurry. Gracie, where's your big volume of Shakespeare?
Oh, right here, Bill.
Thanks, Gracie. I'll take it in the den. See you later.
Well, I'm a son of a gun.
Oh, I told you so. Fine literature has helped Bill. And it could help you.
How?
Well, now, suppose a little bobolink were to perch on our windowsill and sing. Now, if you are familiar with the classics, you could quote to him from William Cullen Bryant's famous poem, Robert of Lincoln.
How does it go?
Bobolink, bobolink, spink, spank, spink.
That's a classic?
Sure.
Spink, spank, spink. From that, Brian made a living?
Certainly.
Well, he could have cleaned up with a thing like Robin, Robin, sis, boom, bobbin. And, of course, quail, quail, shoot me in the tail. On that, a man could retire.
Oh, now, George. Stop that.
Spank, spink.
Oh, Gracie, can I take your copy of Plato in the Den?
Oh, sure. Here it is, Bill.
Thank you.
You want Shakespeare and Plato, too?
Isn't that wonderful? Now, if you take an interest in literature, think of the inspiring talks about books that we could have together.
I'd rather not.
Oh, but they'd be so fascinating. Come on, let's try one now.
Gracie.
George, have you read Vanity Fair by William Makepeace Thackeray?
No. Have you?
No. Hey, you see how we could while away the hours?
Yeah, must have more of these talks.
Oh, look. Here comes Meredith Wilson. Now, he's another reason why I want you to give up Cowboy Love Tales.
What do you mean?
Well, he looks upon you as his hero. If he discovers that you read it, he'll want to read it. And, George, we don't want Meredith to start that cowboy talk. Think how silly he'd sound saying something like...
Well, slap a saddle on me and call me an ornery maverick if it ain't the Burns' stallion and filly.
Oh. It's too late.
How are you this morning, my little filly? And how's your wife?
Gracie's the filly, Meredith, not me.
Really?
Really.
Yeah, and I'll thank both of you to stop referring to me as a horse. It's beginning to affect me. Yesterday, I shied away from a car.
Meredith.
Yes, partner?
Gracie thinks this cowboy stuff is bad for you.
But I find it most enjoyable, particularly as portrayed on the screen by such excellent rooters and tutors as Gene Autry.
Cowboy movies, too?
Yeah. I saw a ring-tailed dandy just yesterday. It was called The Outlaw.
Oh, man.
However, the audience puzzled me. They stopped and whistled when there were no cowboys visible. Only a young woman named Jane Russell.
That's all, huh?
Sure. What were they whistling about? She wasn't shooting anybody.
Meredith, Jane Russell was the star of the picture.
Really? Well, I must confess she didn't impress me.
No?
No. What's she got that Gene Autry hasn't got?
The makings of a great cowboy.
Well, thanks, partner. Well, I reckon I'll be moseying along.
Well, goodbye, Meredith.
Yippee.
And a happy doodle to you, too.
Oh, George, you should be ashamed of yourself. Meredith might have become a cultured, refined lover of the classics like Bill Goodwin. But no, you turned him into...
Quick, Gracie, hand me that big volume of Charles Dickens.
Oh, of course, Bill.
Hey, wait a minute. How can you read all those books at the same time?
Who's reading them? The dame next door is taking a sunbath. I'm standing on them so I can see her.
I thought so.
Well, sure. Every time she moves, I have to get another book.
Oh, Bill.
Explains it yet.
I'm so disappointed in you. You said you were giving up girls for good books.
Well, I tried, Gracie. Honest, I did. After you talked to me, I broke all my dates and went right to the library to see if the librarian had anything worthwhile.
And did she have anything?
Yeah, that's what got my mind off books. But not for long, Gracie. One look at Milton and I forgot her.
Oh, good. John Milton?
No, Milton Davis, her husband.
Oh, Bill, didn't you try reading at all?
Well, sure, Gracie, but everything I read reminded me of a girl. First, I tried Longfellow's Hiawatha, By the Shores of Gitche Gumee. Gitche Gumee was as far as I got.
Oh, that reminded you of a girl?
Yeah, a redhead in Pasadena. She's always chucking me under the chin and saying, Gitche, Gitche.
How about Gummy?
She changes that to Gimme.
Gimme.
Bill, wait. Mrs. Randolph wanted you to come to her literary club meeting. You're supposed to give a report on Jane Eyre.
How can I give a report on her? I was never out with the dame. So long, Gracie, so long.
Oh, men are so disgusting. Where would the world of literature be without women? Women like Elizabeth Barrett Browning and Francis Bacon.
Bacon was a man.
Oh, I might have known it. Anything that close to ham. But I can name plenty of other women writers. There's, Gypsy Rose Lee.
Oh, yes. She wrote a classic.
Yeah, well, at least she wrote. Name one man stripteaser who's written a book.
Sidney Newman.
Oh.
Very different.
George, give up cowboy love tales. Try the classics. Now, here, I'll just open this book of famous poems and read you a bit. Now listen to this. Hail to thee, blithe spirit, bird thou never wert.
What does that mean?
Oh, George, how can you be so ignorant? Didn't you see that picture, blithe spirit?
Yes.
All right. Hail to thee, blithe spirit, bird thou never wert. In other words, the picture wasn't a turkey. Yes, and here's another classic.
Well, never
Build the
mind.
most
One
dangerous-
classic a day, I think, is plenty.
Georgia, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra. Meredith, when I heard you rehearse that song you're playing, I couldn't help thinking how music naturally conjures up definite pictures.
Well, that's certainly true, Bill. Except that I think this song about Georgia must call up a lot of different picture impressions. For instance, there are not only the rolling fields of cotton and tobacco and the famous Georgia peach orchards, but there's the seacoast with its own salty, sun-bleached charm.
Yes, then there are the pine-ridged mountains, too. You know, as all the old shaded roads wind from one contrasting section of the state to another, they carry memories of a past rich in history. No wonder Georgia is so well-loved a part of our American scene. And I can't help thinking, too, how it's no wonder that Maxwell House has become so much a part of the American scene. Because for generations, Maxwell House has been making friends everywhere in this nation of coffee lovers. And today it's enjoyed by more people than any other brand of coffee in America. Now, to give Maxwell House that famous flavor, fine Latin American coffees are skillfully chosen, each for its own special contribution. There are Manizales for mellowness, Medellins for richness, Other choice Latin American coffees for vigor. And Bucaramangas for full body. The result is a coffee so full-flavored, so delicious that north, east, south, and west, Americans everywhere pronounce Maxwell House good to the last drop.
I'm so excited. Mrs. Randolph is coming over to see if I qualify for her literary club.
She is, huh?
Mm-hmm. Help me scatter these books around. I want the house to look very cultural when she gets here.
Okay. Where do these go?
Oh, now, put that book on philosophy there on the table.
Yeah.
And the ethics book on the top of the piano.
Okay.
And this volume on geopolitics here.
Well, Mrs. Randolph may not go for stuff like this. Some of it's pretty heavy.
Oh, that's all right. So is some of Mrs. Randolph.
I see.
This whole set of Dickens goes on the table, too. No. You better take The Tale of Two Cities out. That might be out of place in a California home.
Why?
Well, I haven't read it, and one of the cities might be in Florida.
Yeah, we can't be too careful about that.
Oh, and did you notice the 3 statues of the famous authors I bought?
Yeah. Who are they?
Well, that one's Keats, and that one's Shelley, and that one's Venus de Milo.
What did she write?
Nothing. But I couldn't find a statue of Shakespeare, so I'll just paint a beard on her, and Mrs. Randolph won't know the difference.
Believe me, she'll know the difference.
Oh, forehead's too low.
Yeah, low forward, yes.
Well,
and really parted his hair on the
Yeah.
side, you see that?
Oh, look, there's Mrs. Randolph driving up. Quick, George, out the back way. I don't want you confusing her with that cowboy talk.
Confusing her?
Yes, if I introduced her, you'd probably say, "Put her there, old critter." And the old critter wouldn't know where to put what.
Okay, I'll go down to the drugstore.
Come in.
Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Burns. I'm afraid I'm a wee bit late for our appointment.
Oh, really, Mrs. Randolph? I hadn't noticed. Time passes so quickly when one has one's books.
How true. I'll wager you've had your nose in a book all day.
Oh, yes. I only took it out once or twice to powder it.
Yes. Oh, my dear, what joy, what rapture is to be found in literature. Shakespeare's classic romances, Romeo and Juliet, Othello and Desdemona.
Yes, and that other sweet couple, Mac and Beth.
Mrs. Burns, one does not separate Mac and Beth.
Oh, I wouldn't think of it. They're crazy about each other.
You say such amusing things.
I do?
Oh, I see you have some French literature. Isn't this book Les Miserables?
No, I thought it was pretty good.
Les Miserables is the title. It was written by Hugo.
Hugo?
Victor.
Oh, Hugo Victor. Yes, he's very good.
The name is Victor Hugo. Of course, there are so many splendid writers. But of them all, my favorite is the inspired Scotch poet who wrote to a field mouse.
He wrote to a field mouse?
Yes.
Well, I hope he wasn't silly enough to expect an answer.
My dear, surely even in jest you wouldn't claim so little knowledge of the works of Robert Burns.
Who?
The incomparable Robert Burns.
Oh, him.
Well, really, my dear, I can hardly consider you for membership in my literary club if you're so unfamiliar with the immortal Robert Burns.
Well, you see, Mrs. Randolph, I pretended not to know about Robert Burns because one doesn't boast about one's own family.
You mean?
Mm-hmm. My husband is George Burns, the great-grandson of Robert Burns.
No.
Yes.
Robert Burns?
Yes.
The Scotch poet?
I.
I had no idea your husband was Scotch.
Oh, really? Well, you should go out with him sometime.
Why, this is most thrilling, Mrs. Burns.
Oh, well, now can I join your club, Mrs. Randolph?
Oh, I shall be delighted to welcome you to my fold.
Come in.
Hello, Gracie. I just dropped... Oh, Mrs. Randolph. How are you?
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Goodwin?
Well, what are you girls so happy about? You're fairly beaming, Mrs. Randolph.
Oh, I've had a most pleasant surprise, Mr. Goodwin.
No, really?
Yes. I just discovered Mr. Burns is Scotch.
Well, you better hurry and drink it up before he gets home.
I think you misunderstood me.
Well, let's talk about Bill joining your literary society, Mrs. Randolph.
Oh, well, I'm sure you would enjoy it, Mr. Goodwin. I have quite a large fold.
So I see. Why don't you exercise?
I beg your pardon.
You're always clowning, aren't you, Bill? Actually, he's quite a serious student of literature, Mrs. Randolph.
Oh, really? Can you quote from the classics, Mr. Goodwin?
Well, I know a little poetry. My favorite is the one that starts between the dark and the daylight.
Oh, yes, that one is charming. Oh, recite that.
Oh, okay. Between the dark and the daylight, when the night is beginning to lower, comes a pause in the day's occupation that is known as the coffee hour.
The coffee hour?
Oh, sure. I hear gay sounds from the kitchen. Such pleasant thoughts they arouse. Then I smell in the air around me the fragrance of Maxwell House. Maxwell House is so mellow, so appetizing, rich, and grand that more people buy and enjoy it than any other kind in the land. So I wait for my Maxwell House coffee, and I think as I watch it perk that a man who'd pass up Maxwell House is just a great big...
That's splendid, Bill. Wasn't that delightful, Mrs. Randolph?
Well, that wasn't Longfellow. There was no Maxwell House coffee when Longfellow wrote that poem.
Really, Mrs. Randolph? What did you kids drink back in those days?
Oh, I never.
Well, you should. Maxwell House is coffee at its full-flavored best, good to the last drop. I'll see you later, girls.
Well, really, Mrs. Burns, if that is the caliber of your friends, I don't see how I can make you a member of...
Mrs. Randolph, you seem to have forgotten that my husband is a direct descendant of your favorite Scotch poet, Robert Burns.
Oh, so I did. Oh, Isabel, you foolish girl. Oh, do forgive me, Mrs. Burns. Oh, please tell me all about your husband. When did you meet him?
Oh, in Scotland. Oh, I shall never forget it. It was spring on the Robert Burns estate. The panatellas were in bloom. Suddenly, I saw him walking down the path toward me, dressed in kilts and smoking a bagpipe.
Aren't you a little confused?
Oh, probably. I was so excited when he spoke to me. He said, "Wee lassie, isn't it a braw brick moonlicht nick to nick?" Well, I tried my best to reply in his native tongue.
Oh, and what did you say?
I said, "Yes, it's certainly it."
How perfectly adorable. Then what happened?
Oh, then we got to talking. One thing led to another, and finally he invited me to his barn for a cup of heather. His family insisted that I stay for the weekend.
Oh, and of course you followed the old Scottish custom and went grouse shooting.
Oh, of course. I shot 11 grouse.
Oh, that's such a charming romance. When did you sail for America?
Oh, early the following month. We sailed from the 1st to the 4th on the 5th. Or maybe it was the 5th to the 4th and the 1st. I forget exactly.
Oh, what a divine story.
Oh, well, I hoped you'd like it.
I'm dying to meet your husband. I'd simply adore to see him in kilts.
Oh, you'll be thrilled, Mrs. Randolph. You know, he has perfectly gorgeous knees. The cutest little dimples in them.
Oh,
really? Yes. Oh, excuse me, Mrs. Randolph. There's someone on the phone in the den. I'll be right back.
Well, Isabel, this is your lucky day. Wait till the girls hear that you've been in the home of Robert Burns' great-grandson. And you may even get to see him in his kilts.
Oh, hello. You're Mrs. Randolph, aren't you?
Yes. Oh, and you must be George Burns.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so disappointed you've got pants on.
You are?
Oh, yes. Oh, I suppose you wear them because you don't want to be ostentatious.
Yeah. I don't want to be arrested either.
But here in the privacy of your own home, couldn't you discard them? Well, I'd so love to see you in your plaids.
They're in the laundry. I'm wearing the ones with the polka dots today.
Polka dots? For a descendant of Robert Burns?
Descendant of who?
Didn't your great-grandfather write coming through the rye?
He couldn't even write when he was sober. What's all this anyway?
Oh, I'm sorry if you've been so... Uh-oh. Oh, hello, George. Dinner, can you, whom? Heim? Haim?
Okay. Forget it.
Never mind, Mrs. Burns. It's quite obvious that your husband's great-grandfather was not Robert Burns, the poet.
Of course not. My great-grandfather was Max Burns, a fish peddler. Now, hand me my cowboy love tales. I'd like to go in the den and read.
Cowboy love tales? Mrs. Burns, does your husband read that childish drivel?
Well, yes. Yes, I have to confess, Mrs. Randolph, and I'm so ashamed of him.
Well, you should be. It must be unutterable trash.
Oh, it is. I don't see how any grown person could read it. Now, just listen to this.
Now, Gracie.
Oklahoma Tex backed slowly toward the edge of the cliff. Hank the half-breed aimed his rifle at Tex's heart, his tobacco-stained fangs bared in a vicious snarl. Surely this time Tex was doomed. You see, Mrs. Randolph?
Well, don't stop there. What happened?
I'd like to know myself.
Give me my magazine.
Oklahoma Tex glanced to the right. A den of hissing rattlesnakes barred his escape. He glanced to the left. 10,000 savage Indians stood between him and safety.
Oh,
girls, I want my magazine.
Oh, go read Shakespeare. But Oklahoma Tex was not to be trapped by this simple hazard.
My magazine.
Quick as a flash, the upper
You stick to Spink,
and
Spank,
this
Spink. Now, that's your stuff.
Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 brand of coffee.
Always good to the last drop.
Gracie, if you've finished reading that cowboy love tales, let's go out to dinner.
Okay, partner. I reckon I'm ready to tie on the feed bag.
All right, how about Ciro's?
Oh, that ain't bad chuck wagon to get your victuals at. Let's go, Tenderface.
Oh, what I started. Good night.
Yippee all.
Goody Jello pudding tonight. It tastes like Grandma's, only more so.
You ain't kidding, that's right. And just as Jello's 6 delicious locked-in flavors can't be beaten, so the proof of Jello pudding's in the eating.
The Jello twins are hard to find, but keep on looking in your store. When sugar shortages are over, there'll be more.
Just a taste of Jello pudding or of Jello and you know it's the one and only Jello.
Join us again next week when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Goodwin. And now stay tuned to this station because Bird's Eye Open House, starring Dinah Shore, is coming on in just a second. Dinah's special guest tonight is Alan Young. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
That's my husband, Sam.
My wife, Penny.
And this is Turnabout.
A little magic made Penny and Sam switch bodies.
I am in your body and you're in mine.
And sometimes things get too hot to handle. Watch Turnabout, Fridays on the new NBC.
When you look in your bed, all the world is a fun place. How to keep a look in your best. Find what you need all in one place.
The place I go is Thrift Drug for great products like Brute Aftershave. Brute's Cream Aftershave is great when the weather dries my skin. And now's the time during Thrift Drug's Great Tape Race. Save your register tapes for big discounts at Thrift. They are experts.
Hang gliding in the Alps is a lot different than it is back in Ellenville, New York. These mountains are a lot harder and trickier because the air currents are constantly changing and there's not much margin for error. After a hard flight like this, I bet these guys would really enjoy the beer we drink back home. Genesee.
Genesee. Now you can also enjoy new Genesee light beer.
Sir, how come you drive a Volkswagen Rabbit?
Well, I drove Volkswagens for years. And frankly, I wasn't too sure about the Rabbit.
Really?
Really. So I checked it out real good.
And now?
They've done it again. Best Volkswagen I've ever owned.
Would you buy another Rabbit?
Why should I? I owned my last Volkswagen for 7 years.
Volkswagen does it again.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
Say, want a brand new breakfast idea? Then get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Yes, indeed. Try the brand new cereal assortment with 10 individual packages in all. 4 Wheaties, 4 Cheerios, 2 Kicks. All top favorites and all extra fresh. Yes, it's fun to take your pick from Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray, the Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get that tray today.
And now the Betty Crocker cereal tray presents the Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of Graft Crosses a Bridge.
Extra, extra! Get all your favorite cereals! Get Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks all in one handy carton.
That's the Betty Crocker cereal tray. You can take your pick right at the breakfast table. 10 individual-sized packages in all. Each holds just enough for one generous serving. You always have your own special package, and you always open a fresh package. Try it. The Betty Crocker cereal tray.
Get your Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get your Betty Crocker cereal tray. Get your Betty Crocker cereal tray.
Britt Reed reached the Daily Sentinel building earlier than usual. His manner was preoccupied. His face was tense and drawn, and he was hollow-eyed from sleeplessness.
Hi, Reed.
Hello, Axford. Good morning, Miss Case.
Good morning, Mr. Reed.
Any calls?
The phone was ringing when I got here 10 minutes ago. Yesterday's editorial struck oil.
Who called?
Adrian Lash, the highway commissioner. He didn't like what you said about the East River Bridge.
I didn't expect him to.
Reed, you look kind of peaked and pale around the gills.
Aren't you feeling well?
I'm all right.
Mr. Lash may start trouble. He said he'd be here in person to demand a retraction of some of the things you said.
Has Miss Travis been in?
Mr. Reed, it's only 10 minutes after 9.
Well, I'm expecting her.
Oh.
Send her into my office as soon as she arrives.
What about Adrian Lash?
If he wants to start anything, refer him to the legal department.
Well, how do you like that?
By golly, Casey, the lad has got me worried.
Expecting Miss Travis.
I wonder what happened last night.
Axford, you don't think Mr. Reed could have fallen in love?
It's nothing like that, Casey. The lad is worried. By golly, he's got something on his mind.
Gosh, Michael, I wonder if there's anything we can do about it.
I wish I knew, Casey. I sure wish I knew.
Britt Reed had been through a night of worry and mental torture. Linda Travis, the newest of his reporters, had sought refuge in a car to avoid an impending gunfight. To her dismay, she learned that it was the car of the Green Hornet. But it was too late to escape. Crouching on the floor of the rear seat, she was taken to the secret hiding place where she learned that Britt Reed was the Green Hornet. Stunned by her discovery, she told that she had been sent by Britt's father to learn how the young publisher was conducting himself. Now she would have to tell her employer that his son was the Green Hornet. She and Britt wanted to break the crushing news in a way that would hurt the fine old gentleman as little as possible. Linda agreed to say nothing until she met Britt in his office the next morning. The minutes dragged. Britt tried to work, but found himself unable to concentrate.
10 o'clock. Where is that girl? I wonder if I should telephone her.
He paced the floor of his office, looked out the windows, returned to his desk. Another hour went by.
11 o'clock. Oh, at last, it must be her. Yes, Miss Case, what is it?
Mr. Reed, Adrian Lash is here. He insists on speaking to you about that editorial.
Tell Adrian Lash I meant what I said in that editorial. I have nothing more to say.
Very well, I'll tell him.
Adrian Lash. How unimportant he's become.
Now, see here, Reed, I'll not be brushed off. I want to speak to you.
Come out there. We told you Reed wasn't to be disturbed.
Never mind, Axford. Come in and close the door.
I'll take him out if you say so.
Wait.
This editorial, I'm advised that you personally wrote it.
I did, and I meant every word of it. Now that you're here, Lash, I'll give it to you straight. You're trying to get an appropriation through the council. You want $3 million to build a new bridge over the East River.
It's needed. You know very well how traffic is snarled on the present bridge.
And you're to blame. You've had that bridge under repair all summer. There hasn't been a time when more than 2 lanes were open.
The repairs were necessary.
Maybe. But those repairs could have been made in 3 weeks. Moreover, you put the ferry line out of business.
The ferry line? You blame me because Tug Maxwell went broke.
He says you started the litigation that broke him.
He lies.
I've talked with him, Lash. He has proof that you put him out of business.
Proof? Have you seen it?
He's going to give it to me today, and if it's what I think it is, you'd better look for a rat hole and crawl in.
That's telling him, Reed.
You've schemed so people will think we need a new bridge. If you get that appropriation, you'll divide a nice plum with the contractor. Well, you won't get it if I can prevent it.
You
now
can't.
Get out of here.
You heard the boss.
All right, I'll go, Reed, but I warn you, you'll hear from my lawyers. You can't get away with some of those printed statements and insinuations.
Come on, lad. This is the way out. I'll be out here, Reed, if you need me for anything.
All right, Axford. I wonder where she is. After 11, getting on toward noon. I wonder if anything can happen. This has got to be Linda. Yes, Miss Case?
Miss Travis is here.
Send her in. Send her right in, Miss Case.
That's what I thought. Go right in, Miss Travis.
At last. Oh, Miss Travis. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Reed.
Please sit down. I expected you earlier.
I know I'm late, Mr. Reed. I'm sorry. I was so upset last night, I hardly slept a wink. I didn't know what to do. This morning, as soon as I could, I went down to police headquarters to check the records against the Green Hornet. Then I read this morning's paper. The district attorney has quite a bit to say about the Green Hornet.
Yes, he does.
Credits the Hornet with saving his life. Then he states that the murder charge against the Green Hornet was wiped off the books with the capture of Marquand and the rest of that gang.
The Hornet has been charged with a number of crimes, several of them murders.
But not anymore. I found out this morning at police headquarters that the slate is clean, Mr. Reed. And after the statements of the district attorney, public opinion may change.
I wonder.
Well, at any rate, Mr. Reed, I've thought things over since last night. Now that I know that there aren't really any charges against the Hornet, I've decided that there's only one thing I can do. I've got to telephone your father. I thought I'd ask him to come here. When he arrives, well, he can be told that you're the Green Hornet. One of us must tell him. You or I.
I called him last night. I told him something had happened and he'd better get here as quickly as possible.
Oh?
He's on the train right now.
Then you will break the news? You will tell him that you're the Green Hornet?
Yes. And when I get through talking to him, there'll be nothing for you to say.
Thanks, Mr. Reed.
I'm proud of what I've done as the Green Hornet. I'd do the same thing over again. When I see Dad, I'll lay all the cards on the table, face up, and... Well, he's my dad. I have a hunch that when he knows everything, he'll approve all I've done. At least I hope so.
I truly hope so, too.
And now, Miss Travis, about you.
What about me?
Well, you came here to see how things were going. You came to get facts for my father. To get them, you went to work for the Daily Sentinel.
Yes, I got them.
Then that job is finished.
So I'm fired, huh?
I didn't say that. You have the makings of a crack reporter.
You mean that?
Yes, but you can't work for this paper and someone else at the same time, Miss Travis. I demand 100% loyalty to the Daily Sentinel.
Mr. Reed, I've regretted coming here under false colors. I haven't liked it a bit. I want to keep my job as a reporter. And under your terms.
Not working for Dad any longer?
No. 100% for the Sentinel.
Fine. I'll not worry about you. Let things rest until Dad gets here. In the meantime, we'll get on with running a newspaper.
Thanks, Mr. Reed. I'm ready for orders.
And then come with me. I'll take you to Tug Maxwell's place.
Tug Maxwell?
An old man who used to run a ferry line across the river.
Here they are now.
Mr. Reed, have you decided who you're going to send out to get that evidence from Tug Maxwell?
Yes, Miss Case. I'm going myself.
Reed, if you're going alone, maybe I should go along with you.
Well, I'm not going alone.
Oh?
I'm taking Miss Travis. Tug Maxwell's human interest, and that's an angle I think she can cover. I'll be back as soon as possible.
Human interest.
Well, anyhow, Casey, Reed looks better than he did when he came in.
You've got something there, Michael. Darn it.
As Brett drove his convertible toward the dock that had once been used as a ferry landing, he told about the highway commissioner's graft plans and explained how he hoped to spike them.
Tug Maxwell had operated the ferry for years. Then Lash went after him.
Oh.
A lot of things. He had stooges start lawsuits. Other stooges damaged the boat and equipment. He finally broke Maxwell. But Tug's a fighter. He got documented proof that Lash was behind these things. When he saw the Sentinel take a stand against the new bridge, he called me. We might be able to make a case against Adrian Lash.
If he can be exposed, it should spike the appropriation.
Here we are. Tug Maxwell's been living in that little shack.
Oh, what a shame.
Hey, watch your step. It's muddy.
Oh. Well, what if you can't establish proof that Lash is the crook?
You'll probably get a $3 million appropriation to build a new bridge and split $250,000 graft with his contractor pal.
Is Tug expecting you?
Yes, I told him I'd be here early this afternoon.
The door wasn't latched.
Tug, we're here. Well, I wonder where...
Oh, Mr. Reed.
Great Scott.
Is that Tug Maxwell?
Yes. Close that door.
Is he dead?
I think he is.
There's a note on the table.
Don't touch anything. Yeah, he's dead.
What's that?
A brown bottle labeled poison. Empty.
Mr. Reed, he committed suicide.
I doubt it.
Oh, but this note, it's a suicide note. Well, why would he take poison when he knew that you'd be here in a little while?
I don't think it's suicide. I think it's murder.
Murder? Would Adrian Lash go that far?
He knew Maxwell was going to give me evidence. I'll bet all the tea in China that evidence has been stolen.
How can you prove it?
I wonder.
Oh, Mr. Reed, that poor little old man. Look at him. First he was robbed of his business, then killed. Oh, can't something be done to bring out the truth?
The police would call this a suicide. The case would be closed and Adrian Lash would be in the clear.
Can't someone do something?
Have you any suggestions?
Yes, I mean, no.
I believe you're thinking the same thing I am. It's a tough job for the Green Hornet. Miss Travis, don't pass judgment until the job is done.
The job?
When I'm through, you'll see why I became the Green Hornet.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Listen. Wheaties. Cheerios. Kicks. They all ring the bell. Wheaties, Cheerios, and Kicks. They're tops for breakfast, and they all taste wonderful. Yes, sir. Each one has its own special flavor. That's why it's so much fun to change off. One morning Wheaties, the next Cheerios, and the next Kicks. That way, breakfast's a lot more interesting, because you're always having something different. Sound like a good idea? Well, listen.
Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray! Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray! Get the Betty Crocker cereal tray!
Now, back to our story. After carefully examining the one-room home of Tug Maxwell, Britt Reed changed the scene while Linda Travis watched wide-eyed. He put the suicide note into his pocket.
It's probably forged anyway.
Couldn't that be proved? By comparing it to samples of his handwriting?
What samples? The place has been cleaned out. Letters, documents, everything is gone. There's not a line in Maxwell's handwriting.
What are you going to do with that bottle?
I'll take it with me. It probably held the poison that killed the old man. Look at the water glasses on this shelf. All dusty except these two. These are spotless. Pretty good evidence that someone had a beer with the old man, poisoned his drink, then washed the glasses and put them away.
Well, there's an empty beer bottle in that basket over there. I saw it.
Pick it up with your handkerchief and put it on the sink beside these glasses. Don't get your fingerprints on it.
I'm being careful.
Yeah. That does it.
Mr. Reed, I don't get it.
When we came here, the note and the empty poison bottle beside Maxwell's body made the case look like a suicide.
But now there's nothing to indicate a suicide.
The police will find a dead man and evidence to indicate that someone came here, drank a beer with him, poisoned his beer, then washed the glasses and wiped away all fingerprints.
The police will call it murder.
They'll call it by its right name. Now, one thing more to guarantee action.
What have you got there?
Just a little paper seal to stick on this table.
Oh, the seal of the Green Hornet.
How do you like helping the Hornet juggle evidence?
Oh, but the police will charge the Hornet with murder.
It's happened before.
Oh, yes, but the Hornet was finally in the clear. The last charge had been cleaned up. Now
you know that the Hornet didn't kill Tug Maxwell.
Yes, but the police, the public.
Bringing the murderer to justice means more to the Green Hornet than his reputation. But if my plans work out, the Hornet won't be suspected for long. Now, come along. We've got to find a phone and call the Sentinel. We've just made a headline. Yes, Gunnigan. Miss Travis and I found him dead. Yeah, give the assignment to Hawk. Send him to Maxwell's place. Miss Travis will meet him there. No, I'll call the police. Send Axford to headquarters to cover the story from that angle. What's that? The seal? How do you expect me to know anything about the Green Hornet? I've given you the facts. Make the most of them.
Gosh, Mr. Reed, the way you operate.
You stick close to Hawks. He's a sharp reporter, and you'll learn a lot. Stay with him, and you might be in at the finish.
You trust me enough?
I know you won't betray me until I've had a chance to talk to Dad. Hello, police headquarters? Britt Reed speaking. I want to report a murder.
evening, soon after the Daily Sentinel hit the streets, Britt Reed prepared to move out as the Green Hornet. He called Cato, his faithful valet, to his bedroom.
We're going to take a long chance, Cato. We've got to play a tight game.
Yes, Mr. Britt. What about girl?
She can be trusted. Get the Black Beauty ready. Bring the mask and gas gun.
Where we go?
I'm going to deliver a brown bottle to Adrian Lash. Before Dad gets to town, I'll clean up this crime and incidentally show Dad and Linda Travis the usefulness of the Green Hornet.
Meanwhile, Adrian Lash had seen the glaring headlines and called his attorney to his home.
Look at this paper, Jekyll. Look at it.
I've read it, Adrian.
Tells how Maxwell was going to produce certain evidence that would show that I'd put the ferry boat out of business. It intimates that I did it to increase traffic on the bridge. I've gone all out to create the apparent need of a new bridge.
And so you have.
Hold on. This article hints that I killed Maxwell to get those documents.
Then Maxwell did have evidence against you.
Nothing that would prove a felony. The evidence would have looked bad, that's all. Might have blocked the appropriation for the new bridge.
Where's the evidence now?
Jekyll, you think I stole it?
Come on, Lash. Unless you want to get another attorney, you better shoot straight with me. I've got to know the facts.
Well, I did get those papers. I burned them. They're gone. But I wasn't near Maxwell's place. I was willing to pay for those papers. I sent a man with cash. Instead of paying, he must have killed Maxwell.
Who'd you send?
Wait. Jekyll, did you hear something in the next room?
No.
I heard a floorboard creak. I'm going to take a look. I didn't think anyone else was in the house.
I don't see anyone.
All right. Wait, look. That window's open.
Yes.
Here. What's this on the table?
It looks like a medicine bottle.
I wonder where it came from. It's labeled poison.
That's what it held.
Mask.
There he is. That corner.
The Green Hornet.
I hoped you'd handle that bottle and put your fingerprints on it.
What's that? My fingerprints?
Drop it, Lash. Don't smear those prints. Oh, I want that bottle. Held the poison that killed Maxwell. I brought it from his place.
What were you doing at Maxwell's?
I just happened to stop in. I wanted to ask him some questions. But he was dead, and the stage was set to look like a suicide. I changed the props. Now I have your fingerprints in this bottle. If I turn it over to the police and tell them I took it from the scene of the crime to prevent its destruction, you'll have things to explain.
You can't get away with a frame-up like this.
No? Did you read what the DA said about me?
Jekyll, he's managed to get the DA on his side.
You bet I have.
The police know you were at Maxwell's.
The fingerprints in this bottle will be pretty fair evidence that Lash was there, too. And Lash has a motive for killing the man.
But I wasn't there. I wasn't near his house.
You can't prove that.
But I can prove that I was...
Here's a job for you, Lash.
I'll admit nothing.
I'll take that bottle, you fool.
Jekyll, look out. You shot him.
Gas. You want some?
No.
Then tell me who killed Maxwell.
I didn't want him killed. I sent a man with cash to pay him, to buy what I wanted. Instead of that, my agent killed Maxwell and kept the cash.
Perhaps I'd better collect from him instead of you.
Yes, that's it. He has $5,000 they should have given Maxwell.
His name?
Why, you'll not involve me.
His name?
Mulroy. Steve Mulroy.
I want his address and a signed statement. Sit down at that desk and write out what you've just told me.
Oh, no, I can't do that.
Who pays? You or Mulroy? Start writing.
Oh, good evening, Miss Case.
Hello, Travis.
Oh, I didn't think you'd be back. Do you often work at night?
No. Do you?
Mr. Reed told me to stay close to Hawks on the Maxwell story.
Well, Hawks is out in the city room.
Yes, he's doing a follow-up. Trying to write between the lines.
Mr. Reed did that in the last edition. He practically called Lash a murderer.
I finished a character sketch of old Tug Maxwell a little while ago. I hope Mr. Reed likes it.
He probably will.
I borrowed your typewriter. Hope you don't mind.
Axford uses it half the time. That machine can take anything.
Hey, Linda. Oh, hello, Casey. Look at this.
Oh, brother, this is it.
What? What's the matter with you?
Some guy just brought this envelope. It's a statement signed by Adrian Lash. He named Steve Mulroy as the Maxwell murderer.
Oh, God.
I've already called the police. They're on their way to Mulroy's house, and so am I. Now, listen, Casey. If Reed calls, tell him where I've gone.
But I'm supposed to go with you.
Well, what are you waiting for? Come along.
Well, Mr. Reed will want to know more about it. Where did the statement come from? Who sent it?
Tell him it came from the Green Hornet.
Here's where Mulroy lives.
Come on, you guys. Doyle, you and Jackson watch the rear so Mulroy don't get away.
Oh, there's Hawks. Hey, Hawks.
Who's the dame?
Oh, God, it's Miss Travis.
Hi, Axford. It looks like we're just in time.
Yeah, Miss Travis, you better stay back.
Oh, but Mr. Axford.
I'll take care of her. Come on, boys. Just call out Mulroy.
There's Mr. Reed's car.
And Reed. He must have called the office.
You people just get here?
Yeah. Did you call the office?
Yes.
Come on. The cops are closing in on Mulroy.
Taking you in, Mulroy.
Huh?
Lash names you as Maxwell's killer.
What?
It's my duty to tell you that anything you say can be used against you.
Boy, that dirty double-crossing rat.
There's no use trying to deny the charge, Mulroy. Lash can prove that he sent you to call on Maxwell.
That squealer. He's in this as deep as I am. I didn't give him all the papers I got from Maxwell. He needn't think I'll take this rap alone. I can prove he's in it. I can show what Maxwell had on him.
Now you're talking. Take him away, boys. Book him for the murder of Tug Maxwell. Then we'll go get Lash.
If there's anything I hate, it's the squealer.
Oh, golly, Reed, what a story for the Sentinel.
Stay with the police, Axford. Follow through.
That I will.
Hawks, you'd better call in. You have a lead for the next edition.
There's a phone in the next room.
And I?
Oh, Miss Travis, you've done a day's work. I'll drive you home. So when Lash realized what he was up against, he signed the statement. But instead of using it to call on Mulroy, the Green Hornet sent it to the Daily Sentinel.
I wish you could have seen Hawk's face when he received it.
I could imagine him. Now, does that answer all your questions?
I suppose the police are still running in circles, trying to figure out why the Green Hornet seal was left at the scene of the crime.
Well, that'll never be answered. I hope. Tell me, Linda, do you think the Hornet's such a terrible person?
If the Green Hornet hadn't juggled evidence, Tug Maxwell would have been called a suicide. The citizens would have gotten a $3 million bill for a new bridge, and Lash and Mulroy would have gotten away with graft and murder. You know, I'm proud to be in the confidence of the Green Hornet. Golly, I hope your dad will feel that way when you tell him everything tomorrow.
Isn't there a saying that tomorrow never comes? I certainly wish it wouldn't. But, well, we'll see what happens tomorrow.
He is the champion runner of Possum Hollow. Brother, look at him go. He's feeling his Cheerios. Yes, Cheerios, the ready-to-eat breakfast cereal made from oats. Good, old-fashioned, nourishing oats. Sure, Cheerios gives the kind of nourishment generations of Americans have grown up on. Youngsters really go for the shape of Cheerios, too. Cheerios looks like little letter O's. Remember, O stands for oats. That's what Cheerios is made from. Try Cheerios. Be with us again next week at the same time when General Mills will again present The Green Hornet. This is a George W. Trendle production, written by Fran Stryker and directed by Charles D. Livingston. The part of the Green Hornet is played by Jack McCarthy. This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Hal Neal speaking. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
VintageRadioshows.com.
VintageRadioshows.com.
You can feel the heat
before you even get close. But the only way to kill the flames is to fight them face to face until they finally die, and you lead your men to cooler air and Miller time. Time to head for the best tasting beer you can find, Miller High Life.
When it's time to relax, we got the beer, Miller beer.
1934. And Joe Jamar over there, he dreams of farming this desert. But where would he get the money to drill for water over 1,000 feet down? Where? From the money folks keep in their full-service bank. You see, America's bankers back Joe and thousands of other farmers, too. So today, food from the San Joaquin Valley reaches every table in America. Your money in the bank made it possible. America's bankers, helping you change things for the better.
Join the people who are taking advantage of the opportunities for training and education offered by the armed forces. Join the few and the proud as they serve their country and work toward a better tomorrow. It's not just a job, it's an adventure and a great way of life. Contact your local armed forces recruiter for all of the details.
Give me a smile with everything on it, and I'll pass it on. So give me a coat when you smile, and I promise to pass it along. I'm gonna pass it along. The world needs a break when it's tired and thirsty. Coke and a smile is how it should be. Coke as life, Coca-Cola as life.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear. Well, the Lone Ranger, up next.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and the hearty Hi-yo, Silver! The Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals throughout the western United States. And whenever men gathered around frontier campfires, stories were told of his adventures. Strong, courageous, resourceful, and a keen judge of character, he was the greatest champion of justice the West ever knew. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again. Come on, Silver! We're heading south for the Rio Grande! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
one time, the ranch of the Three Pines had been noted for the great hospitality of its owner. But that time was long past, and with the flight of years, the place came to have a sinister reputation. Fear kept natives of the region from approaching its low, sprawling buildings, and strangers seemed to avoid them by instinct. Whenever there was a tragedy in the neighborhood, the influence of the ranch of the Three Pines was certain to be held at fault, and whenever men spoke of it, they did so in whispers. Always in whispers.
The ranch of the Three Pines? Mister, I ain't what you'd call a timid hombre, but all the gold in Texas wouldn't get me within 10 miles of there.
Madre de Dios, it is bad, that place. Senor, it is the home of the evil one. I'm telling you, if ever a curse was put on anything, it's on the ranch of the Three Pines.
The ranch of the Three Pines?
It is evil. There's a curse on it.
Don't go near it.
Madre de Dios, it is haunted. Stay away from there. The evil one. Stay away.
Don't go near it.
Madre de Dios.
A season came, however, when fear of the ranch of the Three Pines was replaced by sullen anger. For weeks on end, the sun burned fiercely in a cloudless sky. Pastures failed, creeks and water holes dried up, cattle and sheep died by the score. And to the superstitious inhabitants of the district, the source of their misfortune was clear. Even the good padre at the mission was unable to persuade them they were wrong, and...
Quiet! Juan, come here.
Si, Padre.
My son, what is the meaning of this?
Padre, it is the rancho. The rains, she do not come. The grass is born, our flocks, they die. Nowhere is there water. The rancho has cast a spell upon the sky.
Juan, I am ashamed for you.
Si, Padre.
I had not thought you so ignorant. I had believed you a man of good sense, Juan.
But, Padre,
We've had droughts before.
But never like this, Padre. I have ridden near the rancho.
Yes?
I have heard things most strange. The voice of a senorita singing, Padre. Laughter. I have seen lights in the window.
What is there about that?
But it is well known there is no one who lives there.
It might have been occupied recently.
But who would dare?
Not you, it is plain to see.
And if someone is moved there, why have not we seen him?
You had better inquire at the rancho.
Oh, no. I do not ride there again. It is one bad place, that. It is the hacienda of El Diablo.
Enough.
But, Padre,
Enough, I said. I am tired of these childish stories. Tell your companions that they are not true, that the ranch of the Three Pines has nothing to do with the drought from which we suffer, and tell them that if they doubt, I shall prove this.
Oh, Padre, you must not go to the rancho, no. No, you must not. If you go there...
I shall not go there, my son.
What do you mean?
You have been misled by silly tales of superstition, and the man who shall prove this for all to know is my good friend, the Lone Ranger.
Stretch out those great legs of yours, old fellow. We should be at the mission before nightfall, Tonto. Get him up, Scout. Get him up. Come on, Silver. Oh, Silver. Away.
Summoned to the mission by an appeal from his friend, the Padre, the famous masked rider of justice and his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, arrived at their destination late in the afternoon. The Padre was quick to explain why he had asked for their help.
Amigo, for many years I have fought the blindness of those of my flock who are slaves to the superstition of the ignorant. Always I have heard these stories they tell of the ranch of the Three Pines. Always I have denied their truth.
I, too, have heard these stories, Padre.
Now, as you know, the drought has come. My people do not understand these things. They must have some object to blame upon which they can spend their fear and anger.
And what is it you wish me to do, Padre?
Once and for all, I want it proved to my flock that the ranch of the Three Pines has no supernatural powers.
Yes?
And it would be well if you were to find out if the hacienda is indeed occupied. Knowing that you have no faith in these superstitions, I know that you will not fear to ride there. If you find it occupied, the people there must be warned that they are in danger, that there are impatient and ignorant ones who will hold them to account for all the misfortunes that have struck this district. Will you do this for me, my friend?
Of course, amigo. Tonto and I will ride at once.
That is good.
Here, Silver.
Yes, Scout.
Whatever we learn, we'll get word to you as soon as we can. Here.
Thank you, my friend. I knew that I could depend upon you.
Ready, Tonto?
Be ready.
Come on.
Get him up, Scout.
The trail to the ranch of the Three Pines led through a strange and barren country. It never traveled more than 100 yards in a straight line at any time. It took the Lone Ranger and Tonto through canyons, almost as dark as if it had been night, then across bare, wind-swept plateaus, until finally...
Scout.
There it is below us, Tonto. A strange-looking place. No wonder there's so many stories about it. Just the look of the buildings is enough to make people think a mystery.
That's right.
It certainly doesn't look as though it were occupied, as the padre thought it might be. I don't see smoke or horses or any sign of movement. Well, we can't tell from this distance. The only thing to do is to ride there and investigate for ourselves. We better follow this ledge to the left. I think you'll find it an easier way down. Come on, Tonto. It's just...
Ride closer.
What that?
Who said that?
Strangers, turn back.
Where are you? Can you hear me? Well, can you hear me, I say?
I hear you. Turn back. You must not ride closer.
Where voice come from?
It's some trick of the rock formation, Tonto. Might come from almost anywhere. Possibly from almost any distance. The way the hills throw back the echo makes it impossible to judge.
And what we do?
We don't turn back, Kimosabe. We ride on.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
Turn back. This is your last warning.
Whoever you are, we turn back for no one.
There's trouble ahead.
Perhaps, Tonto, but we can't keep our word to the padre by returning to town. So we have no choice. Careful there, Tonto. The trail's treacherous. It was an old and dangerous trail that wound its way from the heights down into the broad hollow where the hacienda lay. The Lone Ranger and Tonto advanced until they reached a place where the trail, widening, formed a shelf. Then suddenly...
Halt! I have you covered.
Scout.
Don't move, senor.
So you're the fellow who called to us.
And you are those who foolishly refuse to listen. Now you will turn back, or...
Or what?
Or it will be my duty to use the gun I have here in my hand.
You don't want us to visit the hacienda there?
Strangers are not welcome.
No, and why not?
That is our affair, senor. You will please to turn back as I've requested.
You're not alone here, then.
I have said enough. Do not try my patience.
Lower that gun.
No, I will.
Very well.
You... Sacre!
No, do not kill him, senor. I beg of you, please. He did not mean...
Julian's his name, huh? Well, I've no intention of harming him. I just shot the gun from his hand so he wouldn't be tempted to use it. No, don't reach for it.
Senor, I shall not forget this.
I'd advise you not to.
I apologize for Julian, senors. But you are trespassing. You have no right here. You're on private property.
Your property?
The property of the senorita's grandfather, senor.
Julian, you should not have spoken.
But, senorita...
He was not to have been told.
I'm sorry, Carmen. I did not think.
Your grandfather is here, senorita?
I cannot answer that.
Very well. If the ranch of the Three Pines is owned by your grandfather, you were not trespassers here yourself, then you have the right to order strangers from the place.
You've been told only the truth.
Then we'll turn back.
Thank you, senor. You are a gentleman.
Come, Tonto.
But you...
I said come.
Get him up, Scout.
Back, Silver, back! Adios!
Why you go back? You tell Padre...
We won't break our word to the Padre, Kimosabe.
Then why
What would have been the use of forcing our way past those two? Obviously, they have something to hide. It's better to find out what it is without alarming them.
How we do that?
Up the trailer distance, there's a place that we can turn off without being seen.
Oh.
We'll turn off, find another way into the valley, and approach the hacienda from the other side.
That'd be a good idea.
The thing they are hiding is innocent. No harm will be done. We'll keep silence. They'll have no cause to worry over the fact that strangers share their secret.
That right.
And there's something we must not forget.
What that?
What the Padre told us, that the people of this district are blaming the ranch of the Three Pines for the drought.
Oh, them heap foolish.
Of course. The feeling will rise as the drought continues, Tonto. The If they're once convinced the drought will end only with the destruction of the ranch, then no one can guess what may happen. Mobs, Kimosabe, don't stop to think. See that willow, Tonto? We turn off there. What the Lone Ranger feared was destined to come about even sooner than he had imagined. However, the words of the good Padre had had little effect upon his people. To them, the ranch of the Three Pines and the drought seemed but cause and effect. Wasn't it well known that the ranch was a place of evil? Wasn't the drought that destroyed their pastures and killed their herds an evil thing? The conclusion was obvious.
Compadres, the rancho, she must be destroyed. If the rancho is not destroyed, then we lose our homes, amigos. Never again will the sky rain on us. The sheep, the cow, they die. The grain does not grow. We have no money, nothing to eat, nothing for which to live. Amigos, it is for us the end. That is why I, Juan Romero, say that we must ride. We must ride to the rancho of the Three Pines. We must not be afraid, no. No, the rancho must be destroyed. I will lead you, compadres. Who is not afraid to ride with Juan Romero? Buenos amigos. Then to the saddle. We ride at once.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Neither Carmen or Julian, the two young people the Lone Ranger had met on the trail, was aware of the threat that hung over the ranch of the Three Pines. They were more concerned with personal problems and...
Because of a crazy whim of this grandfather of yours, you would sacrifice me and the best years of your life.
You call it a whim? Well, perhaps it is. But if so, it's a beautiful one. But Julian, think. Once, years and years ago, this is where my grandfather lived as a young man, with his bride.
Other old men have been young once. Yes, and they've had wives, too.
Oh, you do not understand. Don't you see? It was happy here. He told me of those times, of the great parties they had, of the feasts that lasted for weeks, of the neighbors who rode for miles to attend.
If Don Pablo was so well pleased here, why did he not stay? Why did he leave and return to Spain?
Because his bride died. Her name was Carmen, too. And when she was gone, he couldn't bear it here longer. So he left, returned to Spain, where everything he saw wouldn't remind him of her.
So now he's back again. Your grandfather's worse than a woman for changing his mind.
He knows he hasn't long to live, Julian.
Well?
And he wants to live the little of life that remains to him where he can feel close to her.
Very well. Then let him get someone else to take care of him. Why does it have to be you?
Because he's used to me, Julian. It is not easy for one of his age to be comfortable with strangers.
And if he should leave for another 20 years?
Then I shall remain with him for 20 years.
Oh, it's nonsense.
It is my duty.
You're a fool.
Very well, then I am.
I should leave you.
Do so.
I will.
Good.
No, I won't leave you.
I think you had better.
No, I'll stay. I've made up my mind. I'll stay until you've returned to your senses and have told me you'll go back to Spain.
Which will be never. Do take the horses and go. Grandfather will be waiting for me.
And so will I.
Poor Julian.
So there you are, my dear.
Did you think I'd never come, Grandfather?
What is that?
Did you think I'd never get back?
I am afraid I had forgot you, my dear. You see, I was sitting here remembering someone else.
I know.
Everything. Everything here is just as it was when she left it.
Yes, just as it was.
Will you promise me something, child?
Of course, Grandfather.
Do not let it be changed until after I am gone. Do not let strangers spoil all this.
I promise.
Thank you. Thank you, my dear. You are very kind.
But even then, the mob that had taken to the saddle had already covered more than half the distance to the ranch of the Three Pines. Its total destruction was the one thought and aim of every man and woman.
On, compadres! The rancho, she must be destroyed! On, compadres! On!
In the meantime, the masked man and Tonto rested their mounts on the crest of a hill.
The situation is clear enough now, Kemosabe. Don Pablo done a great wrong to ask a girl of his granddaughter's age to leave everything attractive in the world to care for him alone.
Oh, him old man.
What he's done, I'm convinced he did less from selfishness than from thoughtlessness.
Maybe you're right.
But he's a Spaniard, and a grandee at that, which means he's proud and very likely stubborn. And certainly not an easy fellow to reason with. The fact that Julian is afraid to let Don Pablo know of his presence here, although he followed Carmen all the way from Spain, is clear indication of that. But I'd like to find some way to show Don Pablo that... Tonto, there. Look there where the trail winds away from the canyon.
Horsemen.
100 at the very least. There's only one reason why horsemen would approach over this trail, Kemosabe.
They make trouble.
Right. Where they are, how long should it take them to reach the hacienda?
Maybe an hour. Maybe more.
And there's no time to sit here debating plans, Tonto. We'll have to act and act fast. Listen, Tonto. Find Carmen and Julian. Get them away from the ranch and keep them away for at least 2 hours. I don't care how you find them or where you take them, but do it and don't fail.
Tonto, do it. And what you do?
Me? I'm calling on Don Pablo. This is the one time he'll forget his pride and listen to reason. Or he'll find himself where all the pride in the world won't save him. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Silver, away!
It was not long after this that Carmen stole from the house and made her way to the stables where she knew she would find Julian. Pausing just outside, she called to him in a low voice.
Julian? Are you there, Julian?
Carmen?
But of course, who else would it be?
I see you have come to apologize for the way you have spoken. It is gracious of you.
Idiot.
You're not apologizing?
I had thought of it, but when you take so much for granted,
Diablo, what is this?
You come.
The Indian we saw on the trail.
You!
Do not shoot.
Don't, Julian, don't. Don't give him an excuse to fire.
You were told to leave this property. Then what are you...
You saddle horse. You come.
What is the meaning of this? How dare you give us orders?
Me not talk. You come. Quick.
Sacre, you cannot tell me... But Carmen...
He means what he says, Julian. We better obey him.
There, horse, and you hurry.
You have the advantage of us, amigo. But permit me to warn you once more.
You hurry.
At the first opportunity, I shall not hesitate to shoot you down.
No sooner had the Lone Ranger seen Tonto safely away with his prisoners than he entered the hacienda and confronted Don Pablo. Almost an hour later...
I respect you, Don Pablo. But there are times when the truth is more forceful when plainly told.
See.
And no matter how important a person you may be, still you are not the center of the world. Others exist whose happiness is exactly as important to them as yours is to you. Your granddaughter, for instance. Julian. These poor people of your race riding here now who scarcely know where they'll obtain their next meal.
Perhaps.
You can't deny it.
But if I say their happiness does not matter to me...
I won't believe you.
You're very certain, senor.
I told a friend of mine that you're a good man, Don Pablo. I've had no reason to change my opinion. Yet.
I do not like to be forced into a decision.
You hear that?
See.
They've come. Quick, man. What's it to be?
I shall do as I wish.
And you wish?
That is my affair, senor.
I'll hold them off.
Wait.
Yes?
Give me your arm. I am the master here. It is not proper for the host to receive guests while seated.
Here.
Thank you.
They're in a vicious mood, Don Pablo.
Help me to the door.
You mean to face them?
I am Rodriguez.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to question your courage, sir. Come.
Gracias.
Don Pablo, the door is thick and it's heavily barred. Maybe that those fellows outside cannot be talked to. We can open the door and risk it. Or leave it closed and fight them off. It's for you to say.
You are not afraid, senor?
Not for myself, sir. Only for you.
Then open it.
It was almost nightfall when three mounted figures rode toward the ranch of the Three Pines. They rode slowly, one slightly behind his companions, when suddenly the foremost figure cried out,
Caramba! Oh.
What is it?
There, Carmen, before the hacienda, those horses. And we left Don Pablo alone.
You think...
That he's in great trouble.
Oh.
You not worry.
You have tricked us. Come, Carmen. If he wants to shoot us, let him. Get up.
Get him up, Scout.
Perhaps he has been murdered.
No. Oh, no.
But I shall pay them back. Get up.
Get up.
Get up.
Rein in, Julian.
Oh, Scout.
Oh. Listen.
They've taken over the hacienda.
I am going in there.
Then I shall go with you.
You stay here.
You cannot make me stay behind. I will not leave you.
They'll run if I give you the word.
Yes.
The devils.
Oh, be careful.
I shall shoot them down, I tell you.
Senor, senorita. You are most welcome, Here is good wine, much food. It is yours for the taking,
Talk.
But amigo.
Curse. Out! Out with you before I...
Hold it.
You?
These men are not Don Pablo's enemies. They're here as his friends. You doubt it? Ask him.
But what?
It is so, Julian.
Grandfather.
You must treat my guests with respect. It is not fitting that you should make them appear unwelcome.
The Senor Rodriguez is un great hombre. Look, he has given us much of food to take home to our families. Our little ones, eh?
He has given all the food which I can carry.
Grandfather, you must have lost your mind. You said you swore...
One moment, child. Pardon me. Amigos, my house is your house. Your pleasure is my pleasure. Do not let us interrupt you. Continue, please.
I do not understand.
My child, I have learned much today from the Senor of the Mask. You, Julian.
See?
The Senor of the Mask has told me of you. Perhaps you should not have followed my granddaughter here.
But I...
Wait. But you are here, and... I am not displeased.
Gracias.
Today, my children, I have learned that it is not well for one to bury himself. Nor is it well for an old man to ask that sacrifice of young people.
I did not regret it, Grandfather. I did not blame you.
Not you, perhaps. But she did.
She?
That other Carmen, my dear. My Carmen. Look. There is her picture there on the wall. She frowned at me, and I did not know why. But the Senor of the Mask showed me. It was because she had loved life, and I had chosen to turn my back upon it.
Grandfather.
But now my house is full of friends, and she smiles, and I am happy once more. And though I am old, and old men are men of feeble memories, I shall never forget that I owe this thing to the senor of the mask.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Come sink your teeth into a McDonald's Big Mac. It's the one and only taste.
It's the one and only taste. One and only taste for the fiddlers in Tennessee. The one and only taste. One and only taste in Washington, D.C. The one and only Big Mac way down in Santa Fe. In Buffalo and Idaho and out on Cape Cod Bay.
A McDonald's Big Mac, it's the one and only hamburger with that terrific 2 all-beef patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions on a sesame seed bun taste. Come and get it.
It's the one and only Big Mac from the one and only place. Nobody else can duplicate that one and only taste. At McDonald's, we do it all for one and only taste for you.
Backstairs at the White House, the intimate stories of the presidential families who served and the people who served them, their tragedies and triumphs. Monday, January 29th.
A good quarterback does his homework on and off the field. That's probably why the three of us are all drinking light beer from Miller.
See, light's got a third less calories than the regular beer, and it's less filling.
Plus, it tastes great. And you know it's important to have a command of facts like that.
It's mental discipline, really. You're darn right.
Because if you know every position, every option, every formation, you'll never get your signals crossed.
Hey, that's my beer, Terry.
Oh, no, this is...
Yeah,
no, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Light beer from Miller. Everything you always wanted in a beer, and less.
I didn't feel my label.
One day each summer, practically every town in America celebrates its heritage in a uniquely American way. The 4th of July parade. But without insurance to protect the people who make everything from uniforms and instruments to flags and francs, the 4th of July might look like any other summer day. Crum & Forster, working with more than 9,000 independent insurance agents and brokers, helping insure the American way of life.
On Sports World, professional skiing from Aspen, full contact karate from Tokyo, women's pro surfing from Hawaii, and blackjack from Las Vegas. Next Sunday.
Let's check what's coming the mail at Box 13 next.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, Box 13, Box 13, Box 13, Box 13.
Well, this is great.
Rain, rain, rain. I'll bet even the ducks wouldn't come out in weather like this. But me, I'm an idiot. I gotta go and take up a profession like being a writer. I couldn't take up something easy. Oh, no, not me. I gotta be a writer so I can be out on nice, cold, wet nights, beating my brains out, looking for an idea. Idea. Deadline. Oh, sure. Mustn't forget that ever-loving deadline. What a way to make a living. I could have stayed a reporter at the Star Times and had nice assignments, like listening to political speeches or covering the opening of a new manhole. Oh, no, but not me. I have to write fiction. Do it the hard way. Well, I might as well take the usual hand, open the usual door to the usual place, and hear the usual comments.
Hiya, Mr. Holliday.
Hiya.
Coffee boy. Hiya, Dan.
What do you say, Ed?
Smith, editor wants you. How goes it, Holliday?
Oh, pretty good.
Where's the makeup on page 4? Hi, Mr. Holliday.
How are you?
Hiya, Mr. Holliday.
Hello, Susie. Anything in box 13?
Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now for Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
What a character I am. Standing here in front of the want-ad counter in a newspaper office while the rain runs down off my coat collar into my shoes.
Mr. Holliday.
I gotta ruin my last pair of... Huh? What's that, Susie?
I said there's a message in box 13 for you. Here.
Oh. Thanks, Susie.
Don't mention it. Say, aren't you going to open it?
Sorry. Not here, Susie.
You know, you got all of us down here at the Star Times awful curious, Mr. Holliday, running that ad.
Have I?
You've been running it for months. Why don't you change it?
Well, I haven't read it for so long, I've forgotten the words. How's it go?
Don't you remember? Adventure wanted. We'll go any place, do anything. How about that?
I still like it.
You'd do a lot better with adventure if you ran your picture with the ad.
Oh, no, thanks. Just keep on running it the way it is.
But, gee, aren't you ever going to tell us what you do for a living? Why you keep running that ad?
Susie, same old question, same old answer. No. Well, if I'm not doing anything else, at least I've got the people at the Star Times curious. They'd think my brain cells were 10 feet off first base if they knew why I really run that ad. Maybe they are. You can help a person out of great trouble and gain an adventure for yourself if you call Chester 8945 and ask for Carla Williams. Chester 8945. Carla Williams. Sounds like an interesting name. Well, I hope she's home.
Hello?
Oh, this is the man from box 13.
Oh. Tell me, are you serious, or was that ad just a joke?
No joke, Miss Williams.
Are you willing to try anything?
Well, that depends. What's on your mind?
I can't discuss it over the phone. Will you meet me?
Of course.
There's a little French restaurant down on Ledge Street. Meet me there in the cocktail lounge.
What time?
Make it 10 o'clock tonight. Tell the bartender you want to speak to Carla Williams.
French restaurant on Ledge, 10 o'clock. Oh, what block number?
The 600 block. You won't fail me. You'll be there.
Lady, if it were winter, I'd come with bells on. This sounds like the beginning of a very interesting story. Beautiful woman in distress calls on struggling writer for help.
Only she doesn't know I'm a writer, and I don't know she's beautiful.
What's yours, mister?
Oh, I'm looking for a Carla Williams.
Oh, yeah. She's sitting over there in that front booth.
Thanks. Carla Williams?
Yes.
Oh-ho. Carla Williams could be material for a love story or an adventure story. Or maybe both.
And, do you have a name?
Oh, yes. Dan Holliday.
Sit down.
Oh, thanks.
I'm, agreeably surprised. I didn't think a person would get such a satisfactory reply from a want ad.
And I didn't think I'd get such a nice replier.
You're wondering about me, aren't you? You're wondering why you're here.
Naturally.
Well, I'm being blackmailed.
That's a very nasty business.
I've been paying blackmail for 5 years, but tonight's the end. I'm to meet him in 15 minutes and make the final payment and get the letters.
Well, that sounds like the end of your troubles.
But is it? I can't be sure. That's why I need your help.
But what can I do?
Well, you can be there as a witness. You can make sure this is the end. You can see that I get the letters and get away safely.
Lady, you need the police.
Why? To make sure everything I've kept hidden for 5 years comes out in the open?
Maybe a friend could do it.
My friends would be the last ones on earth I'd want to know. Are you afraid?
No.
You advertised for adventure?
Blackmail isn't my idea of adventure.
I'm sorry if my trouble doesn't measure up to your expectations. It's the best I could do on such short notice.
Uh-oh. Well, I guess I had that coming.
Maybe this isn't your idea of adventure, but I do need help. I need help badly. Let's leave it at that.
Now, that might appeal to my early Boy Scout training.
Then you will?
I always help ladies across blackmail raps. What happens if your friend makes trouble?
We can't make any trouble.
He seems to have done all right for the past 5 years.
There won't be any trouble if you're along. Here, reach under the table. Take this.
Oh, now, wait a minute. This is a gun.
Put it in your pocket. Don't let anyone see it.
This is supposed to make everything all right?
Well, you won't need it, believe me. I thought it would make you feel better.
It makes me feel like a policeman. And I still think a policeman is what you want.
But you promised.
I said maybe.
I have to meet him in 15 minutes. Please help me.
Where do we go?
His apartment.
Far from here?
We can make it if we leave now. What do you say?
Maybe I should never have been a Boy Scout. I watch Carla Williams closely as we ride over to the apartment where she's to meet this man she's been talking about. She's perfectly groomed with a certain niceness about her, except for those twin furrows of worry between her eyes and a cold look of anxiety. I don't think I would like to have her angry at me, though.
That's funny. You should have been here 20 minutes ago. Huh.
Why don't you try the door?
It was unlocked.
Might as well wait inside. Unless you have any objections.
Not at all. There's a light switch on your right. The living room is straight ahead.
Say, you sound like you're familiar with the place.
Why not? I've been here many times before.
There's a light on in there. Suppose he might have fallen asleep?
Waiting for his money? Hardly.
Well, this is more like it. This spot is nicely furnished.
With my money. But at least we can sit down and make us... Oh, no.
Miss Williams, what's the matter? What happened?
The floor by the desk, look.
You stay here.
Well...
You'd better call the police. He's dead.
Dead?
Yeah, he's been shot. Once. through the heart.
I'm glad.
He's the one? The man who was blackmailing you?
Yes. Could you go through his pockets? He must have some of those letters with him. Look in his coat pocket.
Just a minute, Miss Williams. You don't understand. This man has been murdered. We've got to call the police.
Murdered? What makes you so sure?
There's no gun around any place.
Just the same before the police come. His pockets. Please, I've got to have those letters.
Okay. But it isn't right. Are these what you wanted?
Let me see. Yeah. They're all here.
Now, where's the telephone? We've got to get the police up here and fast.
There is no phone.
No? How do you know without looking, unless...
I told you I've been here before.
Oh, yes, I forgot. We'll go downstairs. There's a payphone in the lobby. Tell the police to come up here right away. Then come back and we'll wait for them.
You're not planning to leave while I'm downstairs, are you?
No. Here's a nickel. Just dial low and tell the operator you want the police. Hurry.
But you'll be here.
Call, I said. I wanted adventure, so I put an ad in a newspaper. And I certainly found what I wanted. Only this isn't good. The man is lying dead on the floor of this apartment. And Carla Williams and I will have to get down to the police headquarters and answer 1,000,000 questions. All of them embarrassing. I hope she's made the calls. Say, that's funny. Why would there be a telephone directory in a place where there's no phone? Or maybe there is one. Of course, right here in the hallway. I wonder why she said there was no phone here. Maybe it's been disconnected.
Operator. This is the operator.
Oh, fine. I've written a dozen stories like this. And whenever I've reached this point, the hero always finds that he's been framed. Framed? The gun. Yeah, I gotta look at that gun. Gotta find out if it's been fired. One shot has been fired. And the police surgeon will probably find a bullet from this gun in that dead man's body. The police. Seems like little Carla took care of that. Me, I'm going to take care of something else. I'm leaving.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Once again, Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, right now I'm wishing I were half as smart as the heroes of some of my stories. I've got a murder, a strange woman, a strange apartment, and a strange feeling that this might not work out to a happy ending. What I need is a cab, a quick trip home, a short drink, and a long, long think.
Sure is a rotten night to be out.
Yeah, it sure is.
Never seen such rain.
Not so good.
Cops are sure busy tonight.
Sounds like it.
Wonder who they're after.
I wouldn't have any idea.
Could be a murderer, you know.
Yeah, just could be.
Just a night for a murder.
Perfect.
How come you got so wet?
It's raining.
I know, but how come?
My umbrella needs recovering.
You want the Normandy Arms?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's your building up ahead, but it looks like you got lots of company.
What do you mean?
Them's prowl cars, mister. All over the place.
Oh, this is very nice. Carla Williams called the police and must have mentioned my name in passing. I'm the type of interesting young fellow that any cop would like to meet, especially with a murder weapon in my pocket. Tonight, Mr. Holliday, I think you will sleep elsewhere.
Want me to pull right in where all them cops are?
No, they look busy, so maybe we'd better not bother them. Just keep on driving.
But this is where you live, ain't it?
I don't feel like going home tonight.
I could shove them cops aside, you know. This is legitimate hack.
That would be fun, but don't bother.
You're the boss, mister. Where to?
There's a place down on Franklin Avenue. 1612, I think.
I know that place. That's the cheapest hotel in town.
Yes, I believe it is.
Hey, how do you know about a place like that?
I got information there for a story.
But a joint like that, what are you going there tonight for?
To sleep.
You writing another story?
I'm living one.
Living one?
Yes, I left my typewriter at home.
Well, Mr. Holliday, to what do we owe this great pleasure?
Maybe you're just lucky.
More research on the seamier side of life?
No, not tonight. I'm looking for a room.
A room? Might I remind you, Mr. Holliday, this ain't the Roney Plaza.
Have you got a room?
Any particular exposure you might like?
The less, the better.
I'm sure we can fix you up. That is, if you're willing to pay in advance.
$1.50, $1.50. How much?
$25, Mr. Holliday.
$25.
And if you committed the murder, it'll be $50, Mr. Holliday.
Come on, talk straight.
I don't want any trouble with the police.
What makes you think I'll cause you trouble with the police?
Little box called the radio, police calls. They're a lot of fun to listen to, Mr. Holliday.
Yeah, I'll bet they are.
You'll be comfortable here and safe.
I'm beginning to wonder if I could afford it.
With your money? Don't make me laugh.
I wasn't trying to. Where's your phone?
The one on the wall costs a nickel.
Thanks.
You're staying tonight, Mr. Holliday?
Hello?
You got back there in a hurry.
You. Where are you?
Still in town. What about the police? They with you?
What do you think?
Thanks for putting in a good word for me.
I had to. They made me. Look, I want to talk to you.
I know that feeling. I want to talk to you, too.
I can explain everything.
Like a gun with one bullet fired?
Yes.
And a missing telephone that wasn't?
That, too.
Oh. Then you're just the little girl I want to have words with.
Can you come over here right away?
Are the police there?
Oh, that's right. Name a place, I'll meet you.
The corner of 6th and Victor, 10 minutes.
Right.
Follow me, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, where to?
Your room. This ain't the Roney Plaza, but the service is just the same.
I've changed my mind.
You're not staying?
Your rates are too high. I'll drop in again after I've made a fortune. Now I know how the fox feels when the hounds are closing in. Someday I'll have to write a story about a fox. Put that guy Burgess and his Peter Rabbit out of business. Hey, cab!
Oh, it's you again.
Yeah, I get around, don't I?
I thought you were set for the night.
No running ice water. 6th and Victor.
Where did you say you wanted to go?
6th and Victor.
But there ain't no place to sleep there.
Oh, I'm not sleepy. I just want to examine a fire hydrant.
Okay, mister. I'm glad it's your money and not mine.
If we keep on, it will be your money.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Say, is that tonight's extra lying up there?
Sure. Want to take a look at it?
Oh, yeah, thanks.
That picture they got of you on the front page is lousy.
What picture?
You look like you was facing the camera through a screen door.
Yeah, let me see that. Well, this is just wonderful. Prominent writer named by police. Carla Williams accuses Dan Holliday of the murder of Harry Granger. Grief-stricken girl witnessed the murder of her fiancé. Well, nice going, Carla. It's your word against mine, plus the evidence against me. Now I know why they wrote that song, I Get Along Without You Very Well.
Well, there's 6th and Victor.
Cruise on by.
You ain't gonna stop?
I haven't made up my mind.
Looks like a couple of cops waiting around for somebody.
It's the way it looks to me.
That might be the law.
Yes, they might be.
What do you want to do now?
Get away from here and find a city directory. A chap by the name of Harry Granger should have a home, and he should have stayed in it. I'm either just ahead of the police or right behind them. And if this game keeps up much longer, I'll be right with them.
Yeah?
Oh, Harry Granger live here?
He did. You the police?
Well, no, not exactly.
A reporter?
I used to be.
Come here, you. I wonder if you're one of them blackmailers.
Just a minute, friend. My coat rips easy.
No, I guess not. If you were, you wouldn't be here.
Mind if I step in?
Come in, come in. This whole thing's got me all upset.
You don't say. Oh, you said something about a blackmailer.
That's what I'm here for. I came to help Harry get rid of those rats.
You mean he was being blackmailed?
For 5 years. I lent him most of the money to pay off with. I told him he was a sucker, but it looks like I got here too late.
You heard what happened?
Saw it in the papers on my way from the station.
Have you told the police?
Not yet, but I'm going to. Who did you say you were?
I didn't say.
You know something about this?
I think I do now. I began to see the light when the city directory listed this place as Granger's apartment.
Can I help?
You might get into trouble.
Well, how?
Breaking into a woman's apartment. After this, I'll use a fire escape, and more of my stories are the most interesting things about a building. The man from homicide will be out in the hall seeing that no one comes in here. I'll have to work fast, Holiday. You'll have to find something that the police weren't looking for. There must be something. Bills, letters, cards, that's no good. Look for the obvious. That's what I always have my hero doing. Let's see, what's the obvious? Oh, the living room. Now, let's see. That's where the body was. Nothing obvious there. On the desk. No. The table. No. The fireplace. Hello. A small frame snapshot. And I think it might be just what I'm looking for. My old friend, the bartender, and Carla Williams. And with your arms around each other. You know, you two make a nice couple, a wonderful couple. I wonder if they'll let you have your arms around each other in the electric chair.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, I finally made it. I'm down at police headquarters in the office of a tall, gangly character named Lieutenant Kling. Of course, a few things have happened. Carla and the bartender were brought in, too. So much cooler than I am. Oh, those cell bars give you such fine ventilation.
Holiday.
What's that, Lieutenant?
I said you were a very lucky citizen. After what Carla Williams told us, we thought you were guilty.
If she'd have told me that story, I'd have believed it myself. Proving that she and the bartender were married put a crimp in her act as the injured fiancé.
Yeah, you showed it up as the same old racket. Smart woman teams up with smart man to blackmail innocent citizen. But just the same, I think you should stick to your writing and let police work alone.
Lieutenant, I'll have that printed and framed in blonde walnut.
Hang it on the wall?
No, around my neck.
I'm glad to hear you say that. You may not always have a guy like this Grant who backed up your story.
Oh, Granger's friend?
That's the one.
Say, he's a nice fella. Wants me to visit him on his ranch.
Why don't you do that?
Riding the range all day when I could be cooking in town?
Pardon me. Homicide, Lieutenant Kling. Oh, yes, he's here. It's for you, Holiday.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Mr. Holliday, this is Susie.
Yes, Susie.
Can you come down to the Star Times right away?
Oh, what's the matter?
There's another letter for you in box 13.
Oh, no.
Should I open it and read it to you?
Oh, not now, Susie. I've got enough material to last me for a month. 3 weeks of which will be a rest.
Tell me where. Maybe I can come down and help you.
You really want to help me?
Sure I do, Mr. Holliday.
Then put that letter back in box 13.
But, Mr. Holliday...
Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is written and directed by Ted Hediger. Original music composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. This is a Mayfair production.
Eastern Airlines Flight 19.
Last year, over 100,000 passengers on all airlines found a ticket with no guarantee of a seat. Airlines overbook because passengers with reservations don't always show up. Eastern's found a better way to help offset no-shows, the conditional reservation. You know in advance your flight is booked and you might not get on, but you fly free later if you don't. Eastern's performance in honoring reservations is much better than any competitors. At Eastern, we have to earn our wings every day.
The 13th ranked Warriors of Marquette take on the 8th ranked Blue Devils of Duke next Sunday on NBC.
This is an enlargement of a major IBM innovation, a computer chip that holds more information than any other of its type. Each of these memory circuits can store 1 bit of information, and there are over 64,000 on the chip. But what's really remarkable, this is its real size. This 1/4-inch chip can hold the names of about as many blood donors or bank accounts as a room-sized computer of 25 years ago. IBM developed it because the more information you can store on a chip, the lower the cost. With the chip, these new IBM computers can store information at 1/6 the price of 2 years ago. That's like going from $1 to less than 17 cents. In these days of inflation, this tiny IBM innovation can do a big job. IBM, helping put information to work for people.
Owens Corning built this glass house so you can see all the places insulation can save money, new home or old. Your attic. In severe climates, you may need insulating power up to R38, a foot of pink Owens Corning fiberglass. Another place to insulate. Floors over unheated garages or crawl spaces, and walls exposed to cold or heat. Put your house in the pink. Get Owens Corning fiberglass insulation now. It's cheaper than oil.
Dad gives advice on his radio talk show.
Yeah, he's just full of it.
But at home, advice to his teenage daughters isn't easy.
What's troubling you, honey?
Well, I can't spell it out. S-E-X.
Hello, trouble. Hello, Larry. Fridays on the new NBC.
You're looking at the first sport coupe with front-wheel drive built in America. Rack and pinion steering, a rugged overhead cam engine, better mileage than Mustang, aerodynamically more slippery than Corvette, yet it has more cargo room than any domestic car in its class. This innovative new 2+2 is a Dodge Omni 024. Its competition is still on the drawing board.
Here's to good friends. Tonight is kind of special.
Hey, where's Bob?
I thought he was with you.
Oh, you're kidding. He's not down yet.
Hey, did you think something happened?
Let's start looking.
Hey! How about a Lowenbrow? Bob!
When you want the taste of a truly great American beer, tonight, let it be Lowenbrow.
Hey, you know, for a minute there, you really had us worried.
I know. Thanks.
Ask your travel agent about United Super Sale during February and March. Savings are bigger, restrictions are smaller.
Avis Super Saver rates. Special rates that save you money. Like our 7-day See America rate.
Look out, L.A. Bye.
Or our special holiday rates.
We get to go to grandmother's house.
And on weekends, Avis Super Saver rates can save you up to 50% off our weekday rates.
50% off?
Up to 50%.
See you Monday.
Call our toll-free number or your travel consultant. Some restrictions do apply.
Give me a smile with everything on it, and I'll pass it on. So give me a Coke when you smile, and I promise to pass it along. I'm gonna pass it along. The world needs a friend when it's tired and thirsty. Coke and it's smiling how it should be. Coke that's like Coca-Cola has life.
Natalie Wood, William Devane, From Here to Eternity, the whole story. The story Hollywood couldn't tell in 1953. Wednesday, February 14th.
From Berkeley to Boston, they know the best call on any down.
It was open the last time.
Beer makes it good. You said it. There's no debate. Beer makes it good. Schlitz makes it great.
11 million times a day, America reaches for a Schlitz.
Since 1849, there's no debate. When you're out of Schlitz, you're out of beer. Schlitz makes it great.
You're looking at the first sport coupe with front-wheel drive built in America. Dodge Omni 024 with rack and pinion steering, a gutsy overhead cam engine, better mileage than Mustang, aerodynamically more slippery than Corvette, yet with more cargo room than any domestic car in its class. Dodge Omni 024. Its competition is still on the drawing board.
you.